our seniors. I'll start left to right. Bryce Harvey, my left tackle, has played medics as tough as they come. I mean, he just puts his nose in there, and anything I ask him to do, he does. They're going to be my best unit on the field, which bodes well for any football team if you can win the line of scrimmage, and I'm really excited to see how I do up Friday against Brentwood.
And you got that experienced players, coming back with that, and that's got to even make you feel more confident.
It does. It definitely. It gives Raiden more confidence. It gives us more confidence to throw and pass the ball, knowing they'll make comebacks. Casey Teagard, my offensive coordinator, have done a great job this offseason, and he just listens to everything. He's very observant, and he always asks questions, and just a very good football kid. And I'm really excited to see what he has in store his senior year. Is
college something that he's looking forward to?
Yeah, he'd be on the defensive side. Runnings, second to none. He scored 2 touchdowns in Burgettstown yesterday. Aiden Schaefer's the outside right guy. He's just blessed with speed. The kid can run. I mean, he's a 4'6" guy. Guy in the far left, Joey Weinhofer, him and Raiden have grown up together, so they built that bond, and he has to bring Humenick at the tackles. Corbin and Raiden will be in the inside. Our outsides will be Colin McGill, Sammy Smolwich, and we have a freshman. He's turned some heads in camp, Johnny Gergely. He's done really well. Corners will be Sarver and Thornton. They're short up, and safety's
playing well, but the offense, don't they have to reward them so they can stay fired up?
Yes. Like once you get the turnover, let's finish it in the opponent's territory. That was one thing we struggled with last year. We were minus 15 in the turnover differential.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Which it cost a couple games, obviously, but we're looking to change that this year, and we're looking for the offense to help the defense and play great field position.
Yeah, because I just think it builds the confidence in the team.
It does.
Because people say, well, you're supposed to keep playing as hard. It's nice to say that in theory, but if you're on the offense and the offense is doing their part and defense is giving up points, then it breaks up the team's attitude. So I was interested to hear what you had to say about that. Now, have you made it? You did say you mentioned you made only 1 or 2 changes to your staff this season. And we talked about those gentlemen.
Yes, Coach Casey Teagard is the offensive coordinator. He was here last year. Coach Devin Owens would be the newcomer from Menneson. He's the defensive coordinator. And Robbie Molnar is going to be doing special teams, running backs, and linebacker. He was actually a 2013 alumni, the only playoff win he was a part of. So he's bringing that Yough mantra to this, so that's helping a lot.
Another question for you with Coach Hoffer is last year when I talked to you and it all started, to come back when I was preparing, you talked about what your goal is to become more competitive. Some of the year before that you felt like you maybe wasn't always as competitive as you wanted to be. And I know looking at some of your results last year, you were in a couple games that could have gone the other way. Derry comes to mind.
Yep.
The first half against Mount Pleasant.
Correct.
You were right there.
Correct.
So you feel comfortable that the kids are learning about being able to just be mentally strong?
I do, and I think the mentality's changing. This is my best chance, my 3 years to make it to the playoffs. This is my best senior class to do it with, and I'm looking forward to changing to that. They haven't had that since 2013, and I can't wait to bring that towards the community.
Last question for Coach Hoffer. As you're now moving into your 3rd season at your alma mater, how do you feel? What's different about you? What have you learned from the first 2 years being the coach at Yough that you feel is going to make you continue to be a better coach?
It's easier this year, the administration side of it. Like I learn as I go. Game management, I'm really good at that with talking to the referees and getting the plays in and out and the personnel and all that. But just everyone at Yough's so welcoming, and I couldn't be more blessed to be where I am in my 3rd year.
Well, nobody seems to be as committed and doing the right things for the players. And I'm not going to go into everything, that you do. But I can say to the people out there watching our broadcast and for the Yough fans tuning in, this young man is the kind of coach that you want to have representing your school and your program. And it's always a pleasure to visit with you. You open up on Friday night at home against Brentwood.
Cougar Mountain, baby.
All right. And I got to get back to Cougar Mountain here soon. I've been up there before.
Come on up Friday.
All right.
Nice in the booth.
All right.
I appreciate the time, guys.
You're most welcome. That's Coach Ben Hoffer of the Yough Cougars, and he's ready to get things kicked up and rolling on Friday night when high school football begins in Western Pennsylvania. We'll be back with more of the Westmoreland County High School and College Football Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course right after we take this brief timeout.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge summer savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson for just $259 a month, or 2.99% financing for 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
Welcome back here to the 2024 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show on the Westmoreland Sports Network from Manor Valley Golf Course. Sean Myers joined by the head man for the Ligonier Valley Rams, Roger Beidle. Do you want me to go by Don't Call Me Seth? Is that?
Yeah, well, that's fine. Or you can say Don't Call Me Roger.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Roger, I know you've been doing this for a long time. We've talked for many, many years. And usually when I talk to you before a season, it's looking back very fondly on the great success your team has had. Last year was a tough season, no doubt. The team struggled, just 2 wins. So I'm sure that there was some growing pains that came with that could benefit you going forward. But how do you navigate that, knowing that, for a lot of these young men, they're really probably struggling knowing that this is not the season that they were hoping for?
Well, I mean, the first thing is that there isn't anything you can do about the past. You can just control the future. And that was really our mindset going in. Our mantra starting at the end of the season was all in. And we need to get our kids focused and have them with an all-in mentality in order to get things straightened out. Sometimes you can't control your circumstances, though. And at the Ligonier Valley last year, we had one senior on the team, and we're very grateful for him. He came out as a junior because historically there weren't any kids in that class that were part of the football team. So for us, we knew we had a very young squad. And they did have a lot of growing pains in addition to lots of other adversity with injuries and other things. And those aren't things that you can control. But they took advantage of it. If there's a silver lining, they were very motivated to get back in the weight room, get back to work. And, they've done everything that we've asked of them from, October 30th until now.
If I recall, your first year in the WPIAL, you had just one senior on that team as well. But a couple years later, with all those younger players getting experience, it kind of was a springboard to a lot more success. Do you envision that this year and subsequent years, the players who did get that opportunity last year will ultimately grow from it and be better as a result of it?
Well, actually, based on our scrimmage yesterday and watching the film, many of the players that were in the same positions last year, we've already witnessed their growth on the field. Just watching where they were last year compared to now in the scrimmage, many of them have just taken enormous leaps forward. And really the big thing was that team that we had a couple years ago in the first year with one senior, a lot of those kids were starters as sophomores and played major contributing roles, and then they just continued on in terms of being juniors. A lot of them were older kids with a lot of experience. So it was just very different. But for us, the main thing is self-improvement and just continually get better and hope that we embrace the fact that we really didn't like the taste of that season left in our mouth.
It reminds me, by the way, I did your first ever game in the WPIAL at Apollo Ridge. It's now going to be your 5th year in this district. I would imagine there's been a lot of positives that have come with it. How have you kind of looked back and evaluated how the first 4 years have gone?
Great, considering when we came in, we came in under COVID, and that was really tough. And then our first opener was against one of the strongest Apollo Ridge teams that they've ever had, and that was an outstanding football team. Had it not been for COVID, who knows what they would have done. They were just really strong. And then we were able to get a winning season with that group, with one senior. So we were really proud. But in terms of our experience in Whitfield, it's been fantastic. The second year, we made the playoffs. The third year, we won our first WPIL playoff game. So we've taken big leaps forward. Last year was a step back, but we hope that we're going to grow from it.
I know when you're having so much success for that long run in the District 6 and Heritage Conference, you always pointed to the weight room, and your players just physically were ahead of a lot of the opposition. it seems like that's been a focus throughout this offseason for a lot of your guys to get physically stronger. Obviously, they're going to mature as they get older regardless, but it seems like that has really been something that they have tried to improve upon by getting their bodies in a better spot.
Yes, they have, and we took great pride in. That's one of the things that we take the most pride in is our weight room, and we went in last season, and we didn't have a single kid that could bench press over 300 pounds. This season, we come into the season with 6 kids that can bench 300 pounds. We can get into all the other metrics of strength, but it was the first time that we really went on the field and we really just got bullied around physically, and that wasn't something that we were accustomed to. For a long period of time, that was one of the things that we could always hang our hat on was our team strength. And with team strength comes team speed and toughness and all those other things. And so we're hoping to bring that back for sure this year.
A guy who was clearly a bright spot last year was John Jablonowski, all-conference accolades. He put up nearly 900 yards on the ground. He was your leading receiver as well. And I know coaches have said his speed is hard to replicate in practice. What makes him so special, and when you think back to what he did well, what comes to mind?
Well, I think the thing that makes him special is just the fact that anytime the ball's in his hand, he could score. In our scrimmage on Saturday, we threw a little screen pass to him out in the right flat. It was a broken play. Four defenders were bearing down on him. He reverse field, and he went 65 yards. About 4 kids had angles on him, and he outran. He got in the end zone in probably 20-yard distance between the closest kid. So that speed element that he has is just such a threat. He's stronger now. He's bigger. He did not play basketball in the winter and just focused on being in a weight room. We went to a powerlifting competition, and of the 18 schools that were there, John received the most outstanding lifter competition. He pound for pound was the strongest individual in the powerlifting competition. So we're really hoping that he can take that package and put it all together on both sides of the ball for 4 quarters this season.
You highlighted scrimmage. It was against Burrell Brothers Valley, correct?
That's correct.
So the decision to go with a team that's outside of the WPIL, what went into that, and what were the biggest takeaways from it?
Well, Coach Paul's an outstanding coach. He and I have been personal friends for a long time. They run one of the better 2A programs in the state of Pennsylvania. It's been a very, very good scrimmage. They come in preseason ranked 7th in the state. And we just have had a great relationship and a great scrimmage relationship for many years. We both have a lot of admiration for each other's programs, and we know that playing each other will in a scrimmage will prepare both of our teams for our regular season schedules.
The Rams remain in Class 2A, but it's going to have a much different look in terms of your conference. Some of the opponents that I think people really got excited about, Derry Area, Yough, Burrell, they leave the conference. So you have kind of a new slate, and you're going against some teams that you probably have never played since you've come into the WPIAL. How do you handicap the conference, and how much different is it going to feel each Friday night?
Well, it's going to feel very different. One of the things that we have now is that some of the team, 1 or 2 of the teams, well, just one actually, Shady Side Academy, which used to be in the Allegheny Conference, was 3A. They're back down to 2A. But now South Allegheny is in our conference. And then these 2 head scratchers are amazing based on geography and competitive balance. Both Olsh, which is located out by the Pittsburgh airport, and South Park are also in our conference. And reading, we got 3 of the top 10 AA Whitfield schools in our conference alone, with South Park, Steel Valley, and Olsh, and it's going to be extremely difficult. And then at our non-conference schedule, we did get some Westmoreland County flair with that, with Derry, which is our opener this Friday, the Ride on the Ridge game. Jeannette, which that's going to be exciting because we played a few years ago, and then we haven't for a while, and then we're back with Greensburg Salem.
And, of course, the matchup against the Trojans, that is going to have a lot of excitement. We're going to talk to Mike Arone a little bit later. But how much do you notice the communities and the players on both sides get up for that particular game?
Well, it's a great game for the community. We touch each other in terms of, I should say, our school districts touch each other, where kids go to the same VOTEC system, and a lot of the families are related in some way. The first year, We won that game, and then last year Derry won that game. So it does have competitive balance, which is good, which is what you want in a rivalry game. But last year we got off to a good start. We scored on our first play, and then from that point forward they put a good thumping on us. So we're hoping to have a better showing in this season's game.
A year ago, it was an offense that didn't throw the football a lot, and I know you've made some changes because some years you really were an offense that loved to air it out. Not so much last year. You do have your quarterback back in Bowie Schreier, but I know there's other guys competing there. What do you envision for the offensive identity in 2024?
Well, I think when you look at our offense, things start up front, and those guys have worked really hard in the weight room. So it's important for us to kind of hang our hat on their abilities, and they have some pretty good size. And then obviously you need to get the ball in John's hands. But we have some players as well, some skilled kids as well, who can be great complements to him. And we threw the ball pretty well Saturday, much improved from last year. Bowie Schreier right now will probably be, as people like to say, a starting quarterback. But Jacob Pedalino is also a very capable quarterback, and he's going to play as well. Have some packages for both to do some things. But we know we need to air it out a little bit more. We need to be more balanced. When I looked at last year's film against Derry, there we were, and it didn't take a genius to figure out, what you have to do. You have to stop the run. But, it was a 9-man box for most of the game, and that's extremely difficult to as you might say, block whenever you don't have that many guys up there.
Final thing for you, since we're running low on time here. I know for you to do this as long as you have as a high school football coach, you have to really have good people around you. Your assistant coaches, you always want to highlight them when I talk to you before the season. Who are the guys that you lean upon that allow you and this team to be so successful that maybe fly a little under the radar?
Well, I'm very blessed. Most of these guys have been with me for a long time. The assistant head coach is Corey Turchek. This is my 21st year. This is his 20th year on staff with me. Dave Shannon has been there by my side for many, many, many years. Brandon Rensko, he's been involved for a long time. John Vita, Brian Schreier, and then this year a former player of mine who I coached whenever I was assistant, Josh Reese, is on our staff. He was an outstanding football player at Ligonier Valley, so I'm really blessed to have him. And they just do an amazing job, and their dedication to our kids is phenomenal.
And I'm sure all the players would say your dedication is phenomenal as well. Roger, thank you so much for doing this. Always enjoy talking to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That is Roger Beidel, the head coach of the Ligonier Valley Rams. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking Spartans football with Nick Kiefer, the head coach of Hempfield Area. That's as we continue right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy has been providing the Greensburg community with professional, personalized physical therapies since 2003. We specialize in sports medicine, orthopedics, and women's health. Our priority is always centered on caring for you. To make an appointment, call 724-830-8815 or visit DeAndrethPhysicalTherapy.com. Let us help you improve the quality of your life with Jamie P. DeAndreth Physical Therapy.
For over 25 years, Husk Chiropractic has stood as a trusted and experienced provider of chiropractic care in Western Pennsylvania. Husk Chiropractic combines award-winning expert care with compassion to provide personalized treatment plans to meet your individual needs. Don't be sidelined with pain. Allow Husk Chiropractic to help tackle your pain and get you back in the game. Contact us today by calling 724-879-4385. Trust the award-winning care at Husk Chiropractic. And remember, don't let pain adjust how you live. Live well adjusted.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
It was a rocky debut season for Hempfield area head coach Nick Kiefer last year as his team went just 1-9, losing their final 9 games. However, he hopes that the players who are sophomores and juniors who experience those growing pains will take the next step this year as the team transitions back to Class 6A. One of those experienced players is quarterback Dom Dietrich. The junior is suffering from a heart condition, though, and while he hopes to get fully cleared later this month, he's definitely sidelined in Week 0. His presence alone has still benefited the Spartans, however.
I've still been here every day just helping coach the quarterbacks. And, as a team captain, you got to show that you care. So I'm here every day, and I do, and I love it. I just help almost as another coach, and I've got to keep doing that.
Andrew Jones is one of the players who could fill in for Dietrich for the time being. Hempfield boasts considerable depth at the skill positions, with the likes of Reddick catcher, Nick Marcus, and Jack Kopis at receiver, and Rogan catcher and Braden Gerst at running back. A newcomer also appears destined for a big role, as senior Aiden Allison, a transfer from Greensburg Central Catholic who is receiving college interest, could play multiple positions. Perhaps most importantly, the players now know what to expect in their second year in the system.
We definitely have more energy just every practice because we're not as much thinking. I mean, we know what we're doing. The whole offense is in from last year. So, I mean, it's less thinking and just reacting now.
In the trenches, Brock Heisler has opened eyes, while Jacob Horniak will also be a staple. That group must not only provide time and running lanes for their offense, but they'll need to set the tone on the other side of the ball.
Like, our whole defense is very good. I mean, you know, D-line wise, we got Declan Pulaski, Brock Heisler, me, and Jack Humes. You know, I think we're pretty set on the D-line side.
In the back end defensively, Owen Buckholtz will be a leader for a unit that could frequently be tested in Class 6A. Kiefer knows all too well the challenges that await in the largest classification, but he's surrounded himself with an array of veteran coaches, including longtime basketball man Jim Nesser. They hope that the Spartans can display the same resiliency this season that their QB has shown in recent weeks.
Even with the bad, you got to persevere week after week. I mean, you can't let a loss or something bad happen in the game that you can't let it ruin the rest of the season or the rest of the game, and that's what we got to work on from last year for sure.
The Spartans kick off their season in Week 0 at North Hills, and their first conference game will be a stiff test as they host the two-time defending champion North Allegheny Tigers. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason for our complete list of services.
Back at Manor Valley Golf Course as the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School and College Football Preview Show continues here, and joining me to my left is a young man, a young coach at the Hempfield area Spartans, and that is Nick Kiefer. And I want to give you a little bit of insight about Nick. This is his second season as the head coach. Spent the previous 9 seasons, however, as an assistant coach at Hempfield area before becoming the head coach last season. The Spartans finished last year 1-9 and 0-5 in the Class 5A Big East Conference. However, the biennial PIAA realignment has moved them up to Class 6A. Nick, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Jonathan.
Our pleasure. First thing I want to ask you before we talk about that is the scrimmage yesterday. You took on Greensburg Salem. Share with our viewers some of your thoughts of how the scrimmage went.
Well, I think the goal of a scrimmage is to come out healthy and look sharp, and I think we did that. We knew that Ty was going to bring his squad over prepared, and they were going to hit, and they were going to be tough kids, and it was a good scrimmage for us, and I think it's a nice something nice that we can do every year now with them. A little tradition we can start.
You came out healthy, and that's what
that's the biggest aspect of it.
For sure. Now, you open the season next Friday on the road against North Hills. That's a program I'm familiar with from, them having played Franklin Regional a lot in the Week 0 matchup. Do you prefer having just the one scrimmage and playing that Week 0 game? I know at Franklin Regional, when Coach Bada was there, he was older school in the sense that he wanted the 2 scrimmages. When he retired and the Coach Getsy came in, Coach Getsy seemed to be more amenable to having just the one and playing a game. What's your thought on that, Nick?
For sure. The more activities we can get the kids in real game situation, I'm about that. So when the WPIAL made Week 0 available to people and said you can play that, I thought we play a game right away. That's what I like it. I think the kids like it. Gets the season started 1 week earlier, so I'm in favor of that for sure.
Okay. Now, you're coming off your last season, your first season as a head coach. What things do you think you learned last year that's helping you become even better coach this year?
Well, every year I think you pick up little things here and there. I think mostly logistic things of being the head coach and making sure what time we want to get to the school and things like that. I think that's mostly some of the things I learned. Okay. This season, we got a whole new schedule. So, but I think I'm just leaning on my assistant coaches and all the years I've been coaching. And every year you build upon those experiences.
Well, you were involved with one of the legendary and retired Hempfield area Spartans softball head coach Bob Kalp, who built a program second to none in softball.
For sure.
Here in the PIAA in Western Pennsylvania. Most successful girls program in the PIAA. My question to you, Nick, is how has your involvement, your experience working with Coach Kalp with the softball program influenced the way you run your football team?
I've been fortunate to work with really good head coaches, whatever sport I was in. And, Coach Kalp really taught me to focus on the little details and the structure of your practice and really keep hammering those out every day. Don't worry about keeping it exciting and switching things up. Master the fundamentals and the small things, and the small things lead up to big things. So I try to structure my practices like that. But I was fortunate to be around Mike Stiebert Frazier. He was very consistent with his practice schedules, and then Rich Bowen the same way. I learned a lot my year I was with Mike Brown with how to structure a practice with having 80 plus kids and splitting them up and making sure you have enough quality coaches and everybody's coached every day, the whole practice. So every year I try to, and every staff I've been on, that's went into my coaching philosophy and how I structure my practices. So I was fortunate to work with some really good people.
Yeah, and again, learn from some of the best.
For sure.
That's for sure, in addition to Coach Kalp. Now, your football team, Nick, returns 20 letter winners from last season and has a roster of 80-plus players at the start of camp. You had over 70 kids at your workouts from January up until the start of camp. What do you think accounts for some of the increasing numbers? I was talking to Coach Hoffer earlier before you came up to join me, and he talked about going into the classroom and talking to young men, in this case, to get them to want to come out. Did you do some of those kinds of things?
For sure. In a perfect world, I would be at the high school. Unfortunately, I teach at the middle school. I'm a 7th grade math teacher, but I still try to recruit the halls as much as I can and get those out for the middle school team. Recruiting high school kids, a lot of times you're not going to get them. So my goal is to have as many middle school football players as I can, get them to fall in love with the sport, and then hopefully, retain them when they come into 9th grade for sure. I think we have 60-plus players on our middle school football team this year. Okay. So, Jason Ross does a great job, Jim Biondi, Jamie Corona. Those guys do a good job of recruiting the hallways as well. So, I think we're on the right track. When you look at my vision on how I want to build the program and keep kids involved. So I try to recruit as much as I can in the hallways, at Wendover. So I try.
And that's what some of these teams that consistently win seem to have going on.
For sure.
That young group of kids coming out, and they kind of just progress through, and when they get to the high school level, they're ready to really be a good football player for you.
For sure, and I think 2 years ago we went 6-4. I think all that excitement. We were 5-0. We beat Penn-Trafford. I think we had 7,000 streams on Westmoreland. We had 8,000 people in the stadium. 15,000 people watch that game.
Middle school game.
No, it was the varsity game. 2 years ago. I think that got the community excited. And that grew the numbers last year. Even though we weren't super successful last year, I still think the kids wanted involved.
Right.
So they saw. We try to make a Friday night experience at Hempfield something that
very
kids
special.
can remember. We want to make it memorable for those kids. So we have the new lights, we have the new turf, we have everything last season. So I think the kids really want to be a part of the program, and so that's what we're trying to build.
Okay. Now your mindset, you've been talking about that is for your players. Can you amplify for our viewers what you mean by getting your players to have the right mindset?
I think it's just winning the day. You referenced Coach Kalp. He won 3 state championships in a row. At that same time, I was a part of the track team as the long and triple jump coach. We won 2 state titles, so I was a part of 5 state championships there in 3 years. And we never talked about next year or at the end. It was always about getting better that day. I referenced, Dave Murray's on my staff. He's had how many state champions? He doesn't talk about that. You're not going to PR at the beginning of the season. You just got to get better every day and keep lifting and hit and do what you're supposed to do throughout the year. So then the end of the year will take care of itself. So I really try to get the kids focused on what's our goal today. We got to get better, doing our job, and focusing on all the little things every day. And those little things add up to big things. So that's what I try to get the kids focused on.
Scheme-wise, you switched your defensive scheme this season from a 3-4 to a 4-2-5. And I know West Virginia likes to do that 4-2-5. Talk briefly about your thought processes in changing your defensive scheme.
As coaches, we can love any scheme we want to, but we're not going to try to shove square pegs in round holes. So Zach, our defense coordinator, my brother, we talked in the offseason about what was best for our kids, and we thought we had more personnel that a 4-2-5 would work out a little better for us and put our kids in position to be successful, because that's our job as coaches. We don't want to, try to do anything that the kids don't do well. So we try to put them in a position to be successful, and I think we've had some success so far in that.
Well, I'm going to change a quick gear for a moment and talk about a movie. And you may not have seen it when it first came out, but you could always watch them now. And it deals with the mindset, getting the mind right. And I know Ken Reeby and some of the older coaches here will probably remember that. It was called Cool Hand Luke, starring Paul Newman and Strother Martin. And earlier this month, you were quoted as saying, "I think we have some attitude on defense." Well, in the movie, if you haven't seen it, please go on and Netflix, whatever, and watch it. Paul Newman plays a character that is out on a chain gang, and Strother Martin was the guy in charge of the chain gang. And it was always a constant battle because Paul Newman didn't want to break. He did not want to be broken by Strother Martin's character. So Strother Martin would put him in some bad things and in terms of abusive things. And the slogan he would always say when Paul Newman was down in a hole somewhere or whatnot in the movie, he said to him, as only he can, with his accent, "You got to get your mind right." And that was the main storyline throughout. So with that being said, talk a little bit about getting your players' mind right. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think that to play defense in high school football, or especially in 6A, you have to have the mindset of you're stopping them. Right. So we've been trying to preach that from day one in summer camp. My brother Zach, our defensive coordinator, he has that mentality. Our new defensive line coach, Pooty Carson, he's a D-line guru. He absolutely has that mentality. So the kids are starting to rub off on the kids, where we are, we're really intense. We're really getting after it. Every defensive practice in the summer, we talked about being violent on defense and flying to the football, and they really have responded very well. They couldn't have gone any better this summer, I don't think. So I think we saw that a little bit yesterday in the scrimmage of having that mindset of we're stopping people. So it's nice to see.
And of course, you mentioned 6A. You're back in that, and you heard me maybe talking. Well, you weren't here at the time, but some of the other earlier people that were here, I was saying about the travel that gets involved. Hempfield and Norwin, the only two in Western PA really that's close together. You're going to be going through that 4-pit tunnel. When Rich Bowen was the head coach, and you referred to him before, I asked him about that, and he goes, it was very challenging because you have to leave so much earlier.
For sure.
How do you think that change will affect your team, or how are you going to try to deal with that?
We try to talk about controlling what we can control.
Okay.
We can't control where our games are besides week 0.
Right.
So we take the mindset of, put the ball on dirt, mud, grass, water, a parking lot. We're putting the ball down. We're going to punch you in the mouth, and we're going to play football. So we try to not make excuses for anything. I stole from Mike Brown. We get to the stadium early, wherever it's an away game. We get a pregame lift in there. I think that kind of, getting there an extra half hour, getting the kids a workout in, it gets them, from they were cold sitting on a bus. So it kind of gets their mind right there. So I stole that from Mike. So thanks, Mike, in the background over there. So it just, you try to do things to help combat it, but all in all, it's not an excuse. You can't bring it up. It's not. We don't even think about it.
Coach, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you. Your returning quarterback has got an injury situation going, and you don't know. I guess we can say his status is uncertain if the season were to start. I know being a good coach like yourself and being able to kind of be prepared, what have you done to try to, if he's not ready to go early or this season, to be prepared for that?
You always try to have your backup quarterback train like they are the starter, and Dom did that last year. And this summer we've had, Cardin Littman has stepped in really well for us at a lot of 7-on-7s. And we've also had a junior in Drew Jones step up whatever we needed him to do. He's played some he's played some running back this summer. He stepped in and played some quarterback recently. So we, as coaches, we have to prepare our kids to be in positions they're in, and that's what we've been trying to do all summer. So.
Well, Coach, Friday will be here. The season
will
will get started. And here at the Westmoreland Sports Network, we're excited for another year of covering Westmoreland County High School football.
You guys are the best. We can't thank you enough for everything you do for kids in Westmoreland County and high school football and even beyond. We like to watch all the sports you guys broadcast, so we really appreciate everything you do for the county.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks a lot, John.
You're welcome. That is head coach Nick Kiefer, and we'll be back with more of our 13th annual Westmoreland County High School football preview show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, Pennsylvania.
Looking good, price fighter! Are you ready to fight to give our customers the best deals?
For almost 40 years, C. Harper has been knocking out the competition with our famous 1-2 combo of great deals and fantastic customer service.
Is our sticker price the real deal?
At C. Harper, we'll fight to get you the best price.
Every time?
All the time.
It's just that easy.
Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union provides full banking services to all Norwin School District employees, area businesses, Norwin students, and their families. There's a branch conveniently located inside the high school so Norwin students can access many of these banking services. For more information, visit them online at norwinteachersfcu.org or download their mobile app. Norwin Teachers Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the National Credit Union Administration, equal housing lender.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Although Norwin won just 3 games a year ago, there was clear signs of progress for the Knights as they boasted one of the most prolific passing attacks in all of the WPIAL. Although the team bumps back up to Class 6A this year, they'll lean heavily upon their star quarterback, Tristan Tavares. As a sophomore last year, Tavares threw for nearly 2,500 yards and 25 touchdowns, while he also proved capable as a runner, ranking second on the team in rushing yards. His top 2 targets, Luke Denny and Jackson Pons, have graduated after combining for more than 1,600 yards receiving. While that void is notable, the signal caller is confident others will emerge in 2024.
I mean, obviously they're good players, but I still think we have the guys that can do the same thing as them, if not better. And we have more depth, I believe, so give me more options to throw to than just looking at the 2 guys.
Jake Knight, who had 30 grabs for more than 400 yards last season, likely becomes his top option, while Michael Cernkovic appears poised for a breakout season. The running game also needs to improve to provide balance, and Jake Sinchak and Jackson Huss, 2 of just 8 seniors on the roster, will need to be catalysts. To create running lanes, the offensive line must make strides, and Colin Bruno believes the offseason work will soon pay dividends for the Knights.
Definitely the weight room. All of our guys have been working really hard in the weight room. We're all bigger and way stronger than last year. So, we're definitely looking to win a lot more games than last year. Our discipline and our work ethic, I think, is way above any other team in 6A. We're definitely going to win a lot of games just because of those 2 things.
Defensively, Norwin struggled most of last season, permitting more than 34 points per game. The task won't get any easier in 6A, as the Knights must contend with perennial powers like Pittsburgh Central Catholic, North Allegheny, and Mount Lebanon. The long bus rides and tough competition is nothing new for head coach Mike Brown, though, and his players seem much more comfortable with him entering year number 2.
He has led all of us to buy into his program. He's definitely changed the culture of this place, and it's taken a year. I'm not gonna lie. Last year we were a little
not bought in. But this year, I mean, we're ready to go.
Before the Knights open the 6A ledger, they will have 3 straight non-conference against Westmoreland County foes, beginning at home against Penn-Trafford in Week 0, followed by Kiski Area and Greater Latrobe. This training camp preview is powered by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, Western Pennsylvania's #1 physical therapy practice since 1984, is always offering same-day or next-day appointments for all new patients. With 8 convenient locations and extensive therapy services, ESSMC offers the best care anywhere, hands down. Call 412-856-8060 or visit ESSMC.com to schedule today. ESSMC Physical Therapy. Your health, your decision.
And we continue here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches Show. I'm Sean Myers, joined by Mike Brown, the head coach of the Norwin Knights. And Mike, of course, I'm sure there's a lot that you can take positive from last year. The offense certainly looked like it was much improved. Ultimately, how did you evaluate how your first season as the head coach for the Knights went?
Yeah, I mean, any time that we're in the first year, we're kind of trying to get our bearings with the players, trying to get familiar with them. But the one thing that we saw is these kids, they never gave up. They worked extremely hard. It was nice to get an this off-season with them, to kind of be personable with them, to kind of see that, we're not just the guys that just yell at them all the time. So we had some positives, though. They worked extremely hard. A lot of guys made some plays, but we do have some spots that we need to fill from last year. So we're really looking at a lot of key guys that come back and kind of contribute to make those things happen.
Well, you've been through this before. At Hempfield area, it seemed like your team made a massive jump from year 1 to year 2. When you think back to what changed that year and how maybe that can apply to this year, what were some of those common themes that allowed the team to take that next step?
Yeah, anytime you can get a full offseason, I think, with a team, that's really where you make those improvements. And it starts in January, and we had a lot of kids. We probably had about 50 to 60 kids in the weight room starting in January all the way through spring ball and into camp. And we really got, again, as a staff, got to know the kids, and they got to know us. And I think that's where it comes, where now the kids know us on a personal level, and they can see that, we care about them. We want to see this program grow. So I think anytime you have that full off season with them, that kind of is where you make those strides, in the off season.
3 wins a year ago, including 2 in the conference, but as I'm sure Dave Franzak, the Knights broadcaster, can attest, it felt like a much more competitive version of Norwin, and I think in large part because the offense was really good and kept you in a lot of games. I think you deserve a lot of credit, whether you'd want to accept it or not, for your offensive system, because we've seen it work at a couple of different stops now. What is the recipe that allows first Hempfield area and now Norwin to have such offensive success?
Yeah, I mean, first it's the credit of my offensive coaches, honestly. It's nothing that I, made the playbook, or I don't even call the plays. So I have to give, all the credit, especially to my 2 coordinators, Joey Larisha and Connor Schulteis. They do a heck of a job trying to get this offense ready. And, some might think it's a little different than most because of the pace that we go at times. But I think it's being able to play fast. And I don't mean that as a tempo type thing. It's where we're not going to have 30, 40 plays in our playbook. We're going to have 4 or 5 pass plays, 4 or 5 run plays, and we're just going to be really good at those plays. So I give all the credit to my offensive coaches because, again, just like we said with the kids in the weight room, they're in there in January watching film, seeing what we can work on, see what we can do differently. Because, from year one to year 2 this year, we have a different personnel. So we might not have those 2 stud wide receivers. We might have 6 or 7 this year, or we might have 4 or 5 running backs. So we kind of change as our personnel goes.
You do have the same quarterback, and that's a good one, Tristan Tavares. I think he was pretty good as a freshman, but he opened everyone's eyes with what he did last year. He passed for nearly 2,500 yards. He did have 25 touchdowns, and he's a good athlete as well. Obviously, he does a lot well, but when you think of his greatest attributes, what comes to mind?
The kid's just a competitor. I mean, he's a gamer. When the lights come on and we ask, someone needs to make a play, he makes it. He doesn't talk a lot. He's not really that vocal raw guy. He just comes in, takes care of his business, and kind of gets out, which I think the kids respect, and they see that he's one of the hardest workers in the weight room. He's taking notes in meetings. He's paying attention in the walkthroughs. But I think they also see that he's making our defense better when we're practicing, so he's not taking plays off. So I think his leadership is one big quality, but it's through his actions, not through his vocal. And that's fine. But he's really growing up as that. He's going to be our guy this year, and we're going to count on him. And I think he's ready to step, his game up even more.
Well, he had the luxury of throwing some really good options last year. Luke Denny had over 1,000 yards, and for a team that didn't make the playoffs, that is hard to do. He had an incredible season, but Jackson Pons wasn't far behind. Those guys move on. You do return Jake Knight, amongst others. How do you evaluate the receiving core, and what are you going to miss most about that dynamic duo that graduated?
Yeah, that was the first meeting we had at camp. We told the wide receiver crew, we lost 1,500 yards. They went out the door on to college. So we have a young group, but we have a talented group, and that's what we're really looking forward to see. Some of these kids that were freshmen and sophomores, and even, like you mentioned with Jake, Mike Sirkovic, Zach Pauling, step up and make those plays that we really need, where they were kind of not necessarily watching, but they were making, the side plays. They were making the big blocks, where now it's kind of their time to go make those plays.
I would imagine, as much as you love seeing those prolific passing numbers, you probably wanted a little bit more balance offensively. Yeah. The running game, at least in some games, was non-existent. So I know that's a remedy of offensive line play, maybe running backs as well. How does that unit take the next step in 2024?
Yeah, I think the offensive unit's actually right now one of our strengths on our team, and it's through their work ethic. They got in the weight room, they added the weight that they needed, and they kind of took last year a little personal, where there should have been times where we called a run, but we really didn't trust it, where we had to convert to the pass. So they're working really, really hard. They did a heck of a job on Saturday. And, that's the goal with our program, is stop the run, but also be able to run the ball. And, we're going to hopefully be able to run the ball, and that will make our offense go this year.
A lot of people, if they bet the over, were winners last year in your games, because you were scoring a lot, but you're also giving up a lot. What do you need to do better defensively?
I think the biggest thing was tackling. Tackling really, really hurt us in a lot of spots, where we were there to make the play, especially either at the line of scrimmage or behind, and we just didn't make the play. We didn't make the tackle. And I think a lot of it had to do with not being the strength and, the condition that we should have been in. And we kind of fixed that in the offseason. Yesterday, we saw a little bit of the physicality come where we needed, and we tackled very well. So hopefully that, stays the same throughout the season.
We'll get to the realignment momentarily with your team moving up, but one team that you competed with in the same conference last year was Franklin Regional. You scrimmaged them this weekend. What were your takeaways from that? What did you like?
I really, really was surprised with our offensive line, like kind of we just talked about. They came out, they were physical, they were moving people, which was good to see. We were very vanilla, on offense and defense, and I, would think Franklin is too, but it was a great test for us, because Franklin being, a tough-nosed, well-coached football program, that's what we needed to get out of it, and we were lucky enough to play a half. I think we did very well, but again, there's always going to be things that we need to work on, but I was excited to see the physicality that we brought.
The Knights, along with Hempfield Area and their head coach Nick Kiefer, who we just heard from, go back up to 6A. Certainly you're familiar with 6A. It's not going to be any easier. It'll probably be, in some regards, more difficult than the schedule you played a year ago. So how do you navigate the waters of 6A? And also, how do you navigate the fact that you're going to spend a lot of time on the bus this year?
We're just going to take it week by week. And I know that sounds cliche, but, we're going to be thankful for the home games. And then we're just going to embrace the away games. There's going to be times, we were on the bus for an hour, hour and a half. We were there at Mount Lebo 2 hours, the one year. But again, the kids are going to know that. They're going to kind of embrace it. And, when we have home games, we're going to expect wins. And when we travel, we're going to have that same mentality as go, kind of be the road dogs.
Traveling to the South Hills, I can attest, is not fun, especially on Friday afternoons. Well, you don't have to worry about travel for your season opener against Penn-Trafford. And I know you've seen the Warriors multiple times now, both at Norwin and at Hempfield area, but that still has to be special for you. So what does it mean on a personal level, and what are you hoping to see in terms of setting the tone for the season against the Warriors?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you play Penn-Trafford, you know you're going to get, a battle. They're going to be very disciplined. They're going to play very tough. They're going to be very, very well coached. And, it has a little bit of personal bearing with that being my alma mater and, living in the area. But, we're going to focus on ourselves, this year. It's not going to be so much of worrying about what they do, whether it's offensive and defensively. We need to worry about what can we do to get the win. And I think we're doing a great job as that. My coaching staff was in the field house all day today, game planning. And, we're excited about our plan, and we're excited to go on Friday.
Every year, every team is unique and special. What will be what you remember most about this year's version? What will make 2024's Knights team unique?
I think the camaraderie that we have this year. I've never been at a team or with a team that's been closer. These kids, they work together, they have jobs together, they're eating together in the cafeteria, and that's something that we really, have pride in, is making, Norwin football program something that the community can be proud of, but also the whole school. And I think the camaraderie that they have, the friendships that they have, and the closeness is really unique this year.
Lastly, there's going to be in a couple months an addition, not to the football roster, but to your household. Talk a little bit about this exciting news.
Yeah, my wife, Kaylee, she's doing October 18th with our first daughter. So
is that a football schedule game?
Yeah, I think it's Mount Leba. Okay. So we're going to be all hands on deck, my family, her family. So we're very excited to, have the addition, and, the pink paint and the white cribs are already put together, so we're ready to go.
Well, congrats on that. Hopefully it works out perfectly that you can get a win and a child in maybe the same day.
Yeah, that's the plan. That's definitely the plan.
Well, Mike, thanks so much for doing this. Always enjoyed talking to you.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you guys for doing this. This is awesome.
That is Mike Brown, the head coach of the Norwin Knights. We'll take a break, come back with Ty George of Greensburg Salem as we continue the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show right here on WSN.
This is how far we'll go to detect lung cancer. 5 millimeters, less than 1/4 of an inch, and a chest x-ray can't see it. Independence Health System uses the latest low-dose CT scanners and advanced visualization to detect and treat lung cancer at its earliest stage, leading to more treatment options and potentially better outcomes. Independence Health System combines the latest technology and techniques with superb physician expertise for the treatment of lung cancer. Like the use of robotic surgery. For patients, it means shorter procedures, less post-operative recovery time, and less risk for complications. Early, accurate, and advanced detection and advanced therapy, all key in the fight against lung cancer, and all available at Independence Health System. Expert care here.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Greensburg Salem experienced some growing pains last season as the Golden Lions finished just 2-8 on the campaign. However, they did win their regular season finale, and they're hoping to carry some of that momentum into 2024 when they return 9 starters on each side of the football. The most accomplished of those returners is receiver and safety Dom Rosenstein, who racked up 550 yards receiving and who is garnering college attention. Who will be throwing him the ball is still undetermined, though, as brothers Peyton and Brody Chismar are competing at quarterback after they saw significant playing time last year. Each have their own strengths, says Rosensteel.
Brody likes to scramble a lot more. Obviously, he's quite squirmy, and Chiz really likes to hit a deep ball here and there, and he throws really hard. So that's obviously kind of challenging at some points. But I would say I like where we're at with our quarterback situation.
The rushing attack will be experienced too, as Kai Bruno is back, as is leading rusher Brady Smith. Among the players tasked with winning in the trenches is Azzy Franklin, a guard and defensive end who has seen considerable growth among the Golden Lions, now entering the second year for head coach Ty George.
I think, having a new head coach last season and him kind of, getting warm and, acclimating to the new team and everything, and his new position kind of set us back a tiny bit. But, him being, having that warm-up season and coming back this season, I think it's definitely going to be a lot more, conjoined and, organized this season. So I think we're already leaps and bounds above where we were last season at this point, as far as being in general shape, our strength and speed, and just our overall ball knowledge.
Well, both the first and last place teams from a year ago have left the 3A Interstate Conference. The Golden Lions have their sights set on adding several more wins to their historic program's total.
Embracing the culture from people from the past who played really well and, kind of having those fall-off years and, having the energy and the, new coaching to bring it back together and try to rebuild that what it was before in the past and try to just get some wins.
Greensburg Salem begins with 3 consecutive home games at Offutt Field to kick off the 2024 campaign, including Week 0 against Albert Gallatin. They will have a stiff test to open interstate conference play at Elizabeth Forward. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Drive like a champion with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. Customize your payments, apply for financing, get a value for your trade and more with the Bowser Express Store. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
We continue here on the Westmoreland Sports Network from Manor Valley here in Export. Sean Myers joined by Ty George, the head man for the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions, year number 2. Before we look ahead, let's look back at a year ago. Your first year, probably not the season you wanted in terms of wins and losses, but a lot of experience gained from the players and a little experience gained from the head coach as well. What did you learn about yourself and how maybe you might improve this year and going forward as a coach?
Yeah, it was one of those things where you look back and you kind of regroup at the end of the year and you see, hey, we need to be better in these areas, and across the board, and to evaluate and see where we were at and, see the successes and some of the failures. It's really going to help us, I think, pay off for this year. And, even starting in the off season, it really changed the way we attacked our off season, the off season programs to build up into the summer and then into our season here. So it was some good lessons learned for sure, and I think it's going to pay off for us this year.
I know it was just your second win of the season, but it felt like it was important to win that final game because now everyone can carry a little bit of positive vibes and a little bit of momentum throughout the offseason. Was it tangible that last game did mean something?
Yeah, it was exciting. You look at it, it was our senior night. You send the seniors off the right way. And for a lot of kids coming back, we had underclassmen playing, a lot of juniors that were going to be on the field for us. So the ability to win that last one, I think it gave the kids a good taste in their mouth heading into the offseason. Hey, we can accomplish this more in our next season if we continue to do what we did at the end of the year there. So I think it was a great point for sure.
You did graduate a few contributors, but by and large, the team is back. And I think you said you have 9 starters on offense, 9 starters on defense, guys who played a lot last year, went through those struggles, and now I'm sure they want to come out better for it. What have you seen in terms of the growth from where the team was at the end of last year to where they are right now?
You look at all these kids that are coming back on both sides of the ball, Kai Bruno, Brady Smith, Dom Rosenstiel, Keegan Young, Azzy Franklin, Cole Savage, the list goes, Peyton Chismar, the list goes on and on. They've embraced the senior leadership roles, and they've, come to work every single day. They're holding themselves accountable, their teammates accountable, and I think, they took that next step, and they've really embraced, those roles within our team and our program, and I think it's paying off not just for them individually, but for our whole group. So I'm excited for them for their individual senior years, but kind of where they're leading our program. It's been great to watch.
One of the guys who really caught our eye when we came out to camp was Dom Rosenstiel, and we had a chance to talk to him, but I know he's accomplished a lot, both offensively and defensively, even on special teams. So how important is it to have a guy like that who already has proven that he can do it when Friday night comes under the lights?
Dom's been great. He's a dynamic playmaker on both sides of the ball. Led our team in receiving, led our team in tackles. Super hard worker. He sets an example every single day. He shows up. He works hard. So we're excited to have him back for his senior year. And I know we have high expectations for him, and he has high expectations for himself. So we're looking forward to see what he does.
2 kind of off-the-wall questions, but I'm getting to a point. When you played at Hempfield, Were you ever in a quarterback competition?
So there was always kids that I competed with every single year. My sophomore year, I competed against Troy Falk. My junior year and senior year was DeLorean Day. So it was something where you're always kind of battling somebody else to keep your spot, and then you never want to lose it. So it's kind of always a competition.
Do you have a brother?
I do not have a brother.
Okay, well, let me give you this scenario. You're competing against your brother for starting quarterback. How would you handle something like that? Because that's what's happening right now with your team, with Peyton and Brody Chismar.
I would handle it exactly how Peyton and Brody Chismar handle it. They're doing such a phenomenal job. They really are. You talk about two brothers competing for the same spot, and day in and day out, they come to practice ready to work. They have high standards for themselves, and if one has a bad day and one has a good day, and then the next day it flips, they're just coming in ready to compete, ready to work. And we've talked to them both and told them both, we're going to need you both throughout the course of the season. So I really think it's going to be something where, with their approach and how they've attacked it and looked at it as a competition amongst themselves and his brothers, I'm really proud of how they handled it, and I think it's going to help us. Both of them are going to help us throughout the course of this year.
Well, certainly there's proof last year, because you needed both of those guys and Adam DePasquale to all play quarterback. Ideally, I'm sure you want just one guy, but the fact that you have two capable, does that open up different possibilities?
Absolutely. And, you look at it, Brody Chismar for us, he's mobile. He has a different skill set. Peyton's a pocket passer. He's a super strong arm, can make any throw. Peyton's been in the offense a little bit longer, so they each have their own sets of skills that I think we're definitely going to have to use to be successful in offense this year.
What do you think in terms of the offensive and defensive lines where you're at right now? Because I know, obviously, for things to work in the running game or for a quarterback to have sufficient time, he needs that line in front of him to do a job. Do you think that these guys can deliver this year?
No question. We return McGuff for us at center, Franklin for us at guard, and Savage for us at guard. We have Ender Cosgrove, Faust at a tackle, and Aiden Moore's at a tackle, and some guys that have gotten some experience for us. And on the D-line, you have Savage again, Franklin again, Eddie Johnson, McGuff, and then Isaiah Stillwagon. So those are guys that got playing time last year for us, and on at least one side, if not both sides of the ball. So I think that experience for them gives them more confidence coming into their juniors or senior years, and we're really excited for them and what they've shown us so far in the offseason.
And those guys I know got some very valuable reps yesterday going against a much larger team in Hempfield area, both in terms of the classification size and in terms of their physical stature, because they have some big boys in the trenches. You're not playing Hempfield area in week 0 like in the past, but you still get to scrimmage them. I'm sure that kind of means a lot for the players and the communities. What did you take away from that experience?
Yeah, it was a great scrimmage for us, and it was a great scrimmage for Hempfield to get the communities involved in it. And now, while it's not necessarily a week 0 game, just for us to get to go up against that competition and the size of kids they have and the number of kids they have, it was a great scrimmage for us. It's good competition. It's local. It's close. It was fun. Our kids were energized for it. Their kids were energized for it. So it's definitely something we loved, and we're glad we got to do and hopefully get to continue to do going forward.
And, of course, there's a tie-in with you playing at Hempfield area, coaching now at Greensburg Salem. You're not the only person, though. You have Rich Bowen on your staff, the longtime head coach for the Spartans. I know he's a valuable asset. Casey Cavanaugh, the former head man for the Golden Lions as well. You're a younger coach. I would imagine it's a massive benefit to you to have guys who have been doing it for a long, long time at a high level on your staff.
I tell everybody I'm spoiled to have two guys like that have seen so many things, experienced so many things, to just to be able to have them at my disposal to ask questions and give me guidance. I'm so fortunate, and not just for them as coaches, but as people. They help me grow professionally, personally, and I'm so thankful to have them on the staff. I really am.
Greensburg Salem is on a short list of programs that have won 700 games. I know they want to keep adding to that total. The tradition that comes with being a Golden Lion, is it lost on the players, or is it something that they truly do understand?
That's been one of my favorite things so far about this offseason and this group is they really have embraced that. And I think they're bringing back that rich tradition and history, and they kind of have a fire to keep it going. They kind of want to leave their legacy, and they want to leave the program better than they found it. So, and that's a credit to this senior group and what they're trying to accomplish to pass down to the younger groups. So I've been really, really excited with that grit that they've had to kind of bring that back.
And going along with that tradition is your field at Offutt, because we love doing Seton Hill games and Greensburg Salem games there, but it's a little bit of a throwback because so many schools now, they just have a field at the high school. Having that in downtown Greensburg, it's a special environment. What do you like most about when your team takes the field at Offutt?
I'll tell you what, it's a special place to have it in the heart of Greensburg like that, and just to get to see everything around it. You look around, and it's just a beautiful place to play football on Friday night. So we're super thankful and appreciative they get to have that spot and location, and it's been great to us.
Your team remains in 3A and in the Interstate Conference, but the conference itself has changed a little bit. Out is Bell Vernon area, the defending state champions. Also South Allegheny, the last place team, dropped out. So the 4 middle teams remain, and then you get a couple of other teams from Westmoreland County that elevate up in Yough and Derry area. How do you handicap it, and what do you like most about the conference?
I think one of the best things is the proximity of the games. To get to play all these games in a close 30-minute radius, I think that's great for the communities to go out to games in conference now on Friday nights, and you're not looking at an hour, 10-minute drive. I think, that's great, and I think it's some games that we've already played before. You're starting to create rivalries with teams you play year in and year out now. We've played Mount Pleasant for the past 3 or 4 years, Southmoreland, now Derry 2 years. So we're looking forward to the new conference and just those close local rivalries.
Fill in the blank. This will be a successful season for Greensburg Salem if?
One of the things we set as a group and as a team in our offseason was we wanted to have a winning record and we wanted to make the playoffs. And that's something, I haven't had a winning record in over 10 years at Greensburg and haven't made the playoffs in almost 5 years at Greensburg. So the kids have really embraced that. It's something we keep talking about to keep refocusing us. And I think we have a really, really good chance to do that this year.
Lastly, a little bit more general, what do you like most about football, whether it was your time as a player or now as a coach? What stands out that makes this sport so special to you?
I'll tell you what, I think it's had such a positive impact on my life, and then, you look, your playing days end and they expire just like they do for everybody, and you look to kind of give that back. And I look, I had guys like Rich Bowen give me an experience like that where I loved playing high school football, and it parlayed into college for me. And, I look at it like now I have an opportunity to maybe do that for some kids and help some kids along the way and create a positive experience for them. So just the atmosphere and the environment and playing in front of your community on a Friday night in a competitive sport like football, I can't think of many things better. So that's been the goal.
Are you going to be getting a message from Dave Kiefer critiquing your interview skills?
I think I went too fast. I think I went way too fast.
Yeah, we're going to finish right on time.
Minutes,
if we went like 25 minutes, that'd be more up his alley. All right, well, we'll end it on that note. So, Ty, thank you so much for doing this. Always enjoy talking to you, and good luck this season.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it.
That is Ty George, the head coach of the Greensburg Salem Golden Lions. When we come back, we will hear from the head man for the Burrell Buccaneers, Sean Liotta, as we continue right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
A lot of events with CSA, it's one of the things I love about this organization, and I'm just so proud of what we do in Westmoreland County, from prevention conferences, veterans conferences, youth summits. We help with national night outs. There's so many different events and things that we've pulled together that have been really cool over the years. The best thing to be involved in the county, this is it. So we have a lot of members and things of that nature, but we are looking for more people to join and be a part of the group that can really be a part of the core team and invest into the community. So.
I am the swiftest creature alive. I can make it. I will make it.
That's where we come in. The Collision Shop by Jason Mignon is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered. Body repairs, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our friendly office staff is happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit thecollisionshopbyjason.com for our complete list of services.
Jonathan Whaley back with you as, once again, the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School College Football Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course is underway. And the next coach I'm going to have the opportunity to talk with about his team and some other things that he's been involved in or a part of since last season when we were talking is none other than the 7th-season head mentor of the Burrell Buccaneers, Sean Liotta. Coach, a pleasure to visit with you. You know that.
Jonathan, you know it's a pleasure. Always is. Glad to be here representing Burrell High School and very thankful
grateful to the Westmoreland Sports Network for hosting this event. It's always a great event every year.
Thank you. Now, Coach, last year the Buccaneers 4-7 overall and 3-4 in Class 2A Allegheny Conference, but you made the WPIL playoffs. However, you took on a very strong team in the first round on the road. That was Mohawk, 42-0 back on November 3rd. But your team is qualified for the playoffs in each of the past 3 seasons. So you're pretty much consistently been making the playoffs, and that's what good programs are able to try to develop, aren't they?
Absolutely. I mean, we're trying to get better each year, and obviously the playoffs is a goal every year, and we'd like to not only make the playoffs but advance in the playoffs now, take that next step. So hopefully we're going to be able to do that. And, it's something where you just have to, be patient. This year we have what I'd consider a young football team, so there's going to be some growing pains there. But our goal is still to get back to those playoffs for sure.
Coach has been a head coach for 14 seasons, but he's been coaching football for 26 years, and it seems like you still get excited and you enjoy putting together a team.
Oh, for sure. I mean, if you weren't enjoying this, you wouldn't do it. I'm blessed. I have the time of my life coaching. I love coaching these kids at Burrell. Great kids, work hard. Really, just love my job there, and look forward to each and every season. Each and every season's a new adventure, and 2024 will be a new adventure for the Burrell Bucks. And it's exciting with the roster size we have, but at the same time, a lot of those players are inexperienced. We have a small senior group, about 8 kids. Some of those are actually injured and out for the year. But we've got about 40 sophomores and freshmen. Okay. So we're looking forward to developing those kids. So it's going to be fun to kind of see how our kids develop and get ready for those Friday night lights.
Well, if you remember, Coach, from being on the show last year, I didn't recognize him when he came in and was coming over to the table where I was chatting with some other coaches. I thought we had one of the members of ZZ Top coming in to replace him.
Yeah, I'm in disguise, like I said, so I can sneak around, I guess. Nobody can recognize me.
Well, in your first season coaching Burrell back in 2018, 18 players, getting back to what you just said, came out for the football team. This year you have 60 players on the roster. My question to you is, what do you think accounts for the rising number of players in the Burrell program since you've been in charge?
Well, I think obviously the direction of the program, the way that you treat your kids, the kids have fun, the kids want to be a part of the program. I mean, your kids are your best ambassadors when you're a coach. A lot of people ask me that. They say, well, how do you get these kids out? How do you increase these numbers? And it's not an old man like myself going around the hallways and grabbing kids and saying, hey, I think you should play football. You should try to play football. It's their buddy in science class telling them, I think you should come play football. It's fun. You'll have a good time. We'd love to have you on the team. Okay. Your players, when you treat your players well and they have a good experience as a part of the program, they're your best ambassadors. Okay. So our players are our best ambassadors for getting more kids on the team.
On the team. Okay. Now, Burrell likes to run their slot T offense. You and I were chatting about it before coming on the air. So having a good offensive line is paramount. So I want to ask you about a couple young men on your returning offensive linemen.
Sure.
Starting with senior number 54, Jacob Wilson, junior number 55, Ryan Rusevich, and sophomore number 66, Aiden Kuhn. Talk a little bit about how important those young men have been in the past and what you were looking for them to contribute this year.
Oh, absolutely. We're going to have to lean on those guys very extensively. They're all excellent players, all excellent young men. I think all have the ability to be dominant football players once they get themselves to where I think they need to be. And they'll have to do that to make up for the loss of all-conference lineman Luke Boylan for the season. It's a senior two-way starter. We lost him for the year. So those guys are going to have to step up and do that. Our tight ends also play a really big role on our offensive line in blocking.
Okay.
And Talon Newcomer is a senior who returns there. Talon Newcomer is an excellent football player. In my opinion, if you're a college coach out there watching, he's a college-level football player. He's got a big frame to him, excellent pass catcher. We don't throw the ball that much, but he has ability as a pass catcher. He has ability on the defensive side of the ball, long wingspan, can do a lot of things. So really, Talon Newcomer is a kid that if I'm a college coach and I've coached at that level and I know what that level looks like and I know the kind of players that you look for at that level, I would be all over Talon Newcomer as a prospect at the next level. So he's a good football player. He's a good football player, yes, for sure.
So he'll definitely be one to keep your eye out when you're watching the Burrell Buccaneers
Absolutely.
Play this year. You don't have any returning stars at running back, so how is that situation stepping up as you go through camp?
Yeah, it's fun. We've got a great young group. I mean, we've got a lot of guys that had success with our JV program. You know, we have Liam Kasavage has been running the ball really hard at fullback. Liam's a kid that you talk about a hard worker. You know, I'll be driving down Leechburg Road there in Lower Burrell on a Sunday to go get a coffee, and I'll see Liam jogging down Leechburg Road with his headphones on, and he's jogging to the gym. Or I've had my daughter Lily, who's a track, you know, she's into track and field, so I'll have her at our stadium doing some track stuff, and it'll be a Sunday afternoon, and he'll randomly be there running the stairs of the stadium, kind of like Rocky. You know what I mean? So this kid, he works hard. I mean, Liam Kasavage is a hard worker. I think he'll do an excellent job. We have Trey Corey is our halfback. Trey was excellent for us on the JV team last year. He's a sophomore. He's a kid I think has a ton of potential for us. And in the scrimmage this past weekend, we had 2 freshmen that kind of sparked a little bit that I'm interested to see. Now, they're freshmen, so it takes a while for a freshman to be able to kind of percolate under those Friday night lights. You know what I mean? And that's Rocco Giannetti, who's a halfback, and then Nassan Jones, who's a fullback and also sees a little bit of time at linebacker. So we are, when I say we are a young football team, we are a young football team. And there's 2 other kids that'll play in the backfield. Vinny Shear, who scored a touchdown on Saturday at the scrimmage, good football player, and Braden Mell, who was our JV quarterback last year, but will play some what we call our tailback position. He just happened to be out for the scrimmage this week. He had a little tweak, you know, something he tweaked, but he'll be back hopefully this week against Springdale, along with our quarterback Stevie Hassan will return from his hand injury this week. And Stevie Hassan's the guy who makes us go. I mean, I can't say enough positive things about Stevie Hassan. He's a great leader. He can throw the football. He's a good passer. It's just what we do is not throw the football a ton. So, but he's a kid. He doesn't complain about it. Never says he's excellent at running our offense. He's excellent at being a leader. He's the kind of quarterback that we want, and we're glad that we have Stevie Hassan there at that spot.
Now, realignment is moving from 2A to 3A. I want to get your thoughts about that, but I remember reading where you were quoted as saying, we're really satisfied with the schedule. Can you amplify a little bit about that?
Oh, yeah. I mean, what else do you want? You know, you go the Friday night experience, and there's nothing like it, particularly the AK Valley. When you get those AK Valley teams together, you know, you have your Highlands, your Valley, your Freeport, Deer Lakes. Those crowds are packed, and the whole communities come together, and they're good football games. They're all going to be good football games. You know, every time you go in, you throw the records out. They're all battles. You know what I mean? So we're expecting each and every one of those to be a true battle.
And, of course, I think in talking to you earlier before we started the interview, it's going to go down to them last game of the season. And unfortunately, if you're in the AK Valley, I think it's going to be 1 or 2 of those teams that'll be battling the last night to see if they can get in.
That's right. I think we'll have some interesting games. I'd love for it to come down to us and Deer Lakes there in the last game for a playoff spot, or you know. But every game means something. You know, the conference, the margin for error in this conference is so small, and you have so many talented teams. You have Imani Christian with the 6 Power 5 kids, and you have East Allegheny still in the conference, who we've battled with every year. Even when we didn't play East Allegheny in our conference, we scrimmaged them every year. So we certainly are very familiar with them. But you have those teams in there, and you add the AK Valley teams. This is a talented conference, you know. I know everybody talks about that one conference in 3A with, you know, and understandably so, with Avonworth and Central Valley and all those teams as being probably the strongest. Right. But I think as far as competitive, each and every night in our conference is going to be a battle.
Yep, and I tell you what, folks, you definitely want to come out and see some of those battles, because as the coach is mentioning, those AK Valley schools, when they're playing each other, it creates a great environment on a Friday night to watch that high school football games. Coach, I want to change gears a little bit from the field stuff and talk a little bit about, you begin the 2024 season serving at 2 games suspension due to getting ejected during your playoff game at Mohawk last season. Your brother Jeremy will serve as your interim head coach for those first 2 games. How has that situation impacted, number one, your preparation for this season? And share some thoughts about that whole experience, because I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to come on, you know, and share with the viewers what happened there.
Sure. Well, you know, that's a situation where an unfortunate incident occurred. where I had to ensure my job as a coach is to protect my football players. So, there was an issue there that I had to make sure that those young men, my job is to protect them. That's my duty first and foremost, and that's what I had to do in that situation. So, unfortunately, I was given a supplemental ejection at halftime of that game for it, and I will have to serve a 2-game suspension, which I accept. I accept the suspension, and we'll move on from there.
Okay.
And that's why I grew the beard, so I can sneak into the game. No, I'm just kidding. The PIAA, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to sneak into the game. I'm going to be nowhere near there. I'm going to go watch Shadyside.
Okay.
Play Greensburg Central Friday night.
Okay.
That's because we play Shadyside week 2.
Okay.
So I'm going to go watch Shadyside and Greensburg Central and have a nice, relaxing Friday night. And I'm going to sit in the stands, and I'm going to get to do what everybody does to me, yell at a coach. So I'll yell at another coach about throw the ball or run the ball. Maybe I'll do that.
Yep.
No, I'm just kidding. But that is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to yell at the coach.
Okay.
But as far as the preparation, nothing changes with the preparation.
Okay.
I mean, I'm still doing all the game planning. I'm still at practice every day. The work of a football coach is at practice.
Mm-hmm.
I just miss out on the fun part.
The fun part.
The games are the fun part.
Right.
And I hate that I miss that because I get to miss our players performing.
Right.
And that's what you want. You want to see your players go out there and perform, and be there for your players. So it's going to kill me that I can't be there, but it is what it is. We'll move on. We move on from there and we go forward, and it's a learning experience for everybody, I guess, as you say. And it'll be weird for me sitting in the stands
on a Friday night.
Of a Friday night high school football game.
How many years
it's not
would you
happened?
say?
It's not happened.
It's never happened in your coaching career.
It's never. I've never not been on a Friday night field since I was 18 years old. So that's going to be. I don't even know what you do. I guess you go to the ticket booth and go in and all that. Yeah, I guess I'm going to find out.
You're going to find that out. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But one other thing, in talking about that, the suspension, and now I think I've lost my train of thought on that. But anyway, let's change gears. The annual Battle of the Bridge game is October 4th at Valley High School.
Oh, yeah.
Valley Burrell, bitter rivals for decades and decades. This year, they're back in the same conference game as well as a rivalry game. Now, Burrell has won the last 4 straight in this battle.
5. I'll stop you. It's 5.
5. Okay.
That was an error in the trib.
Okay.
Trib made an error. Yeah,
Okay.
believe me, it's 5. I know.
All right.
I know.
Thank you. 5 straight versus Valley. How about sharing some of your thoughts about the rivalry and something that you told me one time about before you can call it a rivalry, one team has to eventually win a game, right?
I knew you'd bring that up. So I think the rivalry means a lot to our kids. It means a lot to both communities. I think it's just something where there's a lot of respect. There's a very mutual respect. So I'll say this, in all my years of being involved with the Burrell Valley rivalry, it's a very healthy rivalry. There's no disrespect. There's no ill feelings. It's on the field. You compete like heck on that field for 4 quarters. At the end of the day, you shake each other's hands and you have nothing but respect. And we have a lot of respect for Valley. I have a lot of respect for Mark Adams and what he and his staff are trying to do over there and get them jump started. And we're always weary of their ability. They have a lot of ability over there. And I do think whenever Valley's able to put it all together, there'll be a scary team. I hope they don't get it put together for a while. So it's but we don't plan on losing that rivalry anytime soon. Okay. So I guess you could still not call it a rivalry.
All right. Well, Coach, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming and being a part again this year of our 13th annual preview show here at Manor Valley. You're always very candid, very thought-provoking. Talk about what being a coach is all about and what it means to stand up for your kids. And these are some of the values that sports is really supposed to be about, beyond just who wins the most games.
Well, that's what it's about. I mean, the bulbs, if you worry about the bulbs on the scoreboard as a coach and what that scoreboard says when it's over, you're not going to be very successful. It's the key is, how are you impacting kids? Mm-hmm. Like, how are we impacting young people and using football as a vehicle to do that? The scoreboard takes care of itself. I hate to break it to people. 99% of the time on a Friday night, the team that's better wins. Mm-hmm. I don't care what kind of plays they run. Yeah. I don't care what offense, defense, whatever. 99% of the time, high school football, the better team flat out wins. It is what it is. It's high school football. Okay? But how are you impacting those kids Monday through Friday? You know what I mean? It's not just the game day. It's not just what that scoreboard says. A lot of people lose sight of that, and I think they lose sight of what high school athletics are all about.
That's a good way to end the interview. Coach Sean Liotta of the Burrell Buccaneers, thank you for being here with us. Our show continues right after we take this break. You're watching the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Preview Show. Thank you, Coach.
My pleasure.
We'll be right back.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai for huge summer savings. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Tucson for just $259 a month, or 2.99% financing for 60 months, plus $500 bonus cash. All vehicles are backed by the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Your next golf adventure awaits at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export. Manor Valley offers 18 scenic holes over gentle sloping fairways and the purest putting surfaces around. Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is the perfect place to host your next golf outing, banquet party, or shower. Manor Valley also offers league play and great membership rates. Tee times available. Call 724-744-4242. Visit ManorValleyGC.com.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
2024 was a tale of two seasons for Mount Pleasant area, as the Vikings had a 5-game winning streak that was offset by them losing 4 of their final 5, including a lopsided playoff loss against West Mifflin. But with a 4-year starter returning at quarterback and plenty of options at ball carrier, the Vikings hope to not only get back to the playoffs, but to win a game in the postseason. That quarterback is Colt Chatfield, who sought time as a 9th grader and who has thrown for nearly 2,500 combined yards over the past 2 years. While his arm has allowed the Vikings to be two-dimensional, they still want to keep the identity of their rushing attack.
I believe so. I think teams underestimate the fact that we can throw the ball if we have to, but we would much rather run it right down your throat.
As always in the wing tee, multiple players will get a chance to run the football, including Garrett Eicher and Brody Hutter, each of whom surpassed 400 yards in 2023. Additionally, Jarrett Garn is expected to shift from receiver into the backfield, perhaps filling a role similar to that of the graduated Dante Giulianardo. It's an opportunity Garn is ready for.
I embrace it by always taking every single play to the max ability that you can, and also being open to those plays, because you might not be getting the ball, but you also still have to take that as, I need to block for the person who is.
The Vikings' inexperienced offensive line will need to grow up quickly under the guidance of head coach Jason Fizikis, while the defense, led by linebacker Logan Parson, must be more stout than during their skid last year.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Here at Southmoreland, the postseason has become the norm in recent years. Again, the Scotties made the playoffs last year, but despite 6 wins, they were one and done in the playoffs. They graduated their top passer, rusher, and receiver from a year ago, but reinforcements are on the way, and with a star freshman quarterback, many believe the best days are yet to come. Gone are Caden Kiefer, Ty Keffer, and Dejon Craigett, but Southmoreland won't be devoid of talent at the skill positions this year. After battling throughout the summer, heralded 9th grader Anthony Smith will start at QB, and his physical tools already has college scouts taking notice, and his fellow Scotties believing the offense won't miss a beat.
Oh yeah, it's definitely new for him and something different, but I mean, he's proven himself pretty well so far in the 7-on-7s, and I think he should be good. And like as a senior receiver, like I try to help lead him and stuff. And
he's very mature for his age, and he has a really good strong arm. So I think he could be a solid quarterback.
Elliot Primus, who previously played tight end, looks to replace some of the production achieved by Keffer at receiver. Another promising freshman, Jackson Mickens, could also be a factor in the passing game, while Ethan Shawley, Cameron Phillips, and Cam Lee should all see snaps at running back. It's on the defensive side that many of those same players could have their biggest impact, however.
Well, my role, I'm going to be a little bit of everywhere. I think I'm going to be playing a lot of safety this year, which is going to be fun for me, something different. Last year I was mostly at DN, but I'm just excited to get to it.
I think we returned a lot on our defense. We lost one, Gabe Kuboski, with his ACL, but I think our defense this year could be top in the WPIAL.
If Southmoreland plays in any close games, they like their odds with strong leg kicker Jake Kaler back in the mix. After finishing third in a 3A interstate last year, the Scotties believe they can ascend higher, especially with defending champion Bell Vernon area moving up, and after Southmoreland took Elizabeth forward to the limit. Coach Tim Bukowski has developed a culture that could yield the first postseason win in program history.
I was ineligible last year to play in our playoff game, but I believe that we definitely have the talent and we should be able to get past the first round.
The Scotties open their season at home in Week 0 as they welcome the Valley Vikings. They'll also be at home for their first conference matchup as newcomer Derry Area comes to Alverton. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
All right, thank you for staying with us as once again the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School Football College Preview Show continues from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, Pennsylvania. And the next coach that I have the opportunity to ask some questions, give you opportunity to get some of his insight and thoughts about his program and upcoming season is the head mentor of the Southmoreland Scotties, Tim Bukowski. He's in his third year as the head coach at Southmoreland. Last season, the Scotties went 6-5 overall and 3-2 in the Class 3A Interstate Conference. They have made the playoffs now in 4 of the past 6 years, and before that, it was a long dry spell. I'm sure Southmoreland fans would remember, including 3 consecutive playoff years in a row under Coach Bukowski. One stumbling block remains, however, and that is they have not yet won a playoff game in 60 years of football at Southmoreland. So, Coach, I want to thank you for coming and being part of our program again this year. And talk a little bit about the scrimmage yesterday. You were in Highlands, and that's out close to my neck of the woods as far as where the district is. And talk about your impressions. Good things happened, some things you were still got concerns?
Yeah, the first time we scrimmaged Highlands,
Okay.
we had been going with Brentwood for, I think they said, over 20 years.
Okay.
So, yeah, Highlands, it happened real late. We figured out we're going to play Highlands, and it turned out to be a great scrimmage for both teams. I think, from our perspective, we have a freshman at quarterback, so first time in the pads and getting out there live in a varsity, situation. And, I thought our offensive line performed well. We have 4 out of 5 starters back there, and those guys did a nice job. I thought our run game, we executed, pretty good. And, even though I'm considered more of a passing type coach, I know in Western PA you better be able to run the football.
Indeed.
So, yeah. And then the thing I've been talking to most people about all year is I think this is the best defensive team we've had in the 7 years I've been here.
Well, Coach, that leads right into the next question. If you were reading my mind, when I was reading up about your team and some of the thoughts you had shared publicly, you said just how excited you are about how this team can be so, well, I won't say much better, but be very good. And, some coaches, even if they've got a full house of talent, they find a way to, kind of poo-poo. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Oh, yeah, well, we got this great running back, we got this great defensive lineman, but maybe. But from what I read, you think that this team that you just said could be the best team that you've ever put up there at Southmoreland.
Yeah, I mean, we got a lot back, as like I said, defensively, we got, all conference guys at each level. Ethan Shawley had 134 tackles last year back in the middle. We actually have a sophomore who's starting next to him. We moved Stanley Chapman, who was another linebacker, to defensive end, and this Dawson Wolf, who's really looking good as a sophomore, just a tough guy. We saw it last year, but now it's just he's just blossomed. We can't keep him out.
Is that right?
You just got to get him on the field. And we got a guy like Elliot Primus, who was first team all conference both ways last year, and our defensive coordinator, Coach Woj, has been moving him around a lot because we have so many defensive edge players. we have Elliott playing a little bit of outside backer, some safety, and some on the edge. So he's going to be really versatile for us this year. We did have a big loss in the offseason. Gabe Kubuski, who was first-team All-Conference as a safety, 6'2", 190, worked really hard in the offseason. He would have started both ways, tore an ACL on just running a route at practice. So it was a tough loss, and it's going to be tough to replace. But we really feel that we have the toughness that you need for Friday nights now all over the field on defense.
Now, graduation took a few terrific playmakers from your team. That's what I'm talking about. You go from some talented kids that graduated. Among them was your tailback, Dejon Craggett. And, of course, that's part of the Craggett family that has some pretty good running backs coming out of that family. Ty Kiefer, wide receiver, and then Kadeen Kiefer, brothers.
Yeah. So no relatives. Actually, one is Keffer, and the other's Kiefer.
Okay.
But Keffer led the Whippeal as a junior with 71 catches, and I had 55 last year. All-conference guy, just phenomenal hands. He's going to play basketball at UPG, and Kiefer did a nice job at quarterback the last 2 years. Put up good numbers and ran the system well. And then Craggett, you mentioned, you don't replace a Dejon Craggett. He's just a special talent. He's going to play for CalU, and they're very excited to have him. He went and played in the All-Star games, and he just tore it up. He's kind of irreplaceable. We're using 3 or 4 guys to replace him, and they're all competent backs, but he was really explosive.
Now, one of the things I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about is you've had a change in the quarterback position since camp. Some people may have heard about it, but maybe talk a little about it. I think it was Caden Matheson, the young man that left, and Andy Smith is one player that you think the sky's the limit for him. Talk a little about that quarterback situation.
Yeah, Caden Matthews was in the system for a couple of years. Great young man, very intelligent, high honor student, and it was a good competition. Both guys are very capable, and it just came down to, Anthony is just, we feel, and the coaches, and based on, even college, Division I college is already looking at him, that he was the guy, and Caden wanted to be a starter, so he transferred. Apparently he's going to play for Connellsville, and we wish him well, good young man. But we're excited about Anthony. I mean, 32 years of football. I've never had a guy that can throw a football like this, especially as a freshman. 65 yards in the air. He sees the field. He's played a ton of 7-on-7, and, he's just ready. He's ready to be the guy. The last test was, how's he going to do in the scrimmage? And he threw a couple touchdowns, no interceptions, and he throws a catchable football, and he's starting to become more of a leader. That's what we have to do, grow him as a leader. But we think the sky's the limit, and obviously with the Division I coaches already showing interest, we're hoping that that happens for him someday.
Any changes in your offensive and defensive schemes from a year ago, Coach?
Yeah, defensively, we played a 3-4 last year, and we went to a 4-3 look. Just based on personnel, we have another freshman, Jackson Mickens, who is a Geibel football player who's playing for us, and just explosive, strong, and we just felt with Jackson and with Chapman and Primus, and we have so many edge guys that we had to go to that 4 look, and then still play the Shawleys and the guys behind them. But yeah, more of a 4-3, and offensively we're pretty much the same.
What are your thoughts about the Interstate Conference? I know that Yough is back in there with you. I know you were talking with Coach Ben Hoffer earlier tonight. Your thoughts about the Interstate Conference? It's always a pretty difficult one.
Yeah. The exciting thing is, it's all the local schools. Mm-hmm. So we all know each other, with Yough and Mount Pleasant and us and Greensburg Salem. And, I know all the guys at Elizabeth Forward because John and I coached together. He was on my staff here. And Derry, has some exciting players coming up. So I think it's going to be a competitive conference. We look forward to the matchups weekly. And, again, it's nice that you don't have to travel.
I was going to ask you about that. Yes.
Yeah, we're close. So I think it's going to be good football for everybody on Friday nights.
Coach, you mentioned 32 years in coaching high school football. I'll ask you this question. What do you still enjoy the most about it after 32 years on those sidelines?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of it's the camaraderie with the coaches, just the staff, and you become a family and work together. But each year's a new challenge, and seeing these young men work all year, it's different than when I played. Or our coaches showed up in August and we played 10 games and it was over. Well, these guys are together year round, and losing some of the guys we mentioned, but getting these new freshmen brings new life, and it's going to be exciting for me to see these guys through. And it's just the love of the game. I have it, and so does my staff.
So no thoughts at all about when you step down because you love it so much, right? As long as you have the good health, right?
Right. Not in the immediate future, we're here to win, and we have 15 freshmen, and we plan on seeing those guys through.
Okay. How's your numbers in? I'm glad you brought that up. Higher than normal, about the same?
Yeah, a little bit higher. We have 43.
Okay.
We got a couple guys injured, so it would have been around 45. So a good number. It's a nice number to work with to put out a good JV team and varsity wise. And when we started there, we've probably added 17 or 18 to that number. So we're happy with the growth. And the middle school has 37 players in the 2 grades. So the system's in a good spot.
Pretty good shape. Now the Scotties will open their season Friday night at home at Russ Grimm Stadium against the Valley Vikings, 7 p.m. in a week 0 game. And interesting to note is Valley's is coached by a former Southmoreland head coach prior to you, Mark Adams. So you coach Mark Adams, have any connection? Or?
Yeah, we've gotten to know each other a little bit. He was at Yough as an assistant. Okay. So he's been back to Southmoreland as an assistant coach.
Okay.
So we've played them, and I've gotten to know him a little bit through that, and the 7-on-7s up at Latrobe. So we're looking forward to the game. I'm sure it'll be a competitive game, and we're excited just to get going. We're excited for Friday.
And it won't be long, Coach. Yeah. Coach Tim Jukowski joining us here on our preview show from Manor Valley Golf Course. We thank him. Coach, it's my first opportunity to interview. I enjoyed it. It was a pleasure.
I enjoyed it. Thank you very much. We appreciate what you guys do. It's any coverage for Southmoreland and high school football is a good thing. So thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And that's one of the interesting points that you just made is that we're trying to promote, high school sports in Westmoreland County. And, there's a lot of schools out there. We try to get as many as we can, usually around 19 or 20. And then occasionally you find some that if they want to promote their kids, it's hard to get them to show up.
Yeah, no, we want all the publicity we can get because Southmoreland hasn't gotten it a lot through the years. So we're trying to get everybody in the Whitfield to know where we're at.
Well, you'll have to give me a text about the parade. When you make the playoffs this year and win that first playoff game, I'd have to come out to Southmoreland.
You're going to have to be the grandmaster.
All right then. I would do that, Coach. Right. Coach Tim Jukowski, you're welcome. So we'll take a break. We'll come back with more of our 2023 Westmoreland County High School Football and College Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course.
At Smale Kia, we know that winning takes hard work, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. By sponsoring Shining Stars, we'll select 2 teams each season to help fund their booster programs. Rewarding their hard work, athletic progress, and community service is an investment we're proud to make. Congrats to our previous Shining Star winners, and good luck. And speaking of excellence, lease a 2024 Kia Forte LXS for only $99 a month from Smale Kia.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual Fungo-Man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks, enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
2024 was a tale of 2 seasons for Mount Pleasant area as the Vikings had a 5-game winning streak that was offset by them losing 4 of their final 5, including a lopsided playoff loss against West Mifflin. But with a 4-year starter returning at quarterback and plenty of options at ball carrier, the Vikings hope to not only get back to the playoffs, but to win a game in the postseason. That quarterback is Cole Chatfield, who sought time as a ninth grader and who has thrown for nearly 2,500 combined yards over the past 2 years. While his arm has allowed the Vikings to be two-dimensional, they still want to keep the identity of their rushing attack.
I believe so. I think teams underestimate the fact that we can throw the ball if we have to, but we would much rather run it right down your throat.
As always in the wing tee, multiple players will get a chance to run the football, including Garrett Eicher and Brody Hutter, each of whom surpassed 400 yards in 2023. Additionally, Jarrett Garn is expected to shift from receiver into the backfield, perhaps filling a role similar to that of the graduated Dante Giulianardo. It's an opportunity Garn is ready for.
I embrace it by always taking every single play to the max ability that you can, and also being open to those plays, because you might not be getting the ball, but you also still have to take that as, I need to block for the person who is.
The Vikings' inexperienced offensive line will need to grow up quickly under the guidance of head coach Jason Fizikis, while the defense, led by linebacker Logan Parson, must be more stout than during their skid last year.
Well, we're really focused on our run defense because towards the end of the year last year we gave up, our coach was saying like 1,500 yards towards the end of the season, so we were really focusing on that, on tackling and just kind of basic fundamentals.
Defending state champion Bell Vernon area exited the 3A Interstate Conference, leaving Elizabeth Forward as the favorites. The Vikings are now determined to take it at least a step further than a year ago.
You know, we've established the time that I was here the winning program again. That's the first checkbox. The next checkbox is making it past the first round of the playoffs, having a better record, and most importantly, just giving all we got every single game. I think last year, towards the end of the season, we really didn't do that, and that's what caused us to kind of fall off the way we did, and that didn't sit well with me.
The Vikings open 2024 with a couple of road games at Jeannette and at Greensburg Central Catholic in the non-conference. The big one circled on the calendar for Mount Pleasant, October 11th at home against Southmoreland. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
D'Annunzio's Italian Restaurants is open 7 days a week at all 3 of our locations, Jeannette, Monroeville, and Latrobe. We invite you to join us for our specials. Monday, the special is spaghetti. Tuesday, it's raviolis. Wednesday, it's lasagna. And Thursday, it's chicken parmesan or chicken romano. Be sure to try our drink specials and our fabulous desserts. And remember, we also have takeout available at all 3 locations.
We welcome you back to Manor Valley Golf Course here in X Sports. Sean Myers now joined by the head man for the Mount Pleasant area Vikings, Jason Fizikis. And Jason, another chance to talk to you. I get a chance multiple times every year to chat. Always enjoy it. First off, I know before we look ahead to this year, you want to look back at last year. Probably not the finish that you wanted for the season. It was a really good start. You had a 5-game winning streak, but ultimately lost 3 of your final 4 of your final 5, actually. When you think back, was there anything that changed on the players' end? Was it something that you think is correctable, or is it kind of just circumstances, including some untimely injuries?
Well, I think when you combine some of those factors, first of all, we went through a stretch playing some really good teams, had a couple kids go down with injury. That never helps things, you know. But I think it's just our focus has to be more on the end of the season, that, you know, starting now, we want to be getting better each week so that we're playing our best football at the end of the year. And it's certainly a point of focus of how we're trying to address things this season.
So ultimately, what does need to happen for the Vikings to be playing their best once you get to the end of October and potentially into November?
I think a big part of it is just keeping the focus. I mean, keep the focus that you want your games to be meaningful at the end of the season. You know, I think by keeping that focus and trying to improve yourself and get better every week, those are the little things that we're going to try to make an improvement at the end.
I know one thing that's going to help that cause is a experienced quarterback. And Cole Chatfield, now a 4-year guy. He saw time as a freshman, and he has been the man the last 2 years. No doubt that that's a benefit for any head coach to have experience at that position. How will Cole benefit the team as a whole?
Well, you know, first of all, Cole's just a great kid, a real tough kid. Also plays very well for us on defense. I think that goes overlooked sometimes. But, you know, when you have that experienced kid like that, it's such a valuable thing. You know, with the reads we ask him to make in the RPO game and everything like that, I think Cole has really said he's going to have a fantastic year. So we definitely are looking to him to be one of our main drivers this year.
There's some teams every year you kind of expect are going to play a certain style, and I think for many years, Mount Pleasant with the wing T, you think of a team that's going to run the football first and foremost. I think of Ligonier Valley as a team that wants to run the football. But really, when you look at the numbers, Chatfield threw for nearly 1,300 yards last year. So does it make it a more balanced offense, and does it change how you approach the offensive side of the game having a guy like him?
Yeah, it does add a little balance to it, and again, we still really believe in running the football. It's just what we believe in, and I think sometimes that running games help set up some of those throw numbers like that. And like I said just a minute ago there, with Cole being able to make reads with off of the run game to make some throws, I think is pretty valuable to have.
Well, you lost some good guys from the backfield, Dante Gillinardo, Jackson Hutter, but you return a heck of a lot. And I know you feel like that might be your best position on this team is the running backs. You have so many guys who have already proven it and a couple more that you think are going to break out. So what are the expectations for that group?
Well, I expect the group to be really good for us, honestly. I think not only are the kids that are going to line up in the first huddle, but the depth is outstanding as well. So with Brody Hutter and Jarrett Gorn, the sprinter that we moved from wide receiver into the backfield is going to make a difference. Garrett Eicher is a kid that played for us last season right? And then another kid, Stephen Perdina, was a young kid last year that didn't play much because of injury. So I think we got some depth there, and I think all those kids are going to give us something.
I hear the name Hutter, I hear the name Eicher, and it's like we've called those names a dozen different times over the years. It really does seem more with Mount Pleasant than just about any other school we cover. You get brothers, you get relatives. It's a family tradition going back generations. What's special about Mount Pleasant football that has so many of these same families, so many of these same names year after year after year?
I think it is kind of unique, and I joke sometimes the last couple of years when I would yell, "Hey, Eicher," 14 kids would turn around and look at you. But to have those connections, and I think it goes back just to the Mount Pleasant community, and I think people still, really value football and care about the program. So when you can have those families over time involved with that, I think it does add and make it a little bit more special.
We talk about quarterback, we talk about running backs. Those are the positions that get all the attention. They accumulate all those big stats that everyone looks at in the box score. But I think you in particular, as much as any coach we know, takes pride in the play of the offensive line. So why is that so important? How do you think that group's going to perform?
Well, it's just part of what we believe in and just kind of how, my mindset was with my experience with football. But always believe it starts up front on both sides of the ball, And I always say if you're bad up front, you're going to be bad everywhere. So we always try to make a focus there of making that a strong point of the team, And if you can get that figured out up front with the kids that we have in the backfield, I think it kind of sets you up to have a pretty decent season.
So you had the opportunity to scrimmage against Indiana, and I know you said that's a program you've gone against many, many years, so you made the trek up to Indiana County. What were the takeaways from that scrimmage?
Well, the longer I've been in coaching, I just don't get too excited one way or another over a scrimmage. We get a lot of good work with Indiana every year, get a lot of reps, we get a lot of tape that we can use, and we'll use that to see what we're good at and what we got to improve on. And the big challenge now is what are we going to do on Monday and how are we going to start getting better from that film. So, we had a lot of good takeaways from that scrimmage. At the same time, there's a lot of things that we have to work on. So, for us, it's part of that process of developing a good season, and how we talked in the beginning about being good at the end of the year. I just think it's one step in that process.
We at the Westmoreland Sports Network love the Interstate Conference because it's the majority of teams are from Westmoreland County. And although one in Belle Vernon area left, along with South Allegheny, two more joined with Derry Area and Yough. So it's a little bit different, but you, Elizabeth Forward, Southmoreland remain, as does Greensburg Salem. How do you handicap it, and what are sort of the objectives in the conference?
Well, I like it. Number one, I just think the history with all the programs, how we're all local to each other. I just think it's going to be great football on those Friday nights. I think that conference is shaping up to be pretty competitive from top to bottom. And I think a lot of those teams have the chance that they could be real competitive every week. So it'll be interesting to see how it shakes out and who ends up being on top of that section.
I know coaches always had to focus on the next game, or in your case, the first game. But ultimately, it could come down to the committee this year deciding what team gets into the playoffs. So we know 3 teams will get in, and then there's a chance for a wild card. This is the first year that it's not based on Gardner points or a set-in-stone formula. It will be committee's choice for the wild card. And last year, as the number 4 team, you would have potentially been in that conversation. Have you had any thoughts about that or any feedback from how this might differ from prior years?
Well, to be honest with you, not really. I mean, I'm aware of the situation, but, I think really the focus needs to be on what you're doing every week, right? And hopefully we can take care of things so that we don't have to be put in any situation. So it would be nice just to kind of take control of our own situations, what we're going to try to do.
Well, to continue on that, what goals have you established for your team here in 2024?
We always, over the years, I got into telling the kids that, at the end of the season, I think it's really important that your games are just meaningful, that you got something to play for at the end. So while you're setting expectations high, you got to have some, got to be somewhat realistic with that as well. So we're just going to set ourselves to get better every week, and hopefully at the end of the season, our games mean something, and we can get on a run, and try to finish on a high note.
Lastly, it's got to be pretty cool for you that your addition to the coaching staff you know pretty well. It happens to be your son, a former player at Mount Pleasant. He comes on, and I know he's going to be a big addition because you don't have a ton of assistant coaches. He's probably going to be thrust into some pretty important roles. So what's that dynamic like, and how excited are you to have Jake on staff?
Well, how we talked earlier, even before we got on camera, I mean, it's just hard finding coaches these days and finding good coaches, So my son's in a position with his work where he's going to be available, and he obviously went through a program and knows what to expect. So he's going to fit in because, even when I coached him, he knows he's going to do what he's told to do. And I think he really cares about Viking football, so he'll be a good fit for us. And he got a chance to learn some pretty good coaches, so I think he'll fit in pretty nice.
Do you think long term this is something that he wants to do?
I think it depends on what his schedule and availability is going to be like, but honestly, I haven't really talked about it much. We were going through the summer, and he had volunteered with our junior high program for a couple years, so it was just almost a natural thing just to move him up. So we're worried about getting through this year. We'll talk about next year after that.
Well, hopefully it is a good year for the Vikings, Jason. Thanks, as always, for taking the time to do this.
Yeah, sure thing. I appreciate you having me.
That is Jason Fazikis, the head coach of the Mount Pleasant area Vikings. We'll take a quick break here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. When we return to Manor Valley, it will be Derry area head coach Mike Arone right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At M&M Trucking in Latrobe, your shipment is our top priority. M&M Trucking provides a fleet of trucks capable of moving one or many loads of freight, concentrating in steel, lumber, mulch, concrete, precast forms, and more. M&M Trucking hauls loads to both warehouse facilities and direct-to-construction job sites. Call 724-539-1044 or visit lmmtrucking.com. M&M Trucking, spanning 3 decades, keeping pace with today's transportation industry.
Innate Fitness in Latrobe wants to help change your game. Innate uses a unique training experience utilizing professional creativity that will challenge each and every one of your fitness levels. Innate Fitness has several affordable programs to fit your budget. Join Innate today and take advantage of their strength, conditioning, weight loss, and flexibility programs. Let them put a plan together for you with a free evaluation. Also be sure to check out Innate's athletic training, baseball, and softball services. Online at InnateFitnessLatrobe.com or stop on in and see our beautiful facility located on Main Drive in Latrobe.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
After going winless in 2022, it was quite a turnaround season for the Derry area Trojans last year. They won 5 games and made the WPIAL playoffs. In order to replicate that success this year, however, they have a couple of big challenges. First, they must replace 1,000-yard rusher Ahmad Ward while also moving up to Class 3A. Leading receiver Damari Robinson becomes the focal point of the offense this year, as he could also get touches at running back and quarterback. Regardless of where he lines up, Robinson is hungry to get back to the postseason.
It meant a lot to the team and the community to be back in the playoffs, and what it is building on just us going back to the playoffs and winning this year.
Brady Brown, Justin Papuga, and Brett Klim could also get touches from the backfield, while Brandon Robinson returns to the sport after a year away, and he'll provide another big play threat. The player tasked with getting all of them the ball is QB Anthony Sacco, who fills the void left by the graduation of Mason Beeman. Ultimately, though, the Trojans know that they will have to win in the trenches, especially with hulking Aiden Piper anchoring the offensive line, while the defensive unit appears particularly stout along the line.
I feel like our defensive line is really going to stand out. They're going to help us make plays, fill gaps, and help us make tackles.
They're good. They're older guys, and they're better. They got better every year.
Behind that D-line, Brown has already become a special player at linebacker, while Clem and Damari Robinson will be paramount to the Trojans' secondary success. After struggling against the elite teams in Class 2A, Derry must now contend with the 3A Interstate, which includes heavy favorite EF, along with 4 other Westmoreland County teams that appear evenly pitted. Head coach Mike Arone is hopeful that his squad will have the intangibles to prove that last season wasn't a one-year wonder.
Definitely. I think our team has more heart this year. I can just tell these young guys, they want to step up. Older guys want the young guys to step up and do their best, and they're just helping everyone out here.
For the first time in several years, Derry Area will not open with Greater Latrobe in Week 0. Rather, they'll play neighboring Ligonier Valley on the road. Their conference opener in the Interstate Conference will be at Southmoreland. This training camp preview is sponsored by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
We believe banking is about more than money. It's about moments, like the time you opened your AmeriServe checking account to deposit that first paycheck, or were handed the keys to your dream house. Then there's the time you spend planning to make your family's future a bright one. No matter where life takes you, you have a trusted team of professionals at AmeriServe to guide you. AmeriServe, banking for life. Learn more at ameriserve.com. AmeriServe Financial, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And we are back here on the 2024 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show, and we are transitioning here to, we're staying in Class 3A and talking with the head coach of the Derry Area Trojans, Mike Arone. Dan Flickinger in for John Flickinger. First of all, Coach, he is on a Disney cruise. Can you believe that? He actually prioritized a cruise with his family over this show. Unbelievable.
That's incredible to me, Dan. And he texted me this morning apologizing and said he sent you a list of questions.
He did. I threw him away.
So I gave him a little bit of crap for that. But, yeah, good for him. That's got to be amazing on a Disney cruise. So I'm actually kind of jealous.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he should have invited us, I guess, but he didn't. So
yeah, I mean,
I'll look forward to talking to John, a little more during the season.
Yeah, I was going to say you'll be sick of him by Week 5 anyway. So the Trojans snapped a long winless streak last year, a win over Greensburg Salem early in the year, and then they played in the postseason for the first time since 2019, losing to McGuffey in the first round. Derry finished 5-6 overall and 4-3 in the Interstate Conference. And Coach, if you could reflect a little bit back on last year, certainly a major step in the right direction for your football program.
Yeah, it was definitely a step forward. So we were proud of our kids. It was great for our community. I did tell our kids this year, and right after the season was over when we met with our team, that it was great and the community was loving it, but 5-6 isn't even average. It's not mediocre, and our goal is not to be mediocre. So we'll take the step forward, but we want to continue to move forward and be better. So 5-6 was a good start to a build of a program, but we're looking for bigger and better things moving forward.
Well, and looking back at that playoff game, Mike, you guys were right in it, and I know that there were some drives maybe you didn't, finish with touchdowns, in that game. I know you crossed the 50-yard line a couple times, so that had to be encouraging, as well. Not only did you get into a playoff game, but it certainly wasn't a runaway.
No, we struggled in the first half. I think we went in at halftime. We were down 25-0. We came back out. We made some adjustments, and our kids never quit. We put 13 points on the board rather quickly, so we were back in the game. And then a couple turnovers kind of derailed that, and ultimately we lost. I believe it was 25-13, but we were real proud of the way our kids finished and responded after putting themselves in a hole early in that game.
Well, I mentioned the Interstate Conference, and how good does it feel to be back in Class 3A, having a number of familiar opponents? You're back playing against Mount Pleasant, Yough, Greensburg, Salem, those teams, and a lot less travel too for everybody this year in that conference.
Yeah, I'm going to echo what the coaches before me had said. I was listening to them, and the travel thing is great. Our farthest game is probably 45 minutes away. It's really good. A couple of those teams I'm still not familiar with. Mount Pleasant I've never played. Elizabeth Ford I've never played. Southmoreland, Yough, and Salem were in our non-conference games. So I am familiar with them. But my coaching staff is familiar with those teams because I have some old Derry guys on my staff that know those teams. So that's good. We're really looking forward to it. We think it's a great conference, and it's going to be competitive every week.
After getting the Trojans back to the postseason last year again, Coach, since 2009, the last time you were there, were you able to get more overall numbers this year? Do you feel maybe a little bit more of an energy around the program right now?
Our numbers are about the same. We have mid-40s. We were actually up to the 50s at one point in time, but we'll take the mid-40s. The energy is great. Our kids have really bought in. They come to practice every day ready to work. They know us now as a coaching staff, so they know what to expect from us. So we're not going to complain about that, but I think our numbers are good. We have some pretty good depth built in most positions, so we're ready to roll.
You have several returning lettermen. You also have some really good young players. We'll talk about those guys in a moment, but you did lose your workhorse from last year, Ahmad Ward. What an incredible year he had, Coach. You know, I know that you were kind of looking to him even when he was younger to kind of lead the team, but you know there were some injuries there, and his senior year he really took advantage of his opportunity, didn't he?
He most certainly did. We're not going to be able to replace Ahmad Ward. We're going to have to try to rebuild and get his production out of a group of other young players, but he really did have a phenomenal year. He was probably 85 to 90% of our offense. So, and teams knew that, and he still did what he did last year. So we can't replace him, we know that, but I think we have a good plan in place of being able to reload with some other people taking over that workload.
Well, yeah, kind of tell us about that group of running backs you have right now trying to replace. Is it more of a running back by committee right now for the Trojans?
Yeah, it sure is. So we have a lot of kids, probably 6 of them. I'm going to start with Justin Papuga because he has the most experience. He's a big boy. He's 235 pounds. We're really trying to work on him lowering his pad level and running a little lower, but he's a horse coming through the line. And then you had Brady Brown, Max Doherty, Preston Donovan, Brett Klim. We have 6 or 7 guys that we really feel comfortable with in our backfield, whether that's at tailback or fullback. Max Doherty had a really good scrimmage yesterday. So did Brady Brown. Preston ran the ball well. So did JP. So, yeah, we have a lot of guys that we feel can really carry the load.
Well, one guy that's going to carry the load as well, and I'm sure you kind of plan on deploying him in many different ways, is Damari Robinson. Had a really good year last year, and I'm sure is going to be even better this year. Talk a little bit about, without, I guess, giving up too much of the recipe, Coach, what you kind of plan to do with Damari this year.
We just have to get the ball in his hands. I don't think that's going to be a surprise to anybody. Coach Ox, Joe Milett, and I have talked throughout the preseason here that we have to figure out ways to get the ball in his hands that isn't throwing the ball to him 30 yards down the field. So we have some ideas there, obviously, but he can be dynamic with the ball in his hands. We know that, and I think other teams are going to know that. So they're probably going to be looking for it. That's okay. We have to be creative and get the ball in Damari's hands because he could be a game breaker.
Not only do you have to replace your top running back in Ahmad Ward, also have to replace your starting quarterback coach in Mason Beeman. Certainly an important position, the most important position maybe in all of sports. How's Anthony Sacco kind of taken over that role right now? And how was his scrimmage yesterday against Greensburg Central?
He's growing into the role. What I really like about Anthony is he's a competitor, man. He runs the offense very well. He's very hard on himself to detriment sometimes, so we've really worked on that next play. But he's a competitor. He wants to win. And like I said, he knows the offense inside and out, so that he's come a long way there. We're going through some growing pains throwing the ball, and he knows that. He has a very strong arm. Sometimes it's just you have to see things in a game situation to be able to execute those things, and that's kind of what we're going through now. But he's really willing to learn, and he's doing a great job learning. So we'll get there as the season goes on. But I love Anthony's compete level. I wish I could stretch him about 6 inches because he's not the tallest of quarterbacks, but that's okay. He understands the lanes he has to see and to throw and things like that. But Anthony's come a long way, and we have a lot of confidence in him.
If you figure out how you can stretch him 6 inches, do the same to me because I'd like to do that as well.
Gotcha.
Brady Brown, let's talk about him, Coach. Emerging sophomore, played really well defensively last year and now probably has a more increased role offensively for you, on the offensive side. What makes him such a productive player as only a sophomore?
On the defensive side of the ball, he's one of those linebackers. He's a special player. He can run hash to hash. I look at him in practice sometimes when we're going live on the defensive side of the ball, and I say to myself, oh my gosh, how did Brownie get to that play? He just has great football speed side to side. He understands the game from the defensive side, so he can read keys rather quickly, get to where he needs to be. He's very strong. He's built compact. I think being a top-grade wrestler also helps him. But we're going to expect a lot more of him on the offensive side of the ball now, too. And some of those young guys, when I mentioned Brady Brown, Max Doherty, even an Aiden Piper, they didn't play two ways last year. Well, we're going to rely on them to play more two ways this year, so we're going to see how that pans out. But we're still trying to work as much rotational football as we can. But Brady is going to be a special player. He was last year as a freshman, first-team all-conference at linebacker, and we're expecting big things from him.
Well, you mentioned Aiden Piper, and your man Mole, one of your assistant coaches, Derek Molnar, believes he can really, really be a good player, which I'm sure you all feel that way. Has a really good upwards trajectory right now. Always nice kind of having, only a sophomore, nice having a young anchor on those offensive and defensive lines, isn't it?
Absolutely, and Aiden's just a part of that whole offensive line, but he's a very big young man, 300-pounder, and he's athletic for that size. We need to get him in better shape. He knows that. He's been working really hard. But when he gets into you, look out. He can drive some people off the ball, and we saw that yesterday. But since we're talking about the offensive line,
why don't you continue with that?
We really feel like that's going to be the engine that drives our team. Our center, Ethan Bendel, a lot of experience. Owen Monick and Colin Barkley at guards, also a lot of experience. Piper at one tackle. Jake Handel, who had a lot of experience on the defensive side of the ball last year at the other tackle. And then we built some depth with Vinny Dudzinski, a senior who hasn't really played the line before, but we're expecting him to back up. Chase Lucon has gotten bigger and stronger. So we feel that that's going to be our best unit, and we're going to rely on those guys to make us go offensively and defensively, and they've really bought into it. I can't say enough about Coach Ron Polinsky, who came on board this year.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about Coach Poe.
Coach Ox and I have been after him for a couple years now, and it never really worked out. And thank you to his wife, Tony, who I think finally allowed him to come back on staff. But, man, he has just been phenomenal. And these offensive and defensive linemen have really taken to him and what he's teaching and how he coaches. And it's been so much. I'm so fortunate to have the staff I do around me, and Coach Poe is going to be a big part of that now.
Well, and a lot of your assistant coaches were under former head coach Tim Sweeney. You mentioned Ox and obviously running your offense, coming back to run the offense. Derek Molnar previously coached at Derry, spent some time at Latrobe, came back to Derry now. Guidance counselor, right? At Derry.
Phenomenal one, by the way.
Yeah.
Very good guidance
He's awesome
counselor.
to talk
He
to.
is.
And Coach Poe coming back. So again, you have to really feel like the kids are in the best hands right now, especially with you running the ship as well.
Yeah, I tell our kids all the time how fortunate they have to have the staff that we have. You add someone like Paul Hissam to that from Latrobe, who has 30-plus years of coaching experience. We've added Dave McNichol, who didn't have a whole lot of football coaching experience, but he's been a coach, track, and other things. And I added Craig Sacco to the staff this year as a receivers and defensive backs coach. Our kids are really fortunate with not only the football knowledge they're getting from our coaching staff, but they're solid human beings. They're good people, and they're good role models for our kids, and I feel blessed to have them at my back.
So I want to finish off, Coach, with looking at the schedule a little bit in the conference. Latrobe's not the first game of the year anymore, week 0. Instead, you start the season against the Ligonier Valley Rams. I think they're calling it Riot on the Ridge still. They came up with that name a couple of years ago. But kind of talk about how that came to be and why the replacement with Ligonier coming in now.
I think it was kind of a mutual decision. I talked to Boomer last year, and then we kind of talked to school districts. I think it's just best for both schools right now. And Ligonier was waiting right there. We knew they weren't going to be in our conference anymore. We had that Ride on the Ridge set. I think it's still a rivalry. I know a lot of people in both communities love the Latrobe-Derry rivalry, and I get that. And it wasn't a decision that was made lightly. It really wasn't, but I just think it's the best for both programs right now. So we decided to go ahead and put Ligonier week 0.
And I would agree with that. And I think a strong rivalry with Ligonier Valley could develop. You've already played them the last couple of years. Not in conference anymore, but to start out the season with a couple of teams that are close to one another geographically, I think that should kind of bode well for both teams.
Yeah, we're excited about it.
Coach, I want to kind of finish off the interview talking a little bit about the conference. You know, we mentioned the teams already in the conference geographically, the Yough, Mount Pleasant, Greensburg Salem, Southmoreland. But not only geographically, you're kind of in a conference now that maybe is known for kind of running the football a little bit more than maybe what you were in, you know, in past years where there was more speed. Do you think that'll fit your team a little bit better?
Well, I hope so, because we weren't always great defensively against that speed and a lot of throwing the ball, even though to be successful in the game of football, that nowadays you have to be able to do both. So we expect that out of all teams. But yeah, I think the conference matches up good for everybody within it, and we're looking forward to that challenge.
Coach, thank you so much. I know my brother will be talking to you week after week, so Flickinger will stop blabbering right now and let you go, and hopefully you have a great season, and we'll talk again soon, okay?
Thanks, Dan, and thanks for all you guys do, especially for Derry football and the entire area. We're just so thankful for the coverage we get and that you give to Westmoreland County, so thank you.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
That is the head coach of the Derry area Trojans, Mike. Third season already, Mike.
Yeah, I know. It's going fast.
A homer guy.
Yeah, exactly. Many years. I still
right.
might bleed black and white, but blue and yellow, baby.
Right
blue
now,
and yellow
yeah.
through and through.
That is Coach, once again, Mike Arone of the Derry area Trojans. Don't forget, you can watch Derry football on our airwaves this year, westmorelandsports.com. Coming up next, we'll continue with our 2024 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show right here from beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course.
Nunzio's Italian Restaurants would like to express our sincere thanks to all of our loyal customers for their continued support dating back to our beginning in 1977. Since then, we've grown from our original location in Jeannette. We then added Monroeville in 1997 and expanded even further as we moved into the Arnold Palmer Regional Airport in Latrobe in 2004. It is our pleasure to provide our customers with the very best experience. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Money is more than a number or your bank account balance. Money is one of the culminations of your life's work. We at Hoffman Wealth Management want to learn about who you are, hear your goals, your dreams, and what you want to do in your life. We're more than just financial advisors. We're your partners on life's path. Hoffman Wealth Management views ourselves as an extension of your team. Contact us today to embark on a partnership that puts your goals and aspirations at the forefront.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Last season was a step in the right direction for the Jeannette Jayhawks as they won 7 games and made the WPIAL playoffs. However, they have a lot to replace, and with just 2 seniors back on a small roster, they'll need all hands on deck in 2024. Bonner quarterback Peyton Moulter and running back Noah Sanders, who are the most productive offensive players. However, Kamani Brown returns after leading the Jayhawks in receiving as a sophomore. His versatility also has him taking snaps at QB as Jeannette explores ways to put the ball in his hands. Sophomore Marcus McGowan is also competing for the job behind center. Meanwhile, Jace Powell will provide another weapon for an offense flush with skill, but determined to also prove its toughness in 2024.
We just got to match the physicality as our team did last year. We had a lot of seniors, a lot of big dudes, so we just got to match the physicality, and we'll be good.
The Jayhawks have their most experience on the offensive line, where they return 3 starters, including senior Nick Stuchel. The two-way contributor doesn't believe the small senior class will hinder the Jayhawks.
Leadership. A lot more of the younger guys are stepping up than there was last year. With all the seniors, they let the seniors do it. This year, everybody's coming along real well.
6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
With a roster size in the mid-20s, Jeannette will need everyone to contribute, but the depth appears improved from last year. That could prove invaluable in a formidable Class 1A Eastern Conference that once again will be headlined by Clairton and Greensburg Central Catholic. Jeannette head coach Tom Pallone wants to see his alma mater return to glory while also achieving success off the field.
His role, like, he wants everybody to be great. Like, no matter who you are, he wants you to be the best. He's always trying to push you. He just wants everybody to be the best and be the best person, best student, best player, best everything, best man in the house. That's what's the best thing about him. He wants everybody to be the best.
Jeannette will open its season with the new Week 0 opponent as they welcome the Mount Pleasant area Vikings to McKee Stadium. They will have a defining stretch in the middle of their campaign, road games consecutively against Clairton and Greensburg Central Catholic. This training camp report is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
For over 35 years, Stevenson Insurance Associates in Greensburg has been saving their customers money on their auto insurance. If you are a safe driver and dissatisfied with the cost of your auto insurance, call Stevenson Insurance Associates at 724-832-9889. Lock in your great rate that won't change year to year unless you move, add a new driver, or buy a new vehicle. Call Stevenson Insurance Associates today for your free quote on auto, home, business, or life insurance at 724-832-9889.
The John V. Graziano Funeral Home on North 2nd Street in Jeannette proudly serves families in the Jeannette community. The Graziano Funeral Home focuses on traditional and non-traditional services, including funerals, cremation, memorial services, military services, grief support, and pre-planning. Please call us at 724-523-5433. The John V. Graziano Funeral Home in Jeannette, creating a meaningful service to honor the life and memory of your loved one.
Back at beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course for the 2024 Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show. I'm Brent Wiggum. Now time to talk Jeannette Jayhawk football here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Joined now by third-year head coach of the Jeannette Jayhawks, Thomas Pallone. Thomas, 3 years already. You're becoming a veteran of this kickoff show. Talk a little bit about the growth you've seen in your program over these 3 years.
Sure, tremendous growth, year 1 to year 3 with just the kids coming out and what they're learning. This junior class that we're coaching up now, that's the group we got introduced to as freshmen. And, of course, Nick Stuccio and Lonnie Green, we met them when they were sophomores. So, just to see that transition from lowerclassmen, upperclassmen to take fold, that was an amazing transition for them. And just the program overall, just, playing in big games last year, played for a conference title, in some conference championship games against Greensburg Central and Clairton. So, we want to get back to that. That's our ultimate goal. And, year 3, here we go.
So that's what I was going to ask you. Year 1, you make the playoffs. Year 2, winning record. What do you want to see in year 3 to show you that this program is still moving in the right direction?
Sure. Everything goes through our conference. We feel like our conference is very tough from top to bottom. A lot of good coaches, a lot of good players in our conference. Our only goal in front of us is the conference. And right now it's Mount Pleasant in week 0, but one step at a time. But our goal is to continue to compete for conference championships and to make the playoffs. And once you do that, there's more to play for, like WPIAL titles and state titles. And we always talk about putting another year on the scoreboard together. So, that stuff's down the line. Right now we're focusing on Mount Pleasant and within our conference.
Yesterday morning, you focused on the Valley Vikings, had a scrimmage with them. How'd your team fare, and how's the team's health heading into the week 0 game?
Sure. More importantly, team's health is great. Came out there healthy. And, I'm in the middle about the scrimmage. I told the players that, not too happy, not too miserable. But, it's in the middle. We got better. That was the goal. That was our purpose for the day. And we're getting ready for Mount Pleasant.
Smaller roster size, again, heading into the season, but a lot of the guys that you have returning played some valuable time last year, a lot of experience returning. Who are you counting on for your leadership in the 2024 season?
Sure. Starts with our 3 captains who we announced yesterday, Nick Stuccio, Eli Jones, middle backer, running back, and Jace Powell, which is probably one of the youngest captains we ever had. So it was very those 3 stood out, in camp, in our staff meetings, and with the captain voting. It wasn't even close. I think they got all the votes. And our game day captain for Mount Pleasant will be Carmine Dianuntis. So we're going to keep a spot open just so guys can earn it, because we do have a lot of guys in that second category that probably deserve a leadership role. So we're lucky. We got a lot of great kids, a lot of great character kids, and a lot of leadership, but it starts with our captains.
Peyton Moulter took a lot of snaps under center for you at quarterback the last few years. He has now graduated onto Mercyhurst playing there. So talk about under center. What's your plan for the quarterback spot heading into the season?
Sure. Marcus McGowan and Kamani Brown, they've been repping quarterback this season. They had a good summer. They had a good fall camp. We'll see what's going to go on here going into the game plan for Mount Pleasant. But, Kamani was an all-conference wide receiver. So, there's a dynamic there, getting him at quarterback and potentially moving the wide receiver core around to accommodate that change. Then, of course, Marcus is still growing, and he's done a good job and will continue to do a good job. But, he'll have a lot of weapons if Kamani's out of receiver. So we're looking at both, and we'll see what the game plan holds for Mount Pleasant.
Okay, well, what about up front? You've got 3-4 guys returning that, again, played a lot last year. How good can this offensive line be for you this year?
They could be very good. They have a new coach, Dustin Schoaf. He's done a really good job up front. Nick Stuchel, Carmine Dianatis, Wyatt, they've all really played significant staffs for us, like you said, so we're going to rely on them to hold it together. Nick Stuchel, we're praying that he stays healthy because I think he started every Jayhawk game as an offensive lineman, so he's a senior and he's going to finish out like that. So those three we're relying on heavily, and we're looking for the last two spots to get filled by potentially Zay Jones, Lonnie Green, Jaden Kennedy. So we're looking forward to how that shakes out.
What about on the defensive side of the ball? Again, a lot of guys coming back that played some key roles last year, in particular in the secondary that should, at least on paper, be very good. What do you think your defense will look like this season?
Sure. I expect more athletes to be on the field. Jace Powell had a great scrimmage yesterday, had a pick six, very impressive. Like you said, it starts in the secondary with how athletic they are and their experience, but we could be very good up front. Every coach says that you got to be good up front, starts there, and our D-line is seasoned, as well as our linebacking core, Magi Sanders, Eli Jones in the middle. Noah Sunder had a great camp at outside backer. There's a little bit of competition for the other outside backer going on, Nick Mendoza, Ordericio. Even Isaac Smartnick had a great scrimmage yesterday. So we got a lot to look at with the backer core, but like you said, there's a lot of experience over there that we're going to rely on.
You had a few changes to the staff in the offseason. Talk a little bit about your assistants who you've got helping you out this season.
Sure. Dustin Schoaf came over from Mercyhurst. He's heading up the offensive line and special teams. He's done a great job. When we look for assistants, he was on the market, and we knew he was a GA up at Mercyhurst, and he actually helped Peyton with the recruiting process up there. So we kind of knew each other from that, and kind of went to the clinic circuit together. So that was a match made in heaven when he came over to us. Seth Spino, he's new to the staff. He's going to help us on offense and with the scouting department. And Brad Fenton gets upgraded from middle school coach to defensive line. So we saw what he did with our middle school team. Those guys are out for our team, so we knew he'd be a great fit.
Good. Now, schedule also looks a little bit different this year. No Burrell, no East Allegheny. Start the season off this week, Mount Pleasant at home. Apollo Ridge comes the week after. Then Ligonier Valley on the road. Talk a little bit about this non-conference slate and what you're expecting to get out of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Non-conference, it's a brutal schedule. It's a tall task. We starting this Friday with Mount Pleasant, what they do with the run game. And really all three opponents are similar. They want to run the ball. They want to do it well. So we better be ready to fit the run. But we'll know exactly where we're at after this non-conference stretch because there's three really good coach football teams.
And obviously in conference, a lot of good teams there as well. Clairton, some people have them, number 1, number 2 in the state coming into the season. Greensburg Central Catholic, Leechburg, Brentwood coming over as well this year into the conference. So just talk a little bit about this conference.
Sure. Brutal grind, 1 week at a time. Very diverse with the schemes that we see, wing tee, air raid. And we got to be ready for it all, especially defensively. See the 3-4, see the even front, and see the stack over at Central, what they do over there. He does a great job, Coach Thompson. So, you got to be ready, and you better bring it every week or you're going to get beat.
Last question for you here, Thomas. 3 years now as the head coach at Jeannette. How different is it now for you in year 3 as opposed to that first year, second year, with that experience, knowing how to get your team prepared, game management, all those things? A lot easier in year 3 compared to 2 and 1?
Sure. Lifelong learner, Brent. I worked on myself this offseason as a head coach. I always do. The first year is definitely different from the second, and I hope the third will be even different, and it has already. I thought we had our best camp in year 3. So, yes, I think it's getting it's getting more crystal clear how we need to do things and what works, what hasn't. So, it's been a joy. It's been a dream come true, coaching this group of kids, and really looking forward to year 3.
Yeah, Coach, we're excited for the season as well. Glad to be along for the ride. Thanks for letting the Westmoreland Sports Network play a little bit role in Jeannette Jayhawk football.
Always, Brent. Thank you.
Jeannette head coach Thomas Pallone of the Jeannette Jayhawks will have the game with Mount Pleasant for you Friday night right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Up next, one of Coach Pallone's big conference rivals. We'll talk Greensburg Central Catholic football right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
Drive like a champion with Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. You're always on the winning team with Bowser Chevrolet. Visit BowserChevrolet.com 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the power of Bowser in your hands. Customize your payments, apply for financing, get a value for your trade and more with the Bowser Express store. See the full lineup of Chevy cars, trucks, and SUVs at BowserChevrolet.com. Bowser Chevrolet, where the power of Bowser is yours.
I feel like it's definitely very important for high school, because a lot of kids get peer pressured into drinking and doing drugs. So doing the events in a school setting, I feel like definitely try to prevent kids from going to parties and drinking and driving and doing drugs and being peer pressured.
We just want to talk about the dangers of the substance abuse in our community, and we want to help be a part of stopping that.
The Collision Shop by Jason Mignone is your one-stop shop for all things auto body repair. Our experienced technicians and state-of-the-art facilities have you covered on both passenger and heavy-duty vehicle repairs, including scratches, scrapes, and dents, free estimates, body repairs, welding, refinishing, glass replacement, and more. Our all-new alignment and calibration shop has the tooling, equipment, and staffing to ensure top-quality alignment and calibration adjustments for your vehicle. Our friendly office staff is more than happy to assist you through every step of your vehicle's repair process. Visit the Collision Shop by Jason.com for our complete list of services.
Here at Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, we continue the Westmoreland County High School Football Preview Show, looking at the 2024 season. Sean Myers joined by John Thompson, the head coach of the Greensburg Central Catholic Centurions. Year number 2. Number 1 was pretty successful. Your team made the playoffs and won a playoff game. Looking back at your first year at the helm of GCC, how did you evaluate how everything went?
It was fun. Obviously, the first year being a head coach and coming in not knowing what to expect and knew we had some talent on the team and finding our footing with our coaching staff, putting that together, and then putting the schemes together, offensively, defensively, special teams, and it all came together. And the kids bought in, to a different culture, to our way of doing things, and obviously. Worked out well, and I was happy, to see the success that we had and get our first playoff win in 12 years.
I know, talking to you for a preview I was doing for the Latrobe Bulletin newspaper, one thing that you mentioned was you really had to realize the difference in terms of building relationships, not just with players, but with parents and families as a whole, because your college background, you said it was primarily with the players. So how did you ultimately, adjust and figure out that this is the way that I need to do these things and build these relationships, because it's going to pay dividends both short term and especially long term?
It does. And at the high school level, it's we're trying to bring the family atmosphere into our program, and that does include the parents. And it started, with our first couple meetings we had with the parents, and my line was we're allies, we're not adversaries, and we are, as a coaching staff, going to coach your son and treat your son as I treat mine and our other coaches on our staff. And the lines of communication were always there, always open, good or bad. And they were very supportive of us, our vision, and of more than just football, but help and mentor these boys becoming into young men. And it was great. It was definitely a great experience.
I know you're a guy who is well prepared. You do your research, you watch a lot of film, but it was your first year coaching in the WPIAL as a head man. So how much did you learn about all the opponents, and how much more prepared do you feel in year number 2?
Yeah, it's different. We don't in college. We would get in the office at 6 a.m. and you're leaving at midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. But now, I took a lot of those, the finer things where to prepare week to week, and keeping things a lot simpler. You can't get in depth as much as you can at the college level, but at the same time, especially with these kids that are going to school for 6-7 hours a day, and it was an adjustment, but it was good because it helped us be more efficient in our preparation, in our game plans, and what we were teaching the kids, and still developing them as football players as well, to be the best player they could be.
It's hard to believe that it had been about a dozen years since the Centurions had won a football playoff big game because, of course, we think back, this was a powerhouse program for many, many years. It felt like a long time coming. The fact that you're able to achieve that in your first year, I would imagine for all the players who were on the field and even the ones who came before them, it was a big accomplishment.
It was, and the stars aligned. We had some great talent. We did, and those kids accepted us as a coaching staff and worked hard. They worked very hard, and they had, their goals and what they wanted to do, and, winning the conference, which we came in second, but, we made it to the playoffs, and then it was all right getting that win. But, they did the work, the preparation, everything else going, leading up to that to get us into that position. Because, we had to win, obviously, games to put ourselves there, and, once they got there, had a great attitude to attack it, and so I was happy for those kids.
Well, I think the biggest catalyst a year ago in that success was Tyree Turner, and he had such a special career. We had a chance to see him both on the gridiron and the hardwood. Really just a terrific athlete, regardless of what sport. What did he do beyond the obvious, which is putting up eye-popping numbers, that made him so impactful?
He was a leader, a true leader on the team, and in the locker room, in the weight room, on the field. I'm sure in the classroom as well. He would take a lot of, after practice, he was always out there getting extra reps with the younger kids, working with the receivers, making sure they were, the communication, everything was on the same page, and, talking to them throughout practice, almost like a coach on the field. So with his experience that he came back with, and that leadership and the relationships he had with the guys on the team, helped elevate them. And it elevated himself personally, but also elevated the other players around him.
He was not just the only senior who contributed. You had a pretty good senior class that moved on, and they're going to have a legacy certainly with that playoff win. Now you have a senior class that I believe is just 3 total, including only one who suited up for your team a year ago. So it's a completely different dynamic. What are the challenges that come with that, and how can you ultimately kind of get the best out of the group that you do have?
It is a challenge this year because every year, it's a new team, a different team, and with the 3 seniors we have, 2 of them are new, 1 has been in the program, with a heavy junior class and freshman class. If I could think right off the top of my head those numbers, we're young and inexperienced. I think we had 4 returning starters on offense and 4 on defense. So, with that being said, really, this 2 weeks of camp has been them, more than football, but them coming together as a team, and that family atmosphere that we're trying to establish there. And it's a work in progress, but we're getting there. And those relationships between, because we do have so many young kids, and as a freshman you're coming in and, it's intimidating. The first time, in varsity football, they're coming up from junior high. And our job as coaches and trying to help them feel comfortable, give them the confidence that they need to play at this level, and they've really stepped up and done a good job. And those upperclassmen that we do have that have returned are putting their arms around them and help bringing them along as well, not just on the field but off.
As great as Tyree Turner's career was, I would not be surprised if Samir Crosby ultimately has a career of similar ilk when it's all said and done. He's going to be the guy this year. He was maybe your best receiver and arguably your best running back as well whenever you got the ball in his hand. Now he's going to be playing quarterback, and he certainly, I'm sure, will be used in multiple different roles. How good can he be?
As good as he wants to be. He's got that it factor. We've talked a bunch of times about Samir and what a great player is, but he's even better person. and on the team as a leader, as everything that he brings to the program epitomizes being a Centurion. But he is a talented young man. There's no question about it. And it's having we do have some weapons around him that will help alleviate a lot of the pressure on him. And we're constantly talking to him about he doesn't have to do it all. We have 11 players on the team. We've got people around him that are going to be able to. This is going to be a team effort. It's not just Samir. It's the whole Central football team, and coming together and being able to offensively, defensively, and special teams. Everybody having a role, everybody doing our part, and obviously Samir's a big part of that.
Well, you need everybody contributing because you have a roster in the mid-20s, and that is not easy to handle and to deal with, but it's something you're now becoming more used to. So what is something that maybe others don't realize that crops up when you have a roster in the mid-20s? Well,
you've got to be conscious of their health, especially during camp where, when you're going into, this week of camp, the live drills, we were very selective how we did it. We were conscious of the situations or the drills that we put them in to make sure that they are getting good work because, football's a physical game. And you've got to prepare your body as well as we're preparing their minds in meetings in film, with a playbook and all of that, but you also have to get them physically ready for that grind, all right? And being able to do that, these 2 weeks with these younger kids is help get them that comfort level and that confidence, like I said, to do that throughout, week to week.
Coming off of that postseason appearance and that playoff victory, obviously there's some momentum, and the conference is pretty much the same. I believe just one team added in Brentwood, which drops down from Class 2A. So what are the objectives this year, and how do you kind of evaluate how the conference might look?
Yeah, I don't want to sound cliche, but it is for us, honestly, because of the youth and inexperience. It's week to week, and getting better week to week in them individually and as a team. We got some good work in yesterday, and we have some improvement to do, but it was great to see, the live bullets flying, and they're out there and they were competing. They played physical, they played hard, and we'll get better, off of that, that scrimmage alone to preparing for Shadyside, this week. So
we're certainly looking forward to it, and I know as a former college guy, you probably got to be excited that you have a couple of noon Saturday games. That's going to be up your alley a little bit, huh?
Yeah, it's been a long time. I do like Friday Night Lights, so I can't lie. But, it'll be a little bit of an adjustment, but it's that next opportunity that you have, to win the conference and put ourselves in position again at the end of the season, hopefully to make the playoffs.
Good stuff. JT, thank you so much for doing this.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
That is John Thompson, the head coach of the Greensburg Central Catholic Centurions. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll move up to Class 5A and the Greater Latrobe Wildcats and their head coach, Ron Prady. That's right after a quick break right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At World Class Transmission Service, we're committed to providing excellence in customer service, the highest quality work, and the most cost-effective solutions for you. We'll have you back on the road fast and with the least effect on your wallet. Don't let our low prices fool you. The quality of our work is of the highest standard. Our qualified, professional, and experienced team uses the most advanced, modern equipment to diagnose, repair, and service your vehicle. To learn more, call or stop in today.
East Suburban Sports Medicine Center, Western Pennsylvania's #1 physical therapy practice since 1984, is always offering same-day or next-day appointments for all new patients. With 8 convenient locations and extensive therapy services, ESSMC offers the best care anywhere, hands down. Call 412-856-8060 or visit ESSMC.com to schedule today. ESSMC Physical Therapy. Your health, your decision.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
For much of last season, the Panthers had the look of a section contender once again in the Big East Conference. However, they lost their final 3 games, including a playoff setback against eventual champion Peters Township. Although they graduated their top receiver, plenty of key pieces are back for the Panthers to contend once again in 2024. Gone is big play threat Aiden Hudock, who had 800 yards receiving and 11 touchdowns a year ago. Despite that void, Franklin Regional should still be a potent passing attack as they return QB Chase Lemke. A year ago, the signal caller threw for nearly 1,300 yards, and he expects to be improved this campaign.
I think my pocket presence is better. I think I stay in the pocket longer, and if I see like pressure, I'll bounce out and move up and do all that stuff better. And I think just overall, I feel like my time back there is longer because I'm seeing the field better now as a second-year starter. I just think overall, just like those things are making me a better quarterback this year.
Receivers Austin Kearns and Eli Bennett, along with imposing tight end McAllister Bresnahan, should see expanded opportunities, but the FR rushing attack could be the focal point offensively. Kyle Dupill is back after he amassed nearly 1,200 yards on the ground and scored 15 times in 2023. Much of that success started up front with an offensive line that features Andrew Davola. He's even more impressive on the defensive line, though, while Kearns is special at linebacker, and Jameer Austin has garnered D1 interest as a cornerback. As a result, the Panthers are eager to prove that they belong among the top of Class 5A.
We're looking forward to winning big games. You know, we play Upper St. Clair this year, who's obviously a top dog in the Whippeal 5A, and we also got Woodland Hills later on, which will also be a tough game. But, you know, all those conference games are tough too. You know, you got Latrobe, who obviously has a good 1-2 punch in quarterback and running back. So, yeah, it's going to be pretty tough. But I think we can get the job done.
The new teams have only strengthened the Big East Conference, and showdowns with rivals Gateway and Penn-Trafford will likely determine if the Panthers are in contention for a top seed or even outside of the playoff picture altogether. Under the guidance of head coach Lance Getze, though, Franklin Regional believes it can level up this season.
We just got to bring the intensity at practice, get better every day, and compete with our teammates. And we're hoping to make it past the first round this year and maybe the second, third, and even farther than that.
The Panthers begin the 2024 schedule with 3 consecutive road games, including Week 0 at neighboring Plum. However, they open the Big East Conference play at home against Greater Latrobe. This training camp preview is brought to you by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Does your car have an electrical problem? Call Murray Auto Electric. Need a remote starter for the winter? Call Murray Auto Electric. Need repairs to your power door locks, power windows, or windshield wipers? Murray Auto Electric does that too. Murray Auto Electric in Delmont offers a full line of services and products for your electrical and communication repair needs. Call 724-668-2100 or murrayautoelectric.com. We'll find your shorts.
All right, we are back as we continue on with the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School Football, College Football Preview Show from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, Pennsylvania. It's been a fun evening. If you've been with us from the beginning, we've had some terrific, successful, very well-spoken coaches come in to share their insights about their respective teams, and that streak will continue with the next gentleman to my left. And joining me is the head football coach of the Franklin Regional Panthers in his 4th season, Coach Lance Getze. Coach, welcome to the program again.
Thank you. I'm privileged to be here, and I thank you guys for doing this.
Thank you. Coach Getze, in his 6th season as a head coach, his first 2 seasons as the head coach of the Charleroi Cougars, has 24 years coaching on the varsity level in his career. Last season, the Panthers went 6 up and 5 down overall and 3-2 in the Class 5A Big East Conference and made the playoffs. The Panthers, however, fell in the first round of the playoffs to the eventual WPIL Class 5A and PIAA Class 5A state runners-up, the Peters Township Indians. Well, Coach, the first thing I want to begin with is you scrimmaged the Norwin Knights yesterday, a team you're familiar with from conference days. Give the viewers out there a chance of how you assess your team's performance, what stood out, what things you still need to address.
Well, I think a lot of things stood out, a lot of things that we need to work on. It didn't go, the way our kids wanted it to go, but, we got to learn a lot. And I think, you don't plan for a scrimmage. You just run plays just to see what kids can do. And we're not really game planning, but, it was a great scrimmage because Norwin came out, they were physical, they played really well, and we got to learn a lot about our kids and what we can do and moving forward, the things that we need to do.
Okay, now preseason practice now. We're getting down to the home stretch, the first game of the season coming up this Friday night. Maybe share with our viewers out there a little bit how camp has been going. Has there been some young men that have surprised you with the major way they've stepped up? And are there some guys you're still kind of waiting to take control of a position or two?
Well, just like I was talking to some of the other coaches, it's just different now. Back in the day, you had 2 full weeks of camp. 1 week was always a struggle. You struggled, you went in scrimmage, you got to find out where you had to improve, and then you had that second week to make those improvements. Now, with school starting so early and week 0 games and not being able to get those 2 full weeks, we're really rushing these kids. And so, this past week we went 3 days for 3 days, and then really got to test them and put them through some adversity so that they could, get their bodies in condition for football. And, there's just a lot of work that it needs to be done yet. And hopefully we're a team that continually and gradually gets better week after week. But, the kids all look, had their ups and downs. Not one kid was consistent, but that's how it always is, But, Chase Lemke took big strides at quarterback again, and, Kyle DePill at running back, and Andrew Davola and Austin Kearns, like all these guys, McAllister Bresnahan, all the same guys that we've had playing for the last 2-3 years, know the system, just for getting their bodies back into football shape. Well, that's funny because the 4 names you just mentioned are some of the ones that I definitely want to get your thoughts on because they've been critical and have played a lot of football for Franklin Regional this year, and I know you're counting on them to do some wonderful things. But one thing I would be remiss, Coach, is to ask you about one of the most talented players and thrilling players that I've had the privilege of describing his exploits on the field for the past, his career. Mr. Electricity, a.k.a. Aiden Udock, the do-it-all wide receiver, defensive back, kick returner, punt returner who graduated. And I think if you let him, he'd have sold popcorn at halftime and not go to the locker room. What a player. And I've done a lot of outstanding players at Franklin Regional over the years. I go back to the young man, the running back that went to Cornell. The great Dane, I ended up throwing that out there. Dane Brown, when I started with Franklin Regional. And then you look at Ombre, most recently, the quarterback last year, Sarnik, and some guys there in between. But he impacted the game. And I would try to describe it when I was talking about him, is that when he was on the field, kick returner, punt returner, defensive back, wide receiver, you didn't want to take your eyes off of him. I'm sure some of the fans would say, I may want to get a hot dog or some ice cream, but if they're kicking off to him, he was a danger and electrifying player. So I know he will be missed. But before we talk about that, I think you have some news to share. That's what happened for people that follow Franklin Regional and say, yeah, Jonathan, you certainly talked about him a lot. Unfortunately, I think he was involved in some type of an accident. Can you update the audience a little bit about his condition? Yeah, right before graduation this past year, he had a bad motorcycle accident, and he's gone through a lot of surgeries and really battling. I got to go see him yesterday at his graduation party, but he's going to make a recovery. Aiden's a tough kid, and as soon as I saw him, he's been watching our practices on Huddle and telling me things that he's been watching, and I was like, well, start breaking down Plum for me and let me know what we need to do. Yes. So trying to keep him involved because tremendous young man. It's unfortunate what happened to him, but with his mentality, I know that he's going to push through and get through this. Yep, because no doubt about it, you always knew that he was capable of making a big play and keeping the Panthers in position to win some of those games. Well, I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear it because, when you talk about a group of young men for every year of their career for the last 13 seasons with that, you do get attached to them. And not just because of what they do, but interacting with the young men. And I didn't know that, quite frankly, with the audience out there until just the other day when it was brought to my attention. So I was glad to have Coach Getze here to clarify about that young man. Well, let's talk about some of the young men you do have coming back. But before that, you lost linebacker center Owen Sinclair, had a standing career. Defensive lineman Julio Marion
who came on strong, I thought, for you last year, in his senior year. And besides you, Doc, those guys you lost, let's talk about some of the young men that will be coming back to kind of fill the void. And it starts with Austin Kearns on defense, I think.
Yeah, Austin, this will be his 4th year really starting for us, so on defense, and I'm playing a lot of H-back on offense, and I think he's just a weapon, that we could utilize in many different ways, both offensively and defense this year. So I'm looking for big things from Austin, and then a receiving core that we have like 6 guys that that we're rotating at that wide receiver spot, and all have different talents, but all are willing to block and do the little things. And we might not have that Aiden Hudock, that one guy, but I think we have 6 guys that could really do different things, and some could stretch the field pretty well as well. But there's just different talents there, and our tight end's back, and he grew a little bit, and we're looking for some big things from him. And so offensively, I think there's still weapons, and you still got your running back.
Bowling ball.
Yeah, I think you call him the human bowling ball.
Yeah, I do. Right.
Yeah. Kyle's still here, and the things that he can do, and with Jew Gentili as another.
Yeah, he became a nice compliment. Yeah.
Yes, the 2 of them, and we got some other guys that are working in it in the rotation. I just think our depth grew a little bit this year because of all the young kids that we've been playing. So that's definitely going to help us as far as maybe prolonging our season. Not so many kids having to play so many downs.
Okay, yeah, and not get worn out a little bit, because sometimes I get to look at some of these rosters, from the different teams, and I'll see the linemen listed. I think at Gateway the other day, I think the smallest lineman, and they got all 5 of them returning, 270 pounds is the smallest guy. I look at the Panthers, and correct me if I'm wrong, we may have a 270-pound guy, but a lot of our linemen are smaller. It's just one of those things, you can't grow them any bigger, I guess. They're big as they're going to be.
Yeah, I don't know where they're finding these boys, but but it's not about just that in high school. I think technique comes into play, your strength, being able to utilize and understand and playing together. I think an offense line is only as good as the next guy. Yeah. So, 5 guys learning to play together. It doesn't really matter your size. Yeah. I was undersized, and I when I was in high school, and I wouldn't mind going up against anybody in any size. So, it definitely helps to have that size, but I don't think that's necessary.
Okay. I think you commented about Davolas. Exactly. This young man throwing the team in tackles last year. Also, Kearns led the team in tackles with 92. And, of course, Dupil almost 1,200 yards rushing, led the team in points with 92. That's not a bad group to come back for a returning year.
No. And then you had that quarterback, Chase Lemke, who made huge strides last year as well. Saying. So, he's a leader, and he can do a lot of different things and understands the offense. So I think there's just a lot of guys that in the mix and understand what's going on that I think, are great leaders, and I think that's the important part. Those all are leaders of the team that are going to, the younger guys are going to look up to.
Now, I got to ask you, boy, he's been here, I guess, 4 years now. You talk about how time goes by, but you've got that returning outstanding senior kicker punter, Joey Baines, who's been a weapon for you since he came from the soccer team in his freshman year. Talk a little bit about what you're expecting for him and how dependable he is.
Yeah, Joey's definitely somebody that could change the field position in a hurry. I think the most impressive thing is I think he broke like a school record in kickoffs in the end zone, 30-some kickoffs in the end zone, and that's always huge. But he's working hard. He works so hard in the offseason. He changed his body. He's really looking forward to looking at some colleges to kick.
Okay.
I seen him make a 56-yarder the other day in practice. No rush, but
he was able to blast.
He was able to do it. So he has the leg strength, and he's punting so much better this year already, and definitely a weapon that we're looking forward to utilizing.
I got to ask you a little bit. You mentioned the senior quarterback, number 8, Chase Lemke. Last year he showed, I thought, flashes of being a pretty accurate quarterback. You've been very high on what you said he's been doing in training camp. What have you noticed specifically where he's gotten better at this point?
Just every day you could see his throwing motions getting better, his hitting his targets, finding targets, and his reads. Okay. I just got to get him to use his athleticism a little bit more because he likes to. He's getting so much better with the trees. He's throwing the ball and he can take off. He's just a dual weapon. He could run the ball, he could throw the ball, and he understands the offense and can get people lined up where they need to be.
And so he will be back with a year under his belt of varsity starting experience, Coach. Changing gears, Coach, in the time we have left, have there been any changes to your coaching staff since last season?
Yeah, there's quite a few changes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a new defensive coordinator, and we got different things going on with their defense this year, and I would say at least 5 other new coaches.
Okay.
So it's a good staff. It's a young staff. We have young Nick Leopold who
Not
used
to
to play
say I
there.
saw that, yes.
He's on the staff now,
yes.
and he's a great coach, and we have, it's a little weird now that I'm getting to be one of the oldest coaches on the staff.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever I always had guys that, are a little bit older, but it's definitely a good young staff.
Coach, this Friday, week 0, we make the trip to Plum Mustang Stadium for a non-conference matchup at 7 p.m. I know you're looking forward to getting out there under Friday night lights, and boy, how quickly the season comes around when you get into training camp, doesn't it?
No doubt. I mean, we've been working since December in the weight room, and I told these guys it's going to come fast, and here it is.
Okay. Well, Coach, I'll see you on Friday at Plum and hopefully get off to a nice opening season win over the Plum Mustangs.
We hope so. Thank you.
All right, your coach. Coach Lance Getsy, again, always happy to have him come here. He's very much consistent about being part of our preview show, and I, of course, get to talk to him many Friday nights starting this Friday about the Panthers. So we're going to take a break. We'll come back with more of our show. Thank you for being with us, and hopefully you're enjoying the 13th annual Westmoreland County High School Football Coaches, High School and College. Don't forget the college mentors that will be coming here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Okay.
The Manor Valley Golf Course in Export is proud to announce the opening of their new banquet facility. It's perfect for sports banquets, Christmas parties, and weddings. This new facility can hold up to 180 people, so if you have an event coming up, Manor Valley Golf Course can host it. Golfers, they specialize in league play, fundraising outings, and have great membership rates. Give them a call at 724-744-4242 or online at manorvalleygc.com.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
And we continue here from Manor Valley Golf Course in Export, talking Kiski Area Cavaliers. I'm Sean Myers, joined by Sam Albert, the head coach of Kiski Area. Well, first off, welcome. You sent your son in previous years to do all the work for you, so now you got to do it on your own. But I guess it's going to be a little different this year because you're not going to have Aaron on your coaching staff for the first time.
Yeah, he jumped to Pine Richland with our buddy LaDawn. I really miss Aaron because of stuff like this. He's way more articulate than I am.
So it's all those promo skills.
That's what it is, those promo skills. So I send him in my place. But yeah, he likes Pine Richland, and LaDawn does a great job. And we're good friends, so I'm happy for him.
Now, it's a good time for you to come because you got a really good season to talk about. It was not looking too good about halfway through, and your team went on a run to make the playoffs. Now, it was one and done. You went against the heavyweight Thomas Jefferson, but to get in, winning your final 3 games, what was that like, and what was the reaction for your players when they found out they were postseason bound?
You know what? Of course, it's never skill. It's always confidence at any level. So once you start to win a little bit, the kids start to believe. And it didn't help that we started with some very, very good football teams, Pine Richland being one of them, you know. But I was proud of the kids because they could have canned it. They could have just quit, and they didn't. They really came together, came close, got some confidence, and like you said, we made the postseason, and they were just excited. And what always happens when you have a young group and they make the postseason, and then you catch TJ, it's more that they were happy just to get there. And TJ's a quality program, so we knew we were going to have our hands full. But I was proud of the kids. They fought clear to the end.
I know it's a little bit different, but when college coaches make a bowl game, they always say the benefits of keeping that team around and getting those extra practices and playing in another game is so beneficial. Do you feel the same about the WPIAL playoff game?
Oh, 100%. I think if you ask any coach here, it's always great to say to the kids, other teams handed their equipment in. We're still here. And those extra practices mean a lot. And the momentum carries into the off season usually. You usually have great turnouts in your weight room and so forth in the off season because of the momentum of making the playoffs.
Well, to get into the playoffs, I mentioned you won 3 straight games. It was the offense that came to play. You put up 42 points in particular against Armstrong in the final game of the regular season to clinch. When you think back to that successful run, what was clicking offensively?
Actually, our quarterback, by the end of the year, was just phenomenal. He had stepped in the year before as a JV, and the other kid, we had some discipline problems, and we had to start him. So by the end of last year, his confidence was up, his skill set was up. He's a great kid. He follows instructions. So he was actually the difference.
You're talking about Carson Heinley, who threw for over 1,800 yards, had 19 touchdowns through the air, and he can run a little bit as well, had almost 500 yards on the ground. And I believe, if I'm correct, there was at least one Heinley that preceded him as well at Kiski Area, so a little bit of a family thing. What adjustments and developments did you see from him that has you believing that he could be even better this year?
He does extremely well now reading the defenses. What makes Carson great, in my opinion, is, if he goes to a combine, he's not going to be the fastest. He's not going to jump the highest. But the intangibles he brings with his running ability, now he reads defenses very well. This year we're actually I did it with Troy Nunes when I was a head coach at Butler, who went on to start at Syracuse for 3 years. We get to the red zone, I give him 3 plays, and he makes the call at the line of scrimmage. And he's progressed to that. We started a little bit that last year. And that's so important because you can't be wrong. He's reading the defense, making the call on the field.
Now, obviously, he is going to have to find some new targets this year because you lost Isaiah Gonzalez, you lost Bart Martin as well. Those 2 guys combined for over 1,000 yards. So how do you fill that void, and have you seen anyone kind of step up and have you believing that they can have that type of production?
Yeah, and when you replace those kids, they play both ways. So you're replacing 4 people instead of 2. But we have Avon and Tegan Shirey, who Shirley. I give them nicknames, so I forget.
You're a big nickname guy.
Well, yeah, believe me. But they're stepping in great. One's junior, one's a sophomore. Both extremely athletic, both run good routes, both fast. So we're hoping that with a little bit of experience under their belt, they do a great job in replacing them. Those 2 guys are hard to replace because they were great kids and great athletes.
Well, you do return your top running back as well, and I know Landon had almost 900 yards on the ground. So it kind of seems like you should have that balance whether you're going through the air or on the ground. How much do you anticipate the run game being a factor this year?
I've always said no matter where I've been, to be good, you have to be balanced. You have to be able to run and throw. He gives us that running ability that offsets Carson throwing. So it's so important. I think if we're balanced, if we're 50-50, 60-40, we could be pretty successful.
What were the takeaways from your scrimmage against Connellsville yesterday?
When you scrimmage, you just don't want to get anybody hurt. And we did well. Connellsville's, they do a great job. We made mistakes. We're young in a lot of places. But honestly, you want to make mistakes in that first scrimmage. We were just talking in the back. We used to get 2 scrimmages, so you had more time to prepare. But you really want to make mistakes so you have something to correct and the kids aren't overconfident. But we came away really excited. Our conference is, as you know, unbelievable. Great coaches, great teams. So we're going to have our hands full, but we're excited to get started.
You said great coaches just loud enough that Coach Getzy and Ruane and Prady might all hear you.
I didn't mean that.
It's going to be really tough, no doubt, because you made the playoffs in 4A, but now you go up to 5A, and in my estimation, it's a conference that is absolutely loaded because we all know how good teams like Franklin Regional and Penn-Trafford are every year. Greater Latrobe has that hype. And Woodland Hills might have the most explosive player in the entire WPIAL. So how do you look at this conference, and what will be key if your team is going to have success in it?
You know, you just said it, man. There are some teams there with great coaches. Year in and year out, they do a fantastic job. Every one of them has Division I players. Latrobe's loaded. PT John does a great job. Scoops at Woodland Hills.
I guess we should mention Gateway's a pretty good program.
I would say Gateway too, or Dawn won't talk to me. And you know that always happens. I leave somebody out, and then we go to play them. It's on the bulletin board. Coach Elber didn't mention this. Like you said, top to bottom. Our big thing always is depth. Our first 11 we put on the field, we're pretty excited about. If we lose somebody, then you go from a 10 to a 5, you know. So you hope you stay healthy, and especially in conference play.
By the way, there's also Armstrong, the team that you had to edge out to get into the postseason last year.
And Frank, believe me, Frank does a great job. They have a lot of kids back.
So you have been a long-time coach, obviously at Kiski Area. You were at Highlands, you were at Valley, many, many years at the helm of various high school football programs. When you think high school football as a whole, how has it evolved and changed throughout your time?
You know, back when I started at Valley, everybody ran out of the eye. And you didn't have the spreads.
You weren't having 1,800-yard passers very often?
Yeah, you didn't. No. It has really evolved. You know, I asked one of my players when I was head coach of Freeport. He's a big lawyer in Pittsburgh now. I went to Brown. We had a terrible practice, and I said to him, Chrome, like, when did the kids get so soft? He said, Coach, the kids didn't get soft. The parents got soft, which made a very good point. I had these teeth kicked out in college, and I called home and said, Mom, I'm coming home. And she said, you can come home, you just can't live here. Quitters don't live here. And I was like, oh, can you imagine nowadays, like CYS would be at the house. And but, you know, the kids are still, they want discipline. I tell our kids every day, guys, look, football is still the one place where you can hit somebody and get a sticker and not arrested. You know, I said, and you have to be a tough guy to play football. There are so many other things to do. You have to be a tough kid to go out there and bang every day to play one game. Besides that, I don't know, kids are the same. To me, the big thing is social media. You know, when I played, you went downtown and they would say, how'd you do? And you said, we won or lost. Now the kids go downtown and they say, how'd you do? I had 72 yards, and they got on their phone, and I'm like, the game's over, they already have highlights up. And I'm like, we didn't have that, thank God. Social media has really changed the game itself.
Well, Sam, final thing for you, fill in the blank. This will be a successful season for the Kiski Area Cavaliers if
they move us to a different conference. No. If we stay healthy.
Well, fingers crossed for that. We always hope for good health. And thank you so much for doing this. I think Aaron would be awfully proud of your performance here tonight.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
That is Sam Albert, the head coach of the Kiski Area Cavaliers. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, it will be Greater Latrobe's Ron Prady right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network.
At M&M Trucking in Latrobe, your shipment is our top priority. M&M Trucking provides a fleet of trucks capable of moving one or many loads of freight, concentrating in steel, lumber, mulch, concrete, precast forms, and more. M&M Trucking hauls loads to both warehouse facilities and direct-to-construction job sites. Call 724-539-1044 or visit lmmtrucking.com. M&M Trucking, spanning 3 decades, keeping pace with today's transportation industry.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Last season was one of the best in Greater Latrobe football history as the Wildcats won 8 games, including a dominant win in the postseason at West Allegheny. They came up just short of their ultimate goal, however, losing a heartbreaker in the playoffs to Aliquippa. Now up in 5A, there's plenty of reason for optimism that the Wildcats can have even more success in 2024. Greater Latrobe again will be led by a duo of Division I commits with Penn State-bound Alex Tash and Marshall pledge John Wetzel. Tash, a 4-star linebacker, is far more than just a prolific tackler.
Defensively, I'd just say versatility-wise, I think I can rush the passer. I think I play in the box. So wherever you put me, I think I can do a good job in whatever situation I'm in.
Wetzel has been recruited as a safety, but he's dynamic offensively with the Wildcats, surpassing 1,000 yards each as a passer and rusher in 2023. His top target this year is expected to be Andy Tash, Alex's younger brother, who is also receiving Power 5 attention.
Absolutely, so far it's been Andy. I mean, in the 7-on-7s, we've seen it. You can't really replace Jeton. Jeton was amazing, but Andy's really taken a big step from a huge step from last year and really filled his role this year.
Brady Prahovic, Chris Cochran, and Jack Durenovich are other notable players on offense, while Braden Bronson, Cody Kroll, and Timmy Myers will be anchors defensively for a unit that allowed a touchdown or less 6 times last year. The move back to Class 5A puts the Wildcats in a loaded Big East conference, however.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it just because, from the standpoint that, it's going to be fun every week having a challenge, not just any blow-off weeks this year. And we're just looking forward to that raising competition level.
On the heels of the past 2 years, Greater Latrobe's participation numbers have skyrocketed as the program is generating more buzz than ever before. Living up to those increased expectations will be a challenge that the Wildcats and head coach Ron Prady are ready for.
The culture's definitely changed. I mean, you can't really change it in 3 years, but it's definitely changing. And young kids can see what the upperclassmen are doing and know that it's possible to win games and win playoff games and do more. So it's great to be around.
The Wildcats open their season week 0 at Connellsville area. They have a brutal finish to the regular season, non-conference against Pine Richland and back-to-back against Gateway and Penn-Trafford to wrap up 5A play. This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
For over 25 years, Huss Chiropractic has stood as a trusted and experienced provider of chiropractic care in Western Pennsylvania. Huss Chiropractic combines award-winning expert care with compassion to provide personalized treatment plans to meet your individual needs. Don't be sidelined with pain. Allow Huss Chiropractic to help tackle your pain and get you back in the game. Contact us today by calling 724-879-4385. Trust the award-winning care at Huss Chiropractic. And remember, don't let pain adjust how you live. Live well adjusted.
All right, we are back here at beautiful Manor Valley Golf Course here on the Westmoreland Sports Network Kickoff Show. And by the way, I guess we never really mentioned why we're inside today. Typically, we're outside on the beautiful patio here at Manor Valley, but because of the rain and because equipment doesn't really cooperate with rain very well, Boomer, we decided to come inside in the beautiful banquet room here, and Vinny D cooked us up some roast beef sandwiches, got some coleslaw back there, so hopefully you guys are having a great time. This is Ron Prady, the head coach of the Greater Latrobe Wildcats in his 3rd season, and Boomer, before we talk any football, we got to give a shout-out to your daughter, Allie, who hopefully is watching right now. If not, maybe she's watching back to it. Allie takes care of my son over at Pen Pals Daycare in Penn-Trafford, and she's one of his favorites. So I had to make sure, when you have someone taking care of your kid, you have to make sure you give them a shout-out right away, don't you?
Yeah, no doubt. I'm sure she's watching, and she loves Landon, and she tells me all the time it's a good thing Landon takes after his mother.
Ah, yes. He couldn't wait to get that one in. All right, I'll see what I can do a little later for you, Boomer.
Yeah, good deal.
Latrobe last season finished 8-4 overall, 4-2 in the Big East Conference, defeated West Allegheny 39-7 in the first round of the playoffs on the road, and then lost a heartbreaker to Aliquippa 37-29, and just a terrific year for you, and I know you're looking for another one this year, but kind of reflect back on last year and what kind of stands out about the 2023 Wildcats.
Well, I think the main thing was I think we progressed as the year went on. I think we're playing our best football at the end of the year, and that's what you want, and we played well, like you said, in that playoff game and against a really good West Allegheny team, and then had to go to Aliquippa, and ultimately they beat us, but went on to win a state championship, and we went home. So that kind of stings a little bit every year. But again, that was a good football game too.
Yeah, you were down at halftime. Thinking back to it, what was kind of said to allow you guys to make that massive rally and come that close to tying the game?
Well, we thought all week to just be in the game with those guys, we had to take care of the football. We had to eliminate mistakes, and we didn't do that. In the first half, we turned the ball over 3 times, and they capitalized on all 3 of them, and that's why we were in the situation we were in at 25-7. But to our guys' credit and to our coaching staff's credit, we fought back and got in the game and got it to within. We were within 2 with the ball in their territory. Late in the game with 2.5 minutes to go, and just missed a throw. And but to their credit, I mean, they made a bunch of plays too, and it was good. It was a great football game.
Yeah, as they usually do. Well, let's talk about this year's team. What kind of when you look at this year's team about handling the expectations that you have for yourself? There's certainly a lot of expectations around the program this year with returning a lot of guys, and maybe kind of an uncharted territory right now for the Latrobe football program. It's a good territory, but how do you kind of handle those higher expectations for you?
Well, for us, it's just about the one big thing is the move to 5A is going to be significant for us. The physical battles that you have with the Franklin Regionals and the Kiski and Penn-Trafford and Gateway and Woodland Hills, those are all, and Armstrong, all great football teams. They were all above 500 last year, so our section is brutal. So it's going to be tough, but we have to worry about us each week. I know it's a cliche, but we talk about it all the time, and we're gonna try to take care of week number 1 and then move on.
Do you feel a buzz around the football program right now, though, after what you've accomplished since you've come to Latrobe? I know you have a lot more numbers this year. Do you kind of feel that as a program, and can you kind of ride that wave?
We do. The community's excited.
Yeah.
I think they hadn't won 5 games since 2001. And then to do that the first year in 22, and then to follow it up last year with 8 wins, I think the community is excited. You see it in the numbers. We've gone from the first year we had 65 kids. We're at 84 now.
Wow.
So there's a lot of excitement.
Is Fez busy? Is he
Fez
complaining?
Is busy. He never complains. You know him.
Absolutely, man. He
Might be a few
done.
choice words, but he always does it, though.
No doubt about it. Obviously, when you look at your team, Coach, I know you have to play with 22 players, but Alex Tash, John Wetzel, 2 of your leaders. How have they kind of displayed that leadership, and what have you kind of seen from them on the field, even in terms of their development and being better football players from their junior to senior year?
Yeah, well, I'll start with John. John's been this will be a 3-year starter quarterback for us on the offensive side. He loves defense, but he plays quarterback because we need him to.
Yeah.
But John's a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. He's right about 200 pounds. I think he played last year at about 191, 192. So the big thing with John is understanding the offense, and he's a true dual threat. He ran for 1,000, threw for over 1,000 last year. So he's a huge part of what we do. And Alex is another guy that played at slightly over 200 last year, and he's about little bit over 220 now. Just a physical freak. He's pretty special.
Yeah.
Special player. But those guys are leaders on the field for us too. They work extremely hard and set a great example for our guys.
Well, and with the importance of those 2, as you mentioned, John loves playing defense, but he's also, taking every snap for you as well.
Yeah.
As a coaching staff, do you have to figure out a way to kind of give them a blow here and there, or do they never want to come out of the game? How does that dynamic kind of work?
Yeah, neither one of them wants to come out, and John typically doesn't. We don't have him on any special teams. Same with Alex. So they'll get their rest then. And Alex will rotate at running back. He won't get every snap there.
Sure.
We have other guys that are really capable of running the football too. So he'll get some breaks on offense. John hopefully will not. If we tell him we're going to give you a blow on defense, he's not real happy.
Yeah, he's going to find a way to get out in the field without you seeing. Jaton Williams had a terrific season for you last year, Coach. 33 catches, 756 yards, 14 touchdowns. He has since graduated. Who are you kind of counting on to kind of step into Jaton's role this year?
I think it's going to have to be multiple guys. Andy Tash being one of them, Sawyer Butina, Tyler Bauer. There's Vinny Gasky. We'll get some reps there too, along with a couple guys at H and tight end, Jack Drenovich, Tim Myers, and Owen Burkett are all guys that will get catches. I don't think we'll have one guy do what Jeton did, but we'll have a number of guys that will hopefully step up and fill that role.
Yeah, and that's not a bad thing either. Brady Prohovic comes back, your top running back. What do you kind of expect from the run game between him, Tash, and your offensive line?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. I think we're going to split carries between those two. Some games one will get a few more than the others, but Brady's a really capable guy too. He's probably 5'8", so he runs real low. He runs under his pads, and he gets tough yards for us. And Alex does the same, and Chris Cochran's good back there too. And John's a big part of our run game too. Yeah. So the offensive line is where we come into the year losing 3 guys from last year, and that's probably our biggest hole where we have to fill. But again, we have capable guys. We feel like the 2 Scarton twins are both big, strong kids, and Lucas Collins is another guy that will step up and play for us. Alessandro Castillo will play, Wade Enoch, and Brady Cronenwetter. So we have some guys that we feel are capable. They're just inexperienced, and they're going to be thrown to the fire, though.
Well, I know it's fun to talk about the offense, but your defense should be pretty darn good this year. We mentioned some of the names already. Maybe one of the names you didn't mention is Cody Krall up front, defensively. What do you kind of expect from that side of the football?
Well, I think, we returned 9 guys on defense. We lost both corners, so we feel good about our guys up front. Probably having 6 to 7 guys. We're an odd front, so a 3-man front. We have probably 6 to 7 guys that we feel good about. Our linebackers are all returning. We have some depth there too with Owen Burkett and Brady Prohovic. And then at the safety spot, John and Andy are both back. But we feel like, again, we have 6 guys at corner that we feel pretty good about. Sawyer Butina probably being one of them, Tyler Bauer, Danny Noonan, Aiden Roach, and Vinny Gasky are all guys that, we're going to see who ends up being those 2 corners.
Yeah, that's the exciting part of the beginning of the season, right?
Yeah.
You get to kind of see finally when the live bullets start flying and who assumes those positions.
That's right.
That are open, even though there's not many of them. We already talked, Boomer, about moving up to Class 5A. I'll ask you how excited you are playing these tough teams. It's kind of funny, in a way, because they are really, really tough. But, for the community and for you guys, it has to be exciting to be in a conference that's going to be pretty darn good.
Yeah, it's really good. But I think more than anything, they're close games. Our fans will travel to PT. They traveled to Trinity and Ringgold and everywhere we went. But going to Penn-Trafford, going to Franklin Regional, going to Kiski and Armstrong, and Gateway and Woodland Hills, those are nice rides for our fans, and I think our parents and our fans will show up.
What's your favorite thing about this team, would you say, right now as you prepare for that Connellsville game on Friday?
Well, I think probably the toughness that we have, that we've developed, and I think our guys are excited to play. It's a bunch of guys that care about each other, and when you have that, you got a chance to win.
Absolutely. For those that don't know, Boomer coached under John Ruane, who's going to be up here next for, 10 seasons? I'd ask you to give me a good story about him, but that might take too long, and we might have to cut off the broadcast if that was the case, right?
Yeah, it was 10 long years, believe me.
Long years.
He's a tyrant.
These 2 guys, the teams will face off in the last week of the season. We'll have to talk more about some stories then, I'm sure, between you guys, Coach.
I got a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
He's got a few, too.
I'm sure you do. But we should just take up all of his time and just keep talking, right?
Do that.
We should do.
Nobody wants to see him, believe me.
Coach, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you to the Prady family again for taking care of my son over at Penn Pals, and we'll talk again soon. Good luck against Connellsville.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you know what? We have to mention, too, the robot that I got the chance to play with a little bit, the tackling dummy robot at your place. And we actually had a video, for those that didn't see, up on our Twitter of Boomer here tackling the tackling dummy. It's robotic. It literally has a remote control, and you can make it go fast, slow. You can make it go left, right, back and forth. It's
pretty fast.
It is pretty cool. It really. Tom Wilkins was playing with it. He sent it down the field. If we had a
remote control.
Remote control. But if we clocked it, it was probably going like 90 miles an hour or something like that.
I think it goes
radar
like
gun. That's
22 miles per hour.
We had a radar gun. 22.
You can't catch it.
No, heck no, absolutely.
Me neither.
Not even back in the day.
No.
That is Coach Ron Brady, the Latrobe Wildcats. We'll talk with Penn-Trafford coach John Norwin coming up next on the Kickoff show right here from Manor Valley.
Every morning brings a new opportunity, a new chance to be great. But it's up to you to decide who you want to be. You can wake up and chase your dreams, or stay where you are and remain the same. The great ones keep pushing. The great ones do more. So, are you going to be great?
Give your taste buds a taste of Italy by biting into a slice of pizza at Dom's Pizzeria in Trafford. Voted by the readers of the Tribune Review as the best pizza in Trafford, Dom offers 17 unique toppings for you to choose from. Also try Dom's specialty pizzas, all made with 100% olive oil. Dom's Pizzeria also has wings, hoagies, calzones, wraps, and pasta, all at affordable prices. Eat in or take out, and we deliver. Call 412-372-DOMS. Cabot Avenue in Trafford, and a proud sponsor of tonight's Warrior Player of the Game.
Having plumbing issues? Level Green Plumbing and Heating can help. Level Green Plumbing and Heating specializes in drain and sewer service, water heater installation and repair, excavating and trenching, and if you have frozen pipes this winter, they can get that water flowing again. Level Green Plumbing and Heating is open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, with emergency service available anytime. Call 412-372-5544 or visit lgph.com.
This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg. Stop in, gear up, go play.
Although Penn-Trafford once again made the playoffs in 2023, it certainly was a down year by their lofty standards as they finished with a losing record and a playoff loss in the first round. But with a bevy of talent back at the skill positions, the Warriors are hoping that 2024 can be a return to their championship-level play. After the Warriors had gone green at quarterback the 2 previous years, there was a big void to fill at the most important position last season. PT appeared headed to a timeshare between Johnny Louver and Derek Carr, but an injury in the season opener sidelined Carr for the rest of the way. Now they are both battling once again, with Carr eager to show he's back to full strength, while Louver wants to prove his costly turnovers are in the past.
Definitely ball conservation. Like, turnovers are everything. And if the offense doesn't have the ball, just give it away, because I threw way too many picks last year. Definitely wasn't my strong suit, was conserving the football, and I've definitely improved on that over the offseason this year.
Although injured to start the season, sophomore phenom Ben Grabowski might also see snaps at Wildcat quarterback. But there's no debate that Tasso Whipple will be the bell cow again after rushing for nearly 1,400 yards and scoring 17 total touchdowns a year ago. Top receiver Carmen Metcalf graduated, but PT features a half dozen or more options to catch passes, including Nick Ponko, Jack Weissar, Tyler Boss, and Jesse Lisbon. Although the O-line lost quite a bit from 2023, Ethan Septek expects his unit to uphold the tradition of PT dominance in the trenches.
Our offensive line and, just communicating better up front, because we were good last year, but I think this year we're going to be bonded a lot better, so.
Penn-Trafford likely has a sour taste in its mouth after giving up 63 points to Penn Hills in the playoffs, but the Warriors have typically excelled both defensively and on special teams. They'll need all phases clicking in a loaded Big East conference, but with former East Allegheny headman Don Pecora joining the staff under John Ruane, there's little doubt the Warriors will be prepared for the challenge that awaits them.
1, 2, 3, Warriors! The outlook is, these teams are better, and we love that. Like, we like playing better competition, and if we're playing better, that means, we're going to get better. So, just trying to get through that, work harder, come out harder than we did last year.
Yeah, I think we like the pressure. We enjoy having high expectations. There's always people that are preying on our downfall almost and don't want to see us succeed, but that just drives the team more to make us want to do better.
The Warriors will have to make their hay on the road this season as they open in Week 0 at Norwin. They also have road contests against Gateway and Greater Latrobe in Big East Conference play. This training camp preview is presented by Play It Again Sports in Greensburg.
Hi, I'm Dr. Michael Hansen.
And I'm Dr. Jeff Donatelli, and we're the dentists here at Aesthetic Family Dental at Manor Harrison City Road.
Our belief in high-quality care can be seen through our modern technology and digital workflow. We use 3D x-rays for implant planning. We have an in-house lab where we custom design crowns utilizing high-strength porcelain.
At our office, we believe in preventative care. However, if we do have to do some type of intervention, I will perform the same type of dentistry that I do on my own family.
All right, back here to Manor Valley Golf Course as our kickoff show continues, and we are being joined by the head coach of the Penn-Trafford Warriors, John Ruane. Is it really your 15th year?
It is.
My gosh, that means it's our 15th year. This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. But you've done a great job at Penn-Trafford, Coach, and happy to be with you once again here for the show. Thank you. I know you're coming from a heartbreaking midget football loss. Sorry to hear about that, but first game of the year. Who'd you guys play?
They played Woodland Hills.
Woodland Hills. All right. Well, next time.
Yeah,
we'll get them next time.
Let's hope so.
A last-second kickoff, unfortunately, buried the midgets there for Coach Ruane's son. Brady, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right. Anyway, let's talk about Penn-Trafford varsity. The Warriors last year went 4-5 overall. 4-1 though in the Big East Conference. The Warriors lost in the first round of the playoffs to Penn Hills. And Coach, I know you made the playoffs last year. Ultimately, though, wasn't the season that you wanted when it comes out. What stands out to you about last year when you kind of reflect on it?
We didn't meet expectations. Making the playoffs was nice. We had a couple of nice in-season wins to get into the playoffs. I think we finished in second place, but we left a lot of plays out on the table and just simply didn't finish the way we should have. It was a tough year from that end, and we have a real sour taste in our mouth from the playoff game at Penn Hills. We really did not perform, and we took this whole offseason to kind of, get back on track from many different angles. Starting with me as the head coach to get our vision back to where it should be, and just get everyone refocused and get that team camaraderie built to where it needs to be successful. And I think I'm really proud of our senior group that they've come a long way with that, and we feel really, really good about where we're at now.
Yeah, it seemed like last year, you guys were in great position in certain games that you lost, but, there might be a couple of penalties here or a turnover there that kind of sunk you, and I'm sure that's one of the things you probably spent in the offseason just trying to iron those things out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing is what we did to ourselves often was the biggest culprit. A lot of turnovers, penalties and whatnot, and misalignments and some simple things that I think are correctable. And while we made some strides throughout the year, I think we certainly, at least if nothing else, learned from that experience what we really have to do and how precious the football is, and we can't turn it over.
We lose some talented players to graduation, as happens every year, and we don't need to name maybe every single one of them, but Zach Tomasevich, you lost some other starters on that offensive line as well as Zach. Paul Dara, who led your team in tackles last year, also graduated. Carmen Metcalf, among others. So what kind of stands out about those guys you have to replace?
Well, I mean, Zach's a 3-year starter. He started in the state championship game, so that's he's a 6'5", 310-pound kid playing in Army. That's a big loss, figuratively and literally. But those guys had great careers. Carm was a do-it-all athlete for us. Paul Darrow, just the tough, hard-nosed guy you love to coach. Penn-Trafford type of kid. And, there's every single season we have holes to fill, and this year was no exception.
Turning our attention to this year's group, how did you evaluate your team's play? I know it's just the first scrimmage and, first one of the year, but how did you kind of evaluate the way that they played against Shaler yesterday?
I think we did well. I thought we were really physical on defense, which is what we want to be. Offensively, I think we clicked pretty well. We ran the ball decent. We threw the ball pretty well. And I felt like we took care of what we should have taken care of. And the biggest difference from 1 year ago till now is that experience at the skill positions, at the quarterback position, at the receiver positions, at running back, where everybody, our offense playbook is probably double or triple what it was a year ago at this time when all these guys are just getting your feet wet. Mm-hmm. So, we feel really confident with this bunch.
Well, you mentioned you threw the ball pretty well yesterday, and right now, you see Johnny Louver back there, you see Derek Carr back there, and I'm sure this isn't the first or last time you're going to hear the question about, playing time between those guys. But are you looking to get a clear number one for the Week 0 game against Norwin, or do you expect both to take snaps right now, Coach?
They're both going to have a role. I mean, and I don't think that's a secret with us. We put different guys back there all the time at quarterback.
Sure.
Yeah. Ben Grabowski played a ton last year at quarterback. In years past, we've played, Tommy Kalstein and Yakimelli took snaps for us. So it's no secret that we like to do that. Both guys are going to have a role. Johnny's got a year under his belt, so much more poised right now. Understands the speed of the game, understands, and we talk all the time, Derek, Johnny, and I, about, maybe I'm not even right, but we need to be on the same wavelength thinking, like, why is this play called? And when we start thinking alike, that's when we're at our best.
What are the qualities of Derek Carr? You just mentioned about Johnny, being another year of experience. How about Derek?
Derek is just a gritty, do-it-all kid. I mean, he's going to play free safety for us. He has a real urgency to him when it's 3rd and 2. He's getting 3. He can throw the football really, really well. He moves very well. He's a very intelligent kid. So it's really good to have two really smart quarterbacks that can do some different things. But we trust both of them a ton, and like I said, both are going to have roles.
And Derek, just a sophomore coming back from an injury. He is Ethan's younger brother, correct?
He is.
Just want to make sure they're not cousins or anything. I want to make that mistake.
He is, but he's a senior, not a sophomore.
Or did I say sophomore? I meant to say senior. Okay, I meant to say senior. That's why you're here, buddy.
That's all right.
Tasso Whipple. Let's talk about Tasso a little bit. Rushed for almost 1,400 yards, scored 17 touchdowns last year. Have you kind of seen him take his game to another level off season?
Yeah, he really has. He's put on good weight. He's a wrestler, so he was always shedding a lot of weight to get down in certain weight classes. He wrestled a little bit higher weight class this year, so didn't have to lose as much. He's chiseled. He's put together, pound for pound, among one of the toughest kids we've ever had at Penn-Trafford. Just somebody who refuses to succumb to anything. He's going to get what he needs to get offensively. He's physical on defense. He's a great leader. He was voted unanimous team captain. Just a guy you want to go into the football games with every Friday night, and more importantly, all week long to get everybody else ready to play.
As we kind of look at the backfield, unfortunately, I know you start the season without Ben Grabowski, who's coming back from an injury he suffered in the WCCA passing tournament. So do you expect Tasso to have a bigger workload, or can guys like Joe Jackson and some of those guys kind of take the workload off?
Yeah, unfortunately, Ben is a terrific player, and he was just coming into his own. I mean, for a freshman to do what he did last year, I thought was incredible, remarkable. But, he's going to be out a couple weeks. And, like you said, everyone else has to step up. That's why you got a 75-man roster. Guys like Joe Jackson and Jamison Yurt and Michael Cheplick, those guys are going to be counted on heavily, along with Tasso and along with our quarterbacks running the football. And on top of that, I mean, a lot of the workload now has to go to the wide receivers. We've got to do a better job in the passing game of spreading the ball around, and those guys have to get going. So, every year someone gets hurt on every team, but it's how you react to it, and I think our guys have done a really good job reacting to it.
And obviously it can make their job a lot easier if you guys can block, move some guys up front. Ethan Septak, your starting center, returns, but I know you have a lot of new faces, up front. I talked with Coach Ruby. He said we may not be the biggest group, but we're pretty quick. We can get on blocks and that type of thing. So what do you expect from those guys?
Yeah, we're pleasantly surprised. Not surprised, but we're just happy with where we're at with this crew. Like he said, it's not the most gigantic crew, but certainly with what we like to do, we love having athletes up front. We have a bunch of guys that are 240 to 260 pounds that can move. They're great at the second level. Ethan is obviously the linchpin of that as a returning all-conference center. But we have guys, I think we can go 8-9 deep with the crew that we have. We're expecting big things from a kid named Kellen Taylor, who's under the radar, who is as physical as anybody. Brandon Long, those two will be our tackles. David Diedzik is a big, strong kid who plays guard. We go deep, probably, like I said, 8 or 9 deep up front. And we feel confident we can put some different guys in there and still plug away. Stu Fowle, the other guard, he's a two-way starter, kid that just plays with a high motor. So I think what they lack in size, they make up for with their energy.
What has impressed you about your defense so far through camp, and kind of how are they able to fill Paul's spot and some of the other guys you lost?
Yeah, I think that much like the wide receivers were inexperienced, that secondary was very inexperienced last year as well, outside of Carmen. So you can just tell they're very confident making the calls, making checks, reading what they're supposed to read. And, I think that's going to be one of the strengths of our team is our secondary. We have a lot to replace up front. So those guys, I think, will be 6-7 deep there with some more quick guys. And, Tasso and Dom Smith, both 3-year starters now for us at linebacker. Those two guys are going to have to hold it down there, and they've done a great job so far.
Let's talk about your coaching staff. It's very rare that you lose any coaches or you have a little bit of a shake-up. One, Boomer, of course, that is now at Latrobe. But Dan Tarabrella has decided to hang him up and maybe watch his son play a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm sure it was kind of strange not to have him around at first, right?
Yeah, I don't know who's going to insult me every day now. So, but Dan, losing Boomer was a big deal a couple of years ago, and obviously he's been moved on to some great things, and his program's incredibly impressive. And now, Coach Tab is moved on. He's been heart and soul of our team. Behind the scenes, as much as great of a coach as he is, what he does behind the scenes is even more impressive for us. So, now we picked up Don Pecora, which is awesome. Terrific coach, head coaching experience, a guy who's seen a lot and brings a little different viewpoint to the table. So, but like you said, I'm incredibly fortunate to have the loyal guys that I have that have been with us for so long. And that's what makes it fun, and that's why we like to do it. Everyone gets along great. I just couldn't be prouder of the group we have assembled.
And Dom, of course, is a Penn-Trafford guy. At least now he is, and he's going to sling some pizzas for you too, Coach. Going to provide that for.
We're a little disappointed in how many he has not brought yet.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yes, we have a large
that should
staff,
have been part of his employment.
We need fed.
Coach, let's wrap up with the conference. And as I was talking to Boomer, I mean, it's interesting to say the least. You add Latrobe and Kiski area to it, then you have Franklin Regional, Gateway. I mean, the list goes on and on of this great conference. How excited are you to compete with the top dogs here?
Yeah, it's I don't know. It might be bold to say it's the best conference in not only 5A but maybe the WPIAL this year. Yeah. I think we were down last year, but I think this year's the opposite. I think obviously. Latrobe brings a ton back, and they're excited about things, and they should be. Gateway returns 5 offensive linemen and a ton of skill. Franklin returns a lot of skill guys that are good football players. Woodland Hills might be the most talented team in the WPIL right now. So, and Kiski and Armstrong, we haven't played in a while, but I know Kiski returns a lot of linemen and a good quarterback, and so every game's going to be tough, and there's no down weeks, there's no weeks off. It's definitely going to be a grind all season.
Happy to continue your rivalry with Norwin in week 0. You spent a couple of years there in the same conference. They moved back up to 6A, and here comes the week 0 game again.
Yeah, it's great for both schools. The stadium's packed every single year when we play, and it's just a really good way to start the season for both teams. And they're in year 2 as a coaching staff now. That's going to be a big challenge for us because year 1, you're kind of getting your feet wet. Year 2, you know what you're doing. Your kids know what you're doing. They know the expectations. They play a lot faster. So we know how good they're going to be. So we certainly have our work cut off right out of the gate.
I'd ask you for Boomer's story, but we're kind of running late on time, unless you want to give one real quick.
Better not on the air.
All right, yeah, that's what we kind of thought too. We'll save that for the last week of the season. Coach, thank you so much for your time, man. I appreciate it, as always. Dan. We'll talk a ton during the season. You can watch Penn-Trafford football here on the Westmoreland Sports Network throughout the season. Coming up next, we will transition to college football. Sean Myers will be back up here with St. Vincent head coach Aaron Smetanka right here on the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show.
At Smale Kia, we know that winning takes hard work, dedication, and a commitment to excellence. By sponsoring Shining Stars, we'll select 2 teams each season to help fund their booster programs. Rewarding their hard work, athletic progress, and community service is an investment we're proud to make. Congrats to our previous Shining Star winners, and good luck. And speaking of excellence, lease a 2024 Kia Forte LXS for only $99 a month from Smale Kia. Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
DBAT Pittsburgh South is America's premier indoor baseball and softball training academy, now open in the 412. What is DBAT Pittsburgh South? An 18,500 square foot state-of-the-art training facility with 4 dual Fungo Man pitching machines, 2 hit tracks, enabled cages, elite baseball and softball instruction, 50-plus camps and clinics, and a beautiful pro shop powered by Rawlings and Easton. DBAT Pittsburgh South in Bethel Park, owned by Seton Hill baseball alum John Bachman. Learn more at dbatpitsouth.com.
Welcome back to Manor Valley here in Export. It's the 2024 edition of the Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff Show, although we should probably rename it. It's high school and college kickoff because we're now talking college. Sean Myers joined by St. Vincent head coach Aaron Smetanka. Well, first off, how's everything been going with you recently?
Doing great. We just started yesterday, moved our guys on campus, and had our first 2 days of our training camp now. So things are going really well right now that we got our guys back on campus.
Now, the hardest hitting question I have for you is right out of the gate. How does this compare to being at Dino's interviewed by Donnie Football?
That's great, always being around Donnie Football. He's always been a big supporter of us at St. Vincent over the years and helps with our games and being around that. And I know he's going to be calling some of our games again this year too.
But this is a little bit better, right? I mean,
definitely. This is always a great statement coming on here every year and talk with you, Sean, and enjoying our time together here too. It makes it special.
So before we look at the 2024 season, rewind last year, 3-7 for the Bearcats. How did you evaluate how the season went, and how did that record kind of align with the expectations that you had established?
Yeah, we definitely had some bumps last year. Not a season I think anybody, I know staff-wise and player-wise, expected going into the year. We were really excited going in. We felt like we had a lot of players that returned and a lot of senior depth that we had. We ended up graduating 16 or 17 players last year that really contributed on the field for us. But it seemed to be just like now during the camp period, we lost one, then the next, to the next, to the next. It just seemed to snowball effect throughout the course of the season. And, I mean, we went to our last game with 24 guys that were either on an out or an injured list going into that game. So it's very different. I've never been around it before, but it's like we can't use that as an excuse. We got to get better. How are we going to get better doing it? So a lot of our young guys ended up having to step up and got some really good experience. So now it's building off of that through the course of our spring, and now building off it now as we're starting these first 2 days of training camp so far.
Certainly one of the issues in many of those losses was the lack of offense. I think you were shut out 5 times. So there's no doubt that's been a focus. What, when you went back and looked at it, what was lacking, and how do you think that unit will be better this year?
Yeah, offensively was definitely a big focus for us this past off season. How can we get better there? What can we do to help improve? What are some things we could do during practices? And then just things that we can implement with our guys. And just staff-wise, I think changed over some staff, changed over maybe some of the things we did from a scheme standpoint as well. And just having some of those guys now having to compete at each position, having to change over from a quarterback or who's been the starter last year or was the backup the previous 3 years competing at that position. Some of our guys at the offensive line, we had 3 to 4 of them that ended up being starters for multiple years for us. So now having to replace a lot of those guys with who's going to be taking over those positions now going forward. And then the receivers with multiple guys that played in and out with some depth that was there in previous. One of them was an All-American 2 years ago, and now he won on a scholarship to Maine. Which is a great thing to happen.
I would say that's actually probably beneficial in the long run to be able to promote something like that for your program, right?
Yes. I'd be curious to see how many schools at Division III level had a guy that went on a scholarship, wasn't preferred walk-on to a Division I level. And it's great they ended up getting a degree from us, did some good things for us on the field, but now hopefully he could benefit now for his future and his career going forward, getting his master's there too.
I know it wasn't the season you wanted, but The benefit of winning your last game, I know we talked to some high school coaches that same situation. They didn't make the playoffs, but they did win their final game. Does that carry over any positive vibes, any momentum throughout the offseason that the players can try to build upon?
Yes. No, I think that was huge for us, finishing out on a high note. Players really battled out that last game. Mentioned through everything going on. A lot of different guys, they got opportunities playing there. And then you could see that mentality when coming back in that spring semester. They were ready to get right back in the weight room again with each other, building that chemistry together. And then had a really good then spring. Now is the momentum building off of the summer. What are they doing coming back off of that? And we've had 2 really good days so far, starting with our training camp practices.
When you look at the 2024 version of St. Vincent College, who are the guys that you are going to lean upon most? The leaders or the players that you know are going to give you that production, whether it be offense, defense, or even on specials?
Well, the one that I brought with me, I'd say has been our main leader is our captain, is Wiley Peary, who led us in total tackles, was 11th in the country in total tackles last year. And the energy, the attitude, the mentality that he's brought in off-season workouts and training, and what he's just brought just in the short last 2 days that we've been back on campus, it shows not just on the field but off the field, and how those young guys now are growing up and learning from him.
The conference, the President's Athletic Conference, it's an interesting setup because you play all of your games in the PAC. There's no out of conference at this point. That's going to change next year, but for now and for last year as well, what are the challenges that come with playing every single game that counts under your conference record?
You know, everything is going to come down at the end of the day to that big game week in and week out. It's not, okay, there's a non-conference game, doesn't go to my schedule through the conference play and our overall total standings. You're going to have good opponents every single week because we do have a really good conference just overall. Coming in this preseason, most of the polls had definitely 3 that were top 25, and some preseason polls even had 4 schools in the PAC conference. So you know you're going to have game in and game out, week in and week out. You're going to have
fly is pestering.
And that fly's been going back and forth in my eye the whole time here.
You're a trooper here. But I guess the interesting aspect is that's going to change because the conference will expand and then break into 2 different divisions. So you'll be playing all of your division foes, a couple cross-division, and then you'll get the opportunity to play out of the conference. Is this something that the entire conference, all the teams in the PAC, ultimately will benefit from?
Yeah, I believe everybody will at the end of the day because, you get to still play some out-of-conference opponents with the non-conference games starting as week 1, week 2. And then you have a North and a South division. It makes it really nice. It's similar to some of your bigger, or even SEC at the Division I level. We have kind of comparison to that, where you get to compete. And then that very last game of the season, then it's all a tally, the hoist from 1 through 11. And those top teams will actually truly have an actual PAC championship game, which I think it makes it special just for our conference in general and from a national standpoint.
So with each season, obviously there's expectations. You get to kind of wipe the slate clean and say this is going to be the year that everything comes together. With that in mind, what goals have you established, and how much input do you get from the players when you come up with those goals?
Yeah, our main goals going into every season, I don't think it changes from season to season. We're always trying to grow and get the most out of each day and progressing towards that. So the process won't change. Like with our program, we always talk about rising together, and it's academically, athletically, socially, spiritually, community, and it entails all 5 of those phases. It's on the field and off the field. And I think our guys have heard that since day 1 throughout the recruiting process, and what they're doing right now through training camp. They're showing that, and they're doing those things right now. It's continuously from the time we have from Sunday here, now building that into tomorrow, Monday, and now gaining that ground as we go throughout the course of our training camp.
Well, you mentioned the word recruiting. I know that at the D3 level, it's a lot different because people hear so much about Division I. You're basically forking over a lot of money to get players, stuff like that. Your recruiting is completely different. So what's your approach? What have you found to be successful? And how much does it help that you have a background being a high school coach in this area?
It definitely benefits from knowing the area well and coaching here at Greensburg Central Catholic. But getting to know the coach through Westmoreland County, competing versus some of those guys, or just maybe doing 7-on-7s whenever I was coaching there.
So that's why you were buttering up all the coaches before you came up here.
So it helps out from knowing the area well, and just being around the Pittsburgh area too, from Allegheny County, from growing up there too, playing at North Catholic. But that being said, it doesn't change on our end in comparison to what you're seeing in Division I. Those guys are competing in comparison to that. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of things from the NIL that's going to be on their end. Ours is more so, yeah, we're going to sell that we have high academics. We're going to make sure our guys are competing on and off the field, but we want them benefiting for their future and their goals and their career path going forward.
The transfer portal has become such a buzzword. Everyone talks about it. It's such a big part of all college athletics. At your level, is it a big factor, and how do you handle trying to bring in players to help and trying to retain players that you do have?
Not so much on our level. I mean, we do have guys, I won't lie, that we've had transfers in each of the years so far. I actually was a transfer whenever I was a student athlete, coming from Robert Morris to St. Vincent for my last 2 years eligibility. So I know guys that are looking for opportunity, they want to get on the field. Okay, let's take that step now and give them that chance. But then also bringing in the right type of guys, though, too. That's the other thing, is making sure they're not just there for themselves individually. They're trying to get their stats or get in their film. It's making sure they want to come in and they want to be a part of something special as a group and as a whole. And that's why our team is all about rising together. We got to be together in all aspects. So we want to make sure we are bringing transfers, no matter what the position is. Those guys all have that same mentality and mindset at the end of the day. And you talked about the retention part with our current guys, then it's keeping those guys together during that time, building off of that, and then having that mentorship through the upperclassmen to underclassmen. It doesn't matter where you're at, from a fourth-year guy or a first-year freshman. We're all together in everything we're doing, but then we're also getting to know each other and building those relationships during our time.
Lastly, I know every successful coach always has good men behind them. Your assistant coaches who do so much at the collegiate level, helping in all phases. So how have you assembled the staff? Who are the guys, and what ultimately do they do to make your job in life a little bit easier?
Yeah, really, really blessed to have a lot of great coaches that I've been able to surround myself around. They do. It helps take some of that ease off you as you're going forward. From Coach John Bell's our defensive coordinator, he's been the guy there since the beginning of the rebirth of the program, back when they started practicing recruiting in 05 and 06 and having that first year in 07. So he's a guy that you lean on because he knows the area, knows the school very well and everything that comes with that. We brought in a new offensive coordinator this past year with Sam London. He came to us and came in the spring, has done some good things for us. Then on that end is building that offense now and getting prepared for this upcoming season. He's been putting a lot of time in that process. Some of the other new guys that brought in was Kenny Johnson, was working with our receivers and also our strength conditioning coordinator. So changing some things were the strength part, but then also adding on Omar Ward, who's
we know him very well. Yes,
I'm sure you know very well. He's been a great addition though too for our strength conditioning, and those two have really been working well together on their end, and getting our guys prepared in the weight room, but also getting them prepared on the field for everything they're doing from the conditioning aspect, and then working with Chase Johnson is another new guy we brought in. Was around the high school level then too, but he also has been very helpful on the recruiting piece. He's taken over as our recruiting coordinator. Has done a really good job just in a short period of time in these last few months, and has really hit the ground running since that. And now he's been starting to work with our offensive line just recently after working with our defensive line previous times. And then the current guys that were already there on our staff then that has really helped in, like David Neal is actually a Latrobe native. He grew up in Latrobe. His relatives went there. His father and family and grandfather actually played at St. Vincent College. So it's special that now he's there on the staff, and that's something that he's even talked to our players about throughout his process of being here now for the last 3 years. And now he's taking over as our lead offensive line coach now going into it. Then you look at on the defensive side, you had Coach Ron Baldineri, who's coached and was a head high school coach at several schools around the Westmoreland County area. And I believe this should be year 47 for him.
That's a lot of coaching.
Yes, so a lot of good experience for him. I know he was a superintendent and a principal too, so from the disciplinary end, it also helps out having a guy like him, and a lot of good experience. And from off the field experiences, it really helps out. And I know he's a guy that I can always count on and talk to though too, for things as we're going forward though too with our program.
Coach, good stuff. We hope that 2024 is a great season. We're looking forward to following the Bearcats along the way.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
That is Aaron Smetanka, the head coach of the St. Vincent College Bearcats. We'll take a break. When we come back, the final interview, as Dan Day of Seton Hill will be talking to our Dan Flickinger. We'll continue after this on WSN.
the hybrid operating room, the most advanced surgical environment in medicine. It's a new horizon for minimally invasive endovascular and cardiac surgeries like TAVR, transcatheter aortic valve replacement, and TCAR, transcarotid revascularization for carotid artery disease. The hybrid OR provides unparalleled imaging in the operating room. For patients, that means a shorter procedure, less recovery time, and reduced risk for complications. These capabilities are only part of the equation. They're placed in the hands of some of the most accomplished heart and vascular specialists in the region, whose skill and experience have earned national, regional, and local recognition for clinical excellence. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
My name is Kiski Area, and I'm a senior in the Woolkip School of Nursing. I came to the simulation lab with Dr. Condis, and she was describing it as like this experiential learning, and I thought that was really interesting because that would be like more hands-on. That she talked so highly about like all this progress that they were going to make, and there was so much opportunity here. Seton Hill got me experience in the field early on. We started our clinicals actually our second year. Dr. Condis is my specific advisor. She's very student specific. She kind of guided me towards my minor in psychology. I think that she does a really good job of pushing you to your full potential, but also like being there to support you if you were to like want to switch your interests. I do think that every portion of our learning here has guided me through to becoming more therapeutic with the patient, even just communicating wise. But again, clinical experiences and our time in the labs, we have so much hands-on experience. It's incredible. I'm very well fit. Seton Hill kept me moving forward.
Play It Again Sports in Greensburg is your locally owned and operated sporting goods store. We set ourselves apart by offering a wide variety of both new and used equipment at competitive prices. Located in the Greengate East Plaza, below Walmart, Play It Again Sports' knowledgeable staff will help you and your family prepare for every athletic season. Whether you're looking to buy, sell, or trade, we are here as your one-stop shop. At Play It Again Sports in Greensburg, everybody plays.
All right, welcome back for our grand finale now of our Westmoreland County high school football and college football kickoff show. Dan Flickinger, and it's another return of the Dan and Dan show as we talk with the head coach of the Seton Hill Griffins, Dan Day. 6th season, do I have that right, Dan?
You trying to make me feel old, man?
I'm just trying to make you do math real quick, because I know you're not great at it.
No, I'm definitely not good at math. So, yeah, I think 6, yes.
All right, hey, can you turn Dan Mikes down just a hair? There we go. He's a little louder talker than Aaron and some others, that's for sure. But we love that about you, Coach. A lot to talk about with Seton Hill football, man. Things are really happening for you this year, and certainly last year. First winning record since 2008, finished with a 6-5 record overall, and also a big victory in that season over IUP last year. So just kind of talk about the success that you had last year and what kind of stands out to you about last year's Griffins.
Well, I think the biggest aspect to me, Dan, is not just the result of the season, but how we got there, right? I mean, you go week 1, a very, disappointing loss to Wheeling. Didn't feel like we were clicking offensively yet. And it brought in new offensive coordinator and Blaze Holzer, new receivers coach, and James Cobbs. And those guys have done an absolutely unbelievable job, right? But we weren't ready yet at that moment. And we opened that way, right? And then we lose Jake Cruz after that game. He finishes the game, our starting quarterback, go into Shippensburg, and we lose our second-string quarterback in the first quarter. And in comes, Hayden Teska, who leads us to a victory, right, that season, or that first, game he was in against Shippensburg. First time we had beaten them in school history, right? And then we just went through some growing pains. East Stroudsburg, I think, right after that, had a win, against Clarion. Had kind of been up and down a little bit. And went into that IUP game, right? And that was such a big moment for us to be able to, as a team, kind of come out and get some confidence in that win. And it wasn't just the win, it was the way that we played that game. Had never trailed, right? Held the lead the entire game. We really, we gave up some plays at the end that allowed it to become pretty close. But, we honestly controlled that entire football game. And I think that was a moment for us where our guys gained a lot of confidence. And so going down the stretch, right, we won 5 out of 6 and ended on a 4-game winning streak, to close the season. And that was, behind, I would say, the leadership of some, really, really strong seniors, especially Dio DeSois, who, a lot of guys have attributed his leadership in those moments as part of, what helped our turnaround. And those guys really came together. We were playing with a lot of confidence at the end of the year and ended up, having some good, strong victories to close it down that really helped, really helped cement that we were able to achieve that next step. And when we came in 2019 to develop a culture, I know that, you love that word.
Buzzword,
to develop our culture and to believe in how we were building our program on and off the field, right? You're going to talk and see, the record and the success in the first, season since 2008, right? But what we don't talk about is our guys achieved a 3.0 again, in this spring, and it's only the 4th time we've ever done that. So those wins off the field in terms of how we operate as a program has really helped us turn the corner in being able to be, we talk about our guys working to be winners in life.
Did the success you guys had last year, does that carry over? I mean, can you feel that buzz that maybe is more there than in past years in camp?
Yeah, absolutely. Right. I think you've followed us for many years, and knowing, 2 years ago, we felt like we had a team that was pretty special.
Yeah.
And I would tell you that I think even looking at that season, as in retrospect, looking at as everything had kind of led up to that year, I think there was still more of a hope, right? Like we felt like we could be good, but I think there was still more hope that season. This year, there's a confidence there, and in no way, I think as coaches, you worry about if you're confident, are we getting close to arrogance, and it's not that. Like, you don't feel that our guys are, we're just going to win now. I think they absolutely understand the challenge that is college football. They understand the challenge, of us still. Look, we had a winning season, sure, right, but we've got to cement that it's who we are now, not just one season and not, one opportunity to make that happen. And so I think there's such an air right now of confidence in the way that our guys came in and prepared in the summer, the leadership through the summer months for our players, because we can't do anything really with them in the summer before camp actually starts. And the numbers we had, the work these guys have been putting in, the spring, it's been really awesome to see how confident and how much our guys believe in one another to be able to go out and show who we're truly becoming.
Well, and again, some people watching may think like, 6-5, I mean, that's good, but it's not. But again, you're still trying to lay those building blocks down to try to carry that momentum, like we were just talking about, into the next year and then into the next year again. So how important was it when we talk about the building blocks to have that winning record coming into, this season?
Yeah, I mean, it was critical. It was huge, right? I mean, for so many reasons in terms of the belief, the buy-in, the understanding, right? Like, we have a plan. We know what it's going to take to be successful, right? But ultimately, the players have to feel that, right? You can talk about the plan, our pillars, especially culturally, and how that will lead to success, but it better at some point lead to success, right? Yeah. And the big part for us was that all came to fruition, this season especially. And that's why I point to, I think it was so special, not just that it happened, but how. In the resiliency of that group and how it never turned negative inside our locker room. It was not a toxic environment, even when we started out, not great, and being able to turn that corner. And so, that's led to the confidence, right? But it's also led to what coach you ask in February, how's your class, right? And everybody, it's the greatest class we've ever signed.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
Of course.
This guy's going to be all conference. This guy's going to be all conference. Yeah.
Prerequisite of what you have to say, right? But honestly, the class we brought in, being able to build, they could feel it. Like, you stepped into the building and you talked to our players and you saw the way the program was maturing and the direction. And it led to, I mean, we've got some big-time football players from, getting some Whitfield guys that are big-time players for us, from that class. We've got guys, that we brought up from Georgia, a really special quarterback coming from California, just so many pieces that we know we can build on. So that all came from that success, that confidence, and that belief that it's not just going to continue, but we're working to build it to be even better.
Well, and we've had so many of these conversations, Coach, where it's tough when you're turning around a football program. You can say believe, but until the guys do it, it's tough for them to believe, and that's why I think it's so hard to turn around a football. It's like the chicken and egg thing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How can you believe you can win until you win? But if you don't believe, you're not going to win.
Right.
So it's
No doubt.
it has to be so difficult. So to actually get over the hump there a little bit, that has to be so important. But let's talk about this year's team, if we could, Coach. And I talked with you.
We've got to.
Oh, that's true. I guess we can
10,
continue.
Right? We're
yes.
good, man. We're
yes.
good.
Your
haven't
boy,
had a Dan and Dan show in how long?
Plus your boy Vinny D coaching out Seton Hill now. Seton Hill Wrestling. He's going to help you out a little bit, I think, with some lighting. I don't know about the guys he's with right now and his dad, but we can convince him to leave the lights on for us like the hotel. Well, we were talking before we got on about how Jake Cruz has looked early in camp, through camp. Your starting quarterback, you mentioned him already, got injured early last year. Hayden Teska also performed well as a young guy. Some growing pains, as you mentioned, but Greensburg Salem guy performed pretty well in his absence, so he's coming back this year. So kind of what's the plan at quarterback, and what do you expect from that position?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the first year I've been able to sit down, and give a really clear, definitive answer, right? And that's, Jake Cruz will be our starting quarterback. The way he's performing, the way he's played, he was voted as a team captain. Just got announced last night.
Okay.
Our captains and number one was released last night, and so Jacob Cruz is one of our captains. And I think what's so exciting to me, I know we're looking at this year, but when I look at what Cruz has already started to do, settling in, right? Like I don't think anybody's even. We haven't seen Cruz yet. And what I mean by that, right, is that injury happened early in Wheeling. And when he came back last season, that injury, how much he rehabbed and how hard he worked to even come back when he did, he was back earlier than he should have. And not from like he wasn't cleared, but he just wasn't as good as he could be in those moments. So even down the stretch when he did play, and he's able to lead us to 3-0 in his last three starts, it still wasn't even his best football yet. And we're seeing that now, right? And I think what's unbelievable to me is we have, Jake Cruz playing the way he is, and being able to say we have a starting quarterback that we know beyond a shadow of a doubt is going to put us, it's not hoping to be in positions, he's going to win us football games. Mm-hmm. And knowing the guy right behind him can also and will also win us football games in Hayden Teska. Like that's to know that we have Cruz for one more year, Hayden as the future for sure. He's already proven that he can win games in this league, and how much better Hayden has gotten in that time, let alone, the freshman quarterback that's come in and really looked good as a true freshman in Bowdoin State Marie out of California. It's like to know not just this season, but what we've been able to build, especially in that room, and what Coach Holzer's done with their development, for years to come is pretty special.
Jai Kwam McGriff graduated from your backfield.
Yep.
However,
love Jai.
However,
shout out,
I know, shout out to Jai for sure. But you do bring back your top running back in terms of stats, Kyron Craigett, back after earning first-team All-PSAC West honors last year. He rushed for almost 900 yards and 9 touchdowns. So what can we expect from an encore from Kyron?
Yeah, what I think it's important for everybody at home to know is I taught Kyron everything he knows. So that's.
I know you don't have a running back build, Coach. I don't know about that. I think he's lying.
Kyron's special. I mean, what he can do, and as a running back, right? It comes down to you put the ball in his hands. You're excited to see what he can do. He's a complete player. Some of the unsung plays. I mean, we just had our scrimmage last night, right? And there's a blitz pickup that he picks up from just his knowledge and understanding, and the way he wrapped back to protection to let Cruz get a really important throw off that helped us extend a drive. Like, it's not just his ability to put the ball in his hands and see what he does. It's everything. It's the way he plays the game. He's the type of player you have that I don't care what the game situation is, like, put the ball in his hands. And you can trust him. He's going to give you everything he's got in every situation, every moment. I mean, he as a coach, he can make you look pretty pretty smart, right? Don't mind the three guys in the backfield that weren't blocked. We drew it up that way, and there goes Kyron, right? He's a pretty special player, and I've really loved, what's been pretty special for him. He's not you know him, you've talked to him, he's not the most vocal. His off-field leadership has been absolutely exceptional, and to see him take that step within our program and being able to help show guys how to, not just his play, but how he's leading from a teammate perspective and who he is as a person. Kyron is we're really blessed to have him on our roster.
Well, we mentioned Jai, graduating. Another guy that you have to replace his production, had a great year last year, is Mark Bales.
Yep.
He decided to head to the transfer portal and transfer to Division I.
Yep.
Southern Utah, had 46 catches last year, 926 yards, 8 touchdowns, first team All-PSAC. Talk about his season, Coach, and how you expect to kind of overcome that loss and have other guys step up.
Mark
there.
Was a special player. I mean, there's no way to say.
And you were waiting for that too a little bit, right?
Sure.
I mean, I know there was some issues with quarterback. The passing game wasn't where you wanted it to be, but last year it got on track.
For sure, right? And you look at Mark and you look at the production, you look at the difference between the year before and last year. It's not just Mark being a year older, right? I've got to give a lot of credit to our receivers coach, James Cobbs. Like what Coach Cobbs was able to do in helping turn Mark into a complete receiver and being able to really work on some of his deficiencies and help him become not just a go ball, right, run vertical, right? Like Coach Cobbs really, really helped him hone his receiver skills, and Mark worked his absolute tail off to be better, right? And so, I mean, we were not surprised seeing the spring that Mark had. We knew he was going to really burst onto the scenes coming into that last season, and he did that. I mean, he showed up in really every moment, called upon. Mark was an absolute offensive monster, and what we could, he helped our run game production. There's clips I could pull up right now and show you how the safety attention over top of Mark opens up our box. So that's something we had talked about before, and it was awesome, right? Like for Mark. Obviously I want him. I wish Mark was, still on our roster, but man, he graduated from Seton Hill, got his degree, had an opportunity to be a graduate transfer, and had a great career and got an opportunity now to go play Division I football, and is on, believe it or not, he's on their he's a preseason all-conference player.
Is he really?
For them, right? In that conference, he's a preseason watch list for
that.
Their
has to be rare for that
so,
to happen in a transfer from a D2 to a D1.
For sure,
Yeah.
And to see like his growth in that, again, it's Mark, it's his work ethic, it's what he was able to do. But Coach Cobbs really, really helped him develop.
And who are some of the other guys then you're depending on to kind of help that production that you'd lose?
Well, one's going to be familiar. You just didn't see him last year. Is Todd Phillips, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we get Todd back after he had to take last year off due to an injury. And so having Todd back, he's been really, really, a mainstay. I mean, we would have loved to have had him last year as that other complement to Mark too. But, having him back and the complete receiver he's a different type of receiver, and that's perfectly okay, right? Todd's going to be a guy that can make big plays like Mark did, just in kind of different ways, if that makes sense, right? With his skill set and what he can do and his ability to get open. A guy that really excelled for us last year, Ethan Fame is going to be another guy that's going to be a downfield threat, right? He's going to be another, get ready to say Ethan's name a lot, more than you've ever said. He had big plays last year.
He did, yeah.
Shippensburg, IUP, those are two that come to mind of, had a big touchdown, big grab going down that set up a score, but he's going to be another guy that is going to be a big-time playmaker, in our vertical pass game. Hometown, right? You talked about Hayden earlier. Cody Rubrick is going to be a guy.
Cody Rubrick, of course.
Really
good year last year.
He led, in terms of freshmen, he led all PSAC freshmen in receiving yards, catches and touchdowns, right? So getting Cody back, and he's just becoming better and better day in and day out, so he's solid in every single way. Jalen Minter is another guy that you guys really haven't seen yet, but he's really coming on, especially this camp, to be a really good complement to Cody in slot, and Jalen's even got the ability to go outside, so he's somebody that's really progressed. Clint Washington outside, Tyon Battle's a guy that we know we can put you've called Tyon's name ever since you've been here. He's another guy we know we can put in a lot of different position situations and will play his butt off for you in every situation too. So I feel really good about how we're going to be able to produce in that room. It's going to be different. I don't think it's going to be the big play over the top shots that Mark was able to provide. So it'll be different, but I don't think it'll be production wise at the end of the day. We're going to produce just in a different way.
Well, and up front, you guys have to replace quite a bit.
For sure.
At that position, several players lost to graduation. How has that transition gone, and what do you expect from that group? And I don't know, Coach. I mean, obviously you'd rather have experienced players back, but you being a former offensive lineman yourself, does it kind of get you excited to see some new blood in there and be able to mold them a little bit?
Dan, I'd be a liar to tell you I was not excited to replace 4 starters, right?
But the new faces you have in there,
I'm just being honest, right? Ashawn Berry is a unique case. He graduated last year and then retired. I think he's retired in general because I think Ashawn's 65 right now.
Yeah.
So it's great to have him.
Social Security,
no doubt, he's done. But great to have his experience, right? Kai Marshall, Mason Hoyt, who I think he at some point hurt literally every part of his body and just continued to power through. Offensive line, without a doubt, is the group I was most nervous about, for sure, right? And that was the group when Giovanni Torres, who was not a senior, but actually walked away from football to go back home and is continuing med school. So that's his path. And, so we lost him as well. And going into this year, we had one returning starter in Paul Newell. So Paul's been a tremendous asset to the growth of the offensive line of where we are. That unit has come together in a way that I'd be a liar if I told you I expected us to be where we are right now. Our left tackle right now, Nikita Ufrov, is playing. You saw him a little bit last year in situations and was our 6th man in on some of our extra offensive line sets. He's playing football at the highest level I've ever seen him. Left guard was a mid-year transfer. I mean, he's become not just an important player for us up front, but one of the team favorites, Caleb Turner, who is cousins to a guy that I played with while I was here. Yep, Derek Alexander. And he's stepping in a really, really good, a big-time role. Jackson Barton right now, redshirt freshman, Hempfield, local guy. What Jackson has turned into in a year, I don't know I've ever seen an offensive lineman do. Like, we're talking about starting a redshirt freshman that I think the last, center that started as a 5'11" center had a pretty good career. But honestly, that Jackson is, the growth and what he has been able to do. Like, I was worried about how we would fill that. And not only am I not worried about, the way he's playing, but he's controlling the calls in the front. And Willard, Agile Provencal, he's been on the roster and has had some time last year. Another guy that had gotten injured, so we didn't have him down the stretch. But just the growth, of those guys in general. And again, Paul, we've got another one in Nephi Tuiasopo who's come in and he's got in late, so he's just still kind of trying to get caught up. But he's been playing, really, really well. Justice Smith, guy out of North Catholic. I mean, it's been so awesome to see the growth in that unit and the way that they're just clicking and excited to have opportunities to cement that the O-line isn't going to be the issue. They don't want to just not be the issue. They want to be the reason, and they've really rallied behind that.
Coach, you guys have had the PSAC Defensive Player of the Year on your roster on the Hill 2 years in a row.
Yep.
What are you putting in the water to give to the defense to make this happen?
Well, ESPN, the secret's out.
I was going to mention that about
secret,
Coach
right?
May as well. Let me just give out Dio DeSois, as Sean Myers eloquently puts it. He pronounces it. He's very particular about this
which
stuff.
is good.
He got
you,
it, yes. Jalen McDuffie in 2022 won it. Last year, Dio won it, had 14 tackles for a loss and 5 sacks, and I know was, unquestionable leader and all those things for you. So, what What is it on defense? What's the key? What's the special recipe without giving it up, with
what I
everybody
think is so special there too, right, is when you look at Jalen, winning it 2 years ago and then Dio winning it last season. Jalen was part of he was already on roster when we came in 2019, and then Dio was part of our first ever recruiting class, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's something to be said there, right? And it's hard to say this without you obviously have to give an unbelievable amount of credit to Jalen McDuffie, who was one of the ultimate competitors I've ever been around. Worked as hard as he was the guy, right, in winter conditioning that as much as he was the star player, also wasn't going to lose a rep. Like he never backed down. So it wasn't, you got to give a ton of credit to how much he worked, the talent he already possessed, right? And then Dio also, right? You can't achieve those types of accolades, right? And you can't play to that level without possessing already a high amount of talent. What I think is so interesting, right, when you look at that, one already being on the roster, one recruited, I think that speaks so highly to development, right? And those guys being able to be developed within the system, and what Coach May runs being so unique and was a feature article on ESPN.
That was pretty cool. The flex defense, right?
Yeah. The reporter told us when he came up, I mean, he drove up from North Carolina, went to Penn State, Pitt, and then stopped at Seton Hill to interview Coach May and talk about the flex
And I bet he said, wow, it's beautiful up here. Because literally everybody that comes up the hill is wow,
honestly, he
really
did
nice
say that.
Here.
Couldn't believe what the setting was of Seton Hill. So there's such a schematic element to it, but it's that development. It's the way that Coach May's able to kind of plug and play guys in positions that sometimes you look at him like, I don't know that he fits this, right? Or I don't know that this is your prototypical XYZ in terms of, size or speed or whatever that is. But he, the mastermind of how to fit those pieces together, and then I cannot go another second without propping up Coach Figner, right? Like, I mean, the strength and conditioning program, you've seen Seton Hill football for a long time. And I felt like when we came in 2019, we did not look like a PSAC football team, right? We look like a PSAC football team. And the strength and the speed and the weight development that Coach Figner has done to our entire roster, that's the development that these guys are getting while they're in our program with coaches like that are absolutely exceptional at what they do and motivating those guys to be better, in every way. So, you got to give credit to the players, right, in what they decided to put in and how they wanted to change it. But you also can't deny, especially that we recruited one and inherited the other, you can't deny what Coach May and what Coach Figner have been able to do in terms of development.
Musa Tama is back defensively at linebacker, but he's not the only guy back on that side of the ball. So what has you excited about defense, Coach?
Yeah, the scheme itself is something that you always know is going to really kind of give us a leg up in weekly preparation. It's just so difficult to know and understand how to prepare for that, right? But when you look at that box, right, like Dio is the only starter not returning in the box. That's exciting, right? Like when you've got the all-conference sack leader in Ben Weaver, right?
Yeah.
So explain to me how you lead the conference in sacks and aren't first-team all-conference. I don't understand that.
Doesn't make
but,
sense, does it?
You've got him coming back. You've got Josh Cohen on the other side, who is also, I don't care what anybody says or what list he's not on, Josh Cohen is an all-conference player. Like that, the way you've got to block that dude on both ends. Dom Caracciolo has been he got some time right last year, but his growth going into this season to replace that at nose has been awesome, right? And then Richie McCormick playing flex, right, who had a big season last year, expecting really big things from Richie McCormick, going into this year. Wyatt Schussler has played a lot of football for us already at flex. Eric Poliquin. There's a great battle between those two, and both guys that we know are going to play a high level, at that flex position. Quentin Posey, being able to continue to get better at that rover spot is another guy that's gone from, just kind of a role player to an integral part of our defense and how we operate and what we do and what he brings to the table. Dakari Boone is another guy right behind Quentin that's been, and has played in several positions at Mike also, that he's another guy in the box that if he's in this second, like, we're in really, really good position to have the depth we have behind all of those linebackers and guys in the box. So, that's the part I'm most excited about is our defensive box and the schematic tweaks that Coach May's been able to make because they're veteran.
Yeah, and that's kind of scary, right? I mean, those guys have played in his system now for a number of years. So the stuff that you can add to that playbook is really scary for opposing teams, of course. Thoughts on the conference, and I know it's the same thoughts every year, right? It's always, those top teams and then, teams like you trying to fight your way into that, into those top spots. By the way, Seton Hill was chosen 5th in the preseason coaches poll, if that means anything to anybody. And it's also interesting, too, that Mercyhurst is now playing at the Division One level for sure. And that was, I think, kind of a surprise to everybody, talking with some of the PSAC folks even. But just overall, your thoughts on the conference, Coach?
Yeah, I mean, I could care less where we're picked. In fact, there are times I like, being there.
Sure,
It's a great opportunity just to continue to cement who we are, right? I don't think even given those rankings we're going to, sneak up on anybody given, the success we've been able to have and the team we've been able to build. And speaking of the team, I don't want to be remiss, right? And I know I talked about the box at length, right? We graduated some big-time players outside. DeMonte Pratt.
Yeah, Monte Pratt,
right? Who was all everything for us at corner.
Yeah, he was really good.
In the secondary to me is one of the other areas I'm incredibly excited about. I know it's going to be so many new faces, but having Jaden Lambert, who's been in our program, for a while, Jordan Dorman, like those guys stepping into starting roles and being guys that we expect really, really, really big things. We've got a freshman out of Georgia making some serious noise. Darius Patterson is a true freshman. JT Allen, a transfer we were able to pick up that's played in this league and in this conference, another guy we expect big things out of. And David Awa and Drew Zimmerman having a great battle at free safety where, again, either one of those guys, being able to be our starter. Awa had just the season, how much better he got throughout the year, right? And then Dimitri Whitehead, right? Like playing at that stud position and what he's been able to do. So that secondary is so critical to what we're going to be able to achieve, right? I wanted to make sure I was talking about how excited I am about that group and those guys being all so new and young. And David is the true returning starter. Meach had a couple games at the end of the year, but this will be his first time being that guy. But for that group to be able to make their name is really awesome, and I'm really excited for them. But in terms of where we are in the outlook of our conference, it's, I hate to say it's like coach talk, right? But our conference is tough. I mean, it is. I don't care what record a team has. I don't care what you look at in the players at these positions. Like in the PSAC, and I would say that much more on the West, like you've got to be ready to play big boy football every week. Yeah. And it doesn't matter who's coming into your place or what stadium you're about to go play. You're playing as high of a level in Division II football as you possibly can, right? So, like, to me, you throw them all in, and obviously Slip Rock's been playing at a really, really high level, but you throw us all into a hat, and who knows what can happen in this league and in this conference, year in and year out. And that's what, to me, makes it so fun, exciting, challenging. I love that coaching element of the X's and O's in the chess game and how challenging that has been in this conference. It really makes that a lot of fun. And I'm excited to be able to not just, come in and be able to show that's who we are, for one season, but to really prove to everybody this is what we came here to do. 2019 was to build a program that wasn't just going to win some football games, but to build a football program here at Seton Hill that can compete in the hardest conference on this side of the United States, while also providing an absolutely elite academic, experience and degree. And so I'm just really excited about taking this next step with this football team.
Excited about opening the season against Fairmont State. That's interesting. That's an opponent that Seton Hill used to play
for sure
years ago. Hopefully they have a better way of setting up there for their opposing media folks like us, because we had to go up this massive ladder to get to the roof So hopefully it's a little bit better.
At Fairmont?
Yeah. At
okay,
Fairmont,
when you were there before.
So we'll see if it's a little better.
Been
We don't want to. We're a little older now, Coach. So I don't think we can make that climb anymore. We can climb up, but not with all of our equipment.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll stop complaining.
Been a long time, man, since I've been down there. It was one of.
Well, that's true. I mean, you certainly played there too.
One of my most memorable experiences as a player was at Fairmont senior year. But that's what I'm really excited about, because we were able to pick up Fairmont, who was second in that conference. I mean, they're 7-win football team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, we were excited to be able to, pick up a team like that we're not. I mean, we're opening with a conference contender out of the gate. Mm-hmm. And I'm excited about that. Like, I want the opportunity to go play a team like that is going to bring a lot of. They won 7 games last year as a state school too. We know they're going to have some new pieces that we haven't even seen on film. They're going to be a really, really, really strong football team. So being able to come in and open up with that type of a test to see right out of the gate who we are is unbelievably exciting. And I can't wait. We got it excited, man. We're not there. We got to practice tomorrow.
You love to have this guy as your coach.
We got to practice tomorrow. Man.
I don't think I've ever heard you be pessimistic about anything.
I can't wait. I can't wait to line up. I can't.
Seton Hill. So the first game will be against Fairmont State, as we mentioned. That'll be on the road, 7:00 Thursday, August 29th, and then you play another Thursday game.
Yeah.
Little different than how it's been, certainly, against Ohio Dominican at Offutt Field on September 5th. And again, that's a Thursday at 7:00 as well.
My guys would never know this, right, or never maybe understand it, right? But my whole thought process in that was for our players, right? Because if we go Thursday, and then Saturday before we open our first crossover, we kind of gain 2 days of prep and rest. So that decision to try to open 2 Thursdays and to get Ohio Dominican, we got them late. So it took a lot of finagling. Thank you to Chris Snyder for getting that done for us to be able to get Ohio Dominican. But to be able to do that, hopefully giving them, that rest and just kind of how you try to build some of that. I'm excited for Fairmont, right? But I've got to be able to look at the future and how to build those things. So that's kind of how the 2 Thursday night games happen.
Coach, I think we got a lot in. We still could probably talk about a lot more.
Yeah.
But we'll all be doing
I'm
that.
done?
We'll all be doing that during the season.
I have more Seton Hill football to talk about.
I know you do, buddy. Hey, thank you so much.
You.
I appreciate it.
Thank
It's always been fun working
Yep.
with you, and I know Sean feels the same way, and TJ and the guys, Roger and everybody that we have a chance to work together with you and Seton Hill University as a whole. You can watch Griffins football here on the Westmoreland Sports Network this season, and looking forward to a lot of W's at Offutt Field and elsewhere this year, Coach.
And I know I feel like I say this every year. Dan doesn't pay me. So if you think that I get paid, he doesn't. But
just in love.
Man, the amount of people, parents, fans, right, especially at home, when they talk about our broadcasts at Seton Hill and the opportunity to watch a game and what you guys do in the production, like, it's unbelievable. It's absolutely top-notch. Nobody at our level produces the product the way that you guys do. And I just wanted to thank you for that. And
thank you. I better start paying him now.
For sure.
You did that.
There was my plug. All right, thank you.
But we'll see if we can get you a free
awesome,
round
man.
of golf
It's
here,
awesome.
man. Coach, thank you. That's really nice of you. Thank you so much. And we try to make it high level as possible for Seton Hill Athletics. We appreciate the partnership with football, but also all the other sports, and Chris Snyder and Jason Green and everybody there. It really is a special place. So thank you, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. That's going to do it for our show here tonight from Manor Valley Golf Course. My goodness, thank you so much to everybody who watched. Thank you so much to Ken Reeby, who, I don't know, you may be able to hear through our microphones. He's taking pictures. You can. We'll be posting pictures on our social media, and Ken will have it on westernpasports.com as well. He'll be taking pictures throughout the fall season of all sports in the fall. Matt Palumbo has been pressing a lot of buttons here tonight. He'll be helping us out. He's a Derry guy, by the way. Another Derry. How about Ahmad Ward?
Yeah.
He's played pretty well for you right now as a
he's
freshman.
had a really good camp.
Good. Matt's been pressing a lot of buttons here tonight. Thank you so much to our staff as well. Sean, who put together a bunch of training camp previews, interviewed a bunch of coaches up here. Jonathan Whaley as well, interviewed a bunch of coaches. Brent Wiggum. We had a few of our staff members who were out of town today. They couldn't help us out, but I think we got the job done without them. High school football kicks off Friday night. We're very excited to bring it to you live. Week 0 games. You can check out our website. Tomorrow we'll have all the schedule on there where we're going to be broadcasting. And again, you can watch Seton Hill football as well as the Griffins get set to open the season Thursday, August 29th. against Fairmont State. You can also follow the Griffins on social media. Coach Day, I mean, you're tweeting all the time, right? That's your job?
Nah.
No, I didn't think so. All right. Usually when I say, hey, I put something out about Seton Hill football, and you'll be like, all right, I'll get it. Make sure we get it retweeted. Make sure we get it retweeted.
I got to be better. I don't.
No, you're good, man. You're good. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That is Coach Dan Day for everybody here at Manor Valley Golf Course, and thank you so much to everybody at Manor Valley. Our man Vinny D, I mean, he supports us. We get a lot of support from a lot of people, sponsors and things of that nature. Vince is right there at the top. I mean, he loves what we do, and he does a lot of things for us behind the scenes. So thank you so much to Vinny D as well. So that's going to wrap up our Westmoreland County High School Football Kickoff show. We'll talk to you this Friday for high school football and then Griffs football as well later on this season, right here on the Westmoreland Sports Network. Have a good night, everybody.
My name is Kiski Area, and I'm a senior in the Yough School of Nursing. I came to the simulation lab with Dr. Condis, and she was describing it as like this experiential learning, and I thought that was really interesting because that would be like more hands-on. That she talked so highly about like all this progress that they were going to make, and there was so much opportunity here. Seton Hill got me experience in the field early on. We started our clinicals actually our second year. Dr. Condis is my specific advisor. She's very student-specific. She kind of guided me towards my minor in psychology. I think that she does a really good job of pushing you to your full potential, but also like being there to support you if you were to like want to switch your interests. I do think that every portion of our learning here has guided me through to becoming more therapeutic with the patient, even just communicating wise. But again, clinical experiences and our time in the labs, we have so much hands-on experience. It's incredible. I'm very well fit. Seton Hill kept me moving forward.